Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
I think the most mimetic narratives in the info war have 3 aspects to them. And I think you should take this as a cognitive cipher that you can start applying to the war of stories. Okay, so aspect number 1, they are strange. Something that is a big story that is very strange is going to get more attention, right? But it's going to fade pretty quick. Number 2, they are scary. Something scary, scare events get a lot of attention, right? Like wars breaking out, an earthquake hits Myanmar or whatever, scary gets attention. If it's funny, it also gets attention. Meme culture on the internet started via humor. It started via dark humor that bubbled up into the normie sphere. A lot of us savages were on the chans in the dark ages, 15, 20 years ago now. And only the most vanilla memes kind of floated up into the normie sphere. Many people who first heard or used the word meme were probably doing so on Facebook, and it was probably funny stuff, right? But then in the last 10 years, the funny stuff started turning into educational stuff. So strange, scary, funny. Each one of those is going to get a certain amount of play in the collective mind. 2 of those is going to get more play. 3 of those is going to get maximum play. The Tesla narrative is strange because you've all seen the stories of retarded liberals screaming at inanimate objects because of their political views, right? It's scary because you've got domestic terrorists, literally, firebombing car dealerships or people because of what they're driving. And it's a little funny because you're seeing retards screeching, not just at Teslas, but at the very manufacturer, as I predicted 2 years ago, that used to represent their side of the zeitgeist. So that, my friends, is a perfect info war narrative. It is strange, it is scary, and it's funny. And those are going to get the most play. And I think that these things can be real, quote unquote. They can also be boosted for maximum effect. Shout out to Tim Waltz for kind of boosting the narrative even more. I think he did nothing but help make it even funnier and stranger. So that's a good one to watch. And hey, if Tesla firebombings is what starts to get people down the pathway to, man, what's an NGO? And then that allows them to reverse engineer it to, well, maybe this has something to do with why Elon Musk looked at USAID and why Donald Trump vested him with that authority, right? You start to think of things in the war of stories refrain, and you start to be able to put it all together in a way that either makes you correct or absolutely crazy. And if you're crazy, then you're welcome here.
I mean, what I'm telling people is get on board and figure it out because it's here. it's going to be here in a bigger way, and it's going to either control us or we are going to control it.
Yeah, look, nothing can stop what is coming. And so we truly believe the Great Awakening, the Q drops, all of this revolves around Bitcoin being, that white paper release date of October 31st, 2008. And so we truly believe that this military white hat plan that maybe goes back to the JFK days was truly to give power back to the people. We know you were part of the 111th Military Brigade. You served 22 days, 11/11, and as the National Security Advisor. You were also pardoned 1,111 days after 11/11/17. So I know there's a lot of 11s following you. I think it's just maybe that luck of the Irish that you have, perhaps, General.
I definitely guess I'm blessed. I'm blessed because I believe, and I do believe in God, and I do believe that each of us has a destiny, and whatever mine is, I just try to be I try to be a good person to other people. I mean, that's at the end of the day. I don't want to be, there's so many assholes out there. I'm sorry, but I don't need that. I'm beyond the nonsense stage of my life. And I've always taken good care of people that have worked for me or worked with me. And I've always said that, and I don't like to work. I don't have like people saying, oh, I work for Flynn. I like people to say I work with somebody, because you have to work together.
And we all feel like we work for you in a digital sense, sir. And we feel like, hopefully we are living up to that. We will always defend what you've done for us. Again, a lot of that was giving us courage. I'm happy you're wearing green today on St. Patrick's Day. I know we're kind of running low on time. I also we always do these Pepes of the week. And since, from our frog army to you, we came up with Peppercorn.
And we're taking the rainbow back, baby. The Irish own the rainbow. I don't want any of these LGBTQ, XYZ, the Irish own the rainbow.
The Irish own the peppercorn and that Irish rainbow. These are these rare Pepes that were minted on the Bitcoin blockchain. There's about 770 of these. These go for about $800. And then also a special shout out to your countryman, Conor McGregor, where he talks about timing beats speed, precision beats power. And so look, the frogs are taking back. This one goes for about $228. So the frogs are taking this back. But we also have a special Pepe of you, General Flynn. We have Pepe Flynn, rare Pepe Flynn, who is, look, we have an army of digital soldiers. Your heart is 1111. Your attack is 17. Your speed is, of course, surfing. And your element is maybe a ghost. I don't know. We
I love it.
And so,
I love it. We have an army. We do have an army of digital soldiers, and we're winning. And I tell you, and there's plenty of examples of our success on the battlefield. And I call them incremental victories to accomplish our overall mission, which is to save the United States of America.
Save the world, right? We're saving the world from the fiat cartels, from the central bank NWOs. And so, well, hopefully you'll come back again sometime soon. We appreciate you coming on board and helping spread the message of Bitcoin and freedom.
Absolutely, Garrett. God bless you, buddy. And thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Happy St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
They just keep trying to push the same tired old narrative. Like, he's not cutting Medicaid and Social Security in general. He's cutting it from people who don't deserve it. They have no right to it.
He came to the state, he talked about cutting Medicaid, Social Security through Doge, bringing those issues up.
Actually, he never talked. He explicitly said in Green Bay that he would not cut Social Security.
Well,
that's exactly what he said.
Talked at his rallies.
No, other people said about that, but I was there. I watched him.
Okay.
He did not say he was going to cut Medicaid.
Other people at his rallies who work for Doge, who work for Elon Musk's organization, talked about those issues.
No, I was at the rally. Not a one of them said that. That's what protesters said, but nobody there actually said.
Do you think that there are risks here?
There are. People believe the lies that people are saying about that. But that's not at all what they said. If people believe that Medicaid and Medicare is going to be touched, that's just a flat outright lie. What he talked about are people who are over 120 years old, who clearly are not alive.
Well, the reason I brought it up is
Social Security or Medicare.
Okay, well,
that's
again, if you listen to the mainstream, who was it? Mark Twain that said, if you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Case in point right here. Abby Phillips starts out saying, well, Elon said this. No, actually, no, he didn't. I was there. He didn't say this. Well, people affiliated. Elon said it. No, he didn't. Yeah, but people affiliated with him said it. No, they didn't.
Someone in the room.
protesters were saying it, so it must be true.
Well, think about it like this. I mean, we're at what? Somewhere between $2 and $3 trillion of investment, depending on what figures you're using. And this is all
Sorry.
This is all pre-flop though, John. Like we're sitting at the poker table. The cards haven't even been dealt yet, and we have $2 to $3 trillion already in the pot that of foreign investment, and nothing's even happened yet in terms of like Trump's economy. Everyone is just betting on the fact that they saw what Trump did in the first term, and they think that when those cards flip over, I mean, we're holding pocket aces, and they think that we're about to have, four of a kind. So I think that's what
metaphor.
I mean, imagine once this thing starts to take off, how much more money is going to pour in when people start to see the results.
Yeah,
that's really well put, Ghost. And I had written an article that came out last week called Reality Wars, and it was all about this financial stuff. And one of the things I'd said in there was, how often on this show we talk about such and such is a threat to global democracy. And one of the things I say a lot is when they tell you that, they're not lying. They're saying Trump is a threat to their global democracy. Well, now let's look at the economy and a lot of the stuff that you're saying, John, that, it hasn't been done yet. But to Ghost's point, the media, ironically, I think part of the reason Lutnick and Trump and Bessent are so confident is not just because they know it's going to work, for the benefit of the American people. I think they are leaning into the media controversy because, to extend Ghost's poker metaphor, they want the media to go all in against Trump's economic agenda because they know it's going to work, right? So like if you're at the table and to Ghost's point, you've got the pocket aces, you don't want them to know you've got pocket aces. You want them to think you're bluffing, and you want them to call your bluff and go all in to the table. And put another way, to Ghost's point, you've got the companies that are front running these moves, Apple, Hyundai, et cetera, TSMC, they're going to act as the counter signal. And the ones that are going to be left behind are the ones that are waiting too long. So they're telling the media to commit fully. And then by extension, this spins out so far, they want these other countries and corporations to commit to tariffs being bad. And this isn't going to work. And this is going to be bad for the economy. And again, Bessent is telling you, we are willing for the stock market to get really, really bad. And one of the points I made in that article was when they say such and such is a threat to their economy, whose economy are they talking about? Are they talking about the real economy that we experience on a day-to-day basis? Or are they talking about numbers in a Dow Jones or S&P 500 index? And I think they know that those are two separate things right now.
Well, they 100% are. And we talked about this a few weeks ago, but when the stock markets go bad, people take their money out of the stock markets and they usually go buy like treasuries or bonds. And what that does is that's going to lower our interest rates because it's going to lower the Fed's rate. And so that's a good thing. So and this is what we said a couple of weeks ago too, the same discussion. We should almost find that clip because that was a really good discussion about the economic stuff.
Yeah.
When find it. Yeah, I mean, we can find it later, post it later. But the recession we're going into, the media is like creating all this fear porn over. I think they're right. Like we are going to go into some sort of almost a manufactured definitional recession.
Yes.
But it's not going to have the same effects as a normal recession. It's not going to be the 2008 level recession or any recession we've had in the past because of all the other pieces to this puzzle. There's so many different calculations that go into what a recession is, and Trump is tackling every single one of them. So not only is he going to give us a recession and the media fear porn over it, but we're never going to experience the actual harm of previous recessions, and we're going to come out of it so fast because of the tariffs and everything he's doing. He's going to look like he's got the Midas touch by the time this is all said.
We're not joking about a third term, about possibly plotting a third term. Does that mean you're not planning to leave office on January?
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is in a way it's fourth term because the other one, the 2020 election was totally rigged. So it's actually sort of a fourth term in a certain way. I just don't want the credit for the second because Biden was so bad. He did such a bad job.
That phrasing Okay, the whole thing. The question: are you going to go for a third term?
Yeah.
He says, actually, I'm going for a fourth term because the last one was technically my second term. But what the media thinks, and the way he should have phrased it, if we're talking Normieville or narrative central, that was his second election that he won. The election was stolen, but we're talking terms here. Like that's very notable. And this is the second or third time now that he has used that exact same phrasing when it comes to Biden's term, when he says, I just don't want the credit right now. And I can even find the other video if you guys want to talk. But this is like a huge devolution proof, in my opinion, because who talks like that?
I mean, the look on Howard Lutnick's face in the background is priceless. Like him sitting there just cracking up laughing, because he knows how triggering this is for all of Trump's haters and enemies, and also how this really, really rustles the jimmies of the base.
Yeah, on multiple levels, and it rustles. It gets the media all riled up, the people that he's talking to there, and a lot of the times it's just picking up vibes, right? There's the actual comms that are being delivered, but then there's the vibe check. I love Howard Lutnick too, in that it's kind of like a reverse Blinken. Remember the infamous Blinken, creeping in the shadows behind Biden, and we got like a mirror version of that with Lutnick back there. Lutnick is actually my favorite of Trump's current cabinet picks to listen to interviews on, because as another like New York area guy like Trump, he can't stop himself from letting out way too much in all of his interviews. Like anytime. Anyway, that's an aside. But yeah, to your point, John, I think it's a good pickup that he's taught, besides what we've already pointed out that he said in the past, that he's talking in terms of terms. That is something that is hard for the media to frame. So it's almost like they have to only concentrate on him running again, rather than any of that stuff he says in the middle, because there's not really any way for them to represent it other than what it is.
For sure. I want to play this video because this is the part where he says the same thing. Like, well, if you think about it, we're kind of having my second term right now. I just don't want the credit for it. Same phrasing he just used in the video we just played.
And in my second term, which we're sort of having now, but I don't want the results, right?
So again, back to
the results are a disaster.
Yeah, back to. I gotta find it. I'll play it one more time because it's almost the exact quote.
Yep.
Right there.
You said you were not joking about a third term, about possibly wanting a third term. Does that mean you're not planning to leave office on January 20th?
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is in a way a fourth term, because the other election, the 2020 election, was totally rigged. So it's sort of a fourth term in a certain way. I just don't want the credit for the second, because Biden was so bad. He did such a bad job.
So again, and what I think is even most interesting about this whole, talking about him running again and having another term in office. So a lot of people are pushing that narrative. Bannon, other people, like there's mainstream media articles talking about how like the pathway for Trump to get a third term. When Trump is presented the question, he's talking about, well, I've kind of already had my second term. This is my third term. But what this is doing is we're having these arguments, and it's justifying another term for Trump. And in a sense, it's justifying and getting people on board with the devolution term that we just went through. You know what I mean? Like if he's being literal by what he's saying about this being his third term, like that's building consensus. It's the consensus. What do we always say? Consensus
protocol.
No, not protocol.
Oh, consent. It's manufacturing
consensus for a third term, which is technically what it is right now, what he's going through right now, which is interesting. So it's in the sense it could be creating that consensus for having implemented devolution. If that makes sense.
Yep. And Russian state media, by the way, RT, their headline was Trump not joking about third term. That's
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media. But I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of clown world as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling Sci War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of clown world is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Haven't seen you in a while. $5 million. For $5 million, this could be yours. That was the first of the cards. You know what that card is? Gold card. It's the gold card. The Trump card, gold card.
Who's the first buyer?
Me. I'm
Who's
the
the second?
first. I don't know, but I'm the first buyer. It'll be out in about less than 2 weeks, probably. Pretty exciting, right?
You ready for some questions?
Anybody want to buy one? Okay, let's go.
First, we'd love to get your reaction, sir, to what's going on in the financial markets today.
Well, I mean, it's to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. We really inherited a terrible economy, as you know, with a lot of problems. Manufacturing and plants closed up all over the country. You know, we've lost 90,000 plants since NAFTA, if you think of that. 90,000. It's not even believable. And about 6 million jobs. And so it was a sick patient. It went through an operation on Liberation Day. And it's going to be a booming country, a very booming country. It's going to be amazing, actually. And we see it because we have trillions of dollars committed to come in. Trillions.
Sir, can I ask you, when you say that it was an operation and the patient's healthy now, does that mean you see us as kind of towards the high water mark in terms of how high?
Sure. The operation's over, and now we let it settle in. You see the plants are starting to construction already. We have many plants. Indiana, massive auto plant, the Honda, and we have so many plants, and they'll be under construction. And as they start to build, you're going to see a lot of construction jobs, and you're going to see a lot of jobs when they open.
Does that mean chips and pharma tariffs are not on the table?
They're starting very soon. The chips are starting very soon. The pharma is going to be starting to come in, I think, at a level that you haven't really seen before. We are looking at pharma right now, pharmaceuticals. It's a separate category. And we'll be announcing that sometime in the near future, not too distant future. That's under review right now.
Are you negotiating with partners currently?
What we have is we have a set of tariffs based on what they've been charging us. That's reciprocal. And those tariffs have come in, and every country's called us. That's the beauty of what we do. We put ourselves in the driver's seat. If we would have asked some of these countries, most of these countries, to do us a favor, they would have said no. Now they'll do anything for us. But we have tariffs, they've been set, and it's going to make our country very rich.
Are you open to deals with these countries if they're calling you?
Well, it depends. If somebody said that we're going to give you something that's so phenomenal, as long as they're giving us something that's good. For instance, with TikTok as an example, we have a situation with TikTok where China will probably say, we'll approve a deal, but will you do something on the tariff? The tariffs give us great power to negotiate. Always have. I've used them very well in the first administration, as you saw, but now we're taking it to a whole new level because it's a worldwide situation, and it's very exciting to see. And what it's done is driven a lot of great companies to our country, and you're going to see construction starting all over. I already got a couple of calls from Lee Zeldin from Environmental. He's got some big plans to approve. Like really big plans.
How long will it take to get American manufacturing to where you would like to see it?
Well, let's say it's a 2-year process. You know, they start a plant and they're big plants. We're giving them approval to also, in many cases, to build the electric facility with it. So you have electric generation and the plant, and they're big plants. Now, the good news is a lot of money for them, and they can build them fast, but they're still very big plants. So I'd always say it would take a year and a half to 2 years.
Mr. President,
can I ask you about the
They've already
NSC?
started.
Mr. President, have you been following the New York City mayor's race? And specifically, Andrew Cuomo is now the front runner according to the polls. How do you feel about that? Do you think you can have a good relationship with the mayor, Andrew Cuomo?
Well, I've always gotten along with him. We had our ins and outs a little bit. We did a great job for him. Remember, we built the convention center rooms for him. We didn't use them, unfortunately. And we sent the Mercy ship. We sent the really magnificent hospital ship, and they didn't use it. But we always had a pretty good relationship.
You going to make an endorsement in that race?
Well, it's not something I'm thinking about yet. Is he thinking about running? Yeah.
On Russia, Ukraine, there's a Russian envoy in town for some meetings. Can you give us an update on how that's going?
We do. We have an envoy from Russia. We're talking about it. We'd like to see that stop as soon as possible because thousands of people are being killed a week. Soldiers, mostly soldiers, and Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. And you're losing 2,000, 3,000 sometimes a week. So we're spearheading the drive to get it done. Europe has not been successful in dealing with President Putin, but I think I will be successful.
Sir, can I ask you about the NSC? How many staffers were let go and why? Your National Security Council, how many staffers were let go?
There was some. Always we're going to let go of people that we don't like, or people that we don't think can do the job, or people that may have loyalties to somebody else. You'll always have that.
So you mentioned Netanyahu recently. Israel has now talked about staying in Gaza, doing long-term occupation. Has anything changed in regard to the U.S. Gaza-Israel plans?
I spoke to him today, as a matter of fact, and I think he's going to be coming to our country sometime in the not-too-distant future, maybe next week. And we'll speak about Israel. We'll speak about what's going on. That's another thing we'd like to get solved. And I think we will get it solved. But I think he very well may be coming next month. Benjamin Netanyahu.
On Israel, Mr. Follow up on your earlier comment about TikTok. You said that the Chinese might be willing to agree to approve that sale in exchange for tariff relief. Is that something that you've floated to them, or you've heard from them, or?
No, I'm just using that as an example. Let's say we had a problem with TikTok, and let's say China wasn't going to approve. We could use tariffs in order to get it approved.
The deadline is
you give them
Saturday.
something in return.
What's the update on the deal negotiations? For
We have
TikTok?
we're very close to a deal with a very good group of people for TikTok.
Larry Ellison, or is it multiple investors? Just
Multiple.
And then did the last minute bids kind of throw things into disarray for you, or do you have your strategy completely locked up on who's going to?
Which last minute?
On acquiring TikTok.
No,
There were, like, some last minute
I think that China maybe will call and say, well, we're upset with the tariffs, and maybe they want to get something a little bit in order to get TikTok approved. Who knows?
Plans underway to seek to
I
share.
have no knowledge of that, but that's the kind of
On
thing.
Israel, can you give us any update on the Palestinian relocation plan? Are we talking to any countries?
We're going to try and solve the Gaza problem. It's been a problem for many years, for many, many decades. It's been a big problem. I've met with, as you know, a lot of the hostages. It's a terrible situation. But if you notice, hostages are being released now. And that's happened only since I got involved. So we have hostages being released, quite a few, actually.
You're still committed to the
And
relocation?
hopefully, I'd like to get as many hostages as we can.
So
And then Gaza's a very, very important thing. It's been under siege for many, many years. And it's a shame. It's a shame. A lot of people die in Gaza. Gaza's been a place we have a lot of people die. A lot of bad things happen in Gaza. We'll see what we can do about it.
The dinner tonight, can you tell us about it? Who's going to be there? Any leaders?
So dinner tonight is sort of I have a couple of them actually, but a lot of it's based around charity. It's at Doral, and we raise a lot of money for charities. We'd also have having one of the big professional golf tournaments that they live, and that'll take place over the next few days at Doral from I guess tomorrow till I think they have a pro-am right now, but I'll be speaking tonight. I think I'm making a speech to the players, great players, some of the best players in the world, and ultimately, hopefully, the two tours are going to merge. That would be good. I'm involved in that too, but hopefully, we're going to get the two tours to merge. You have the PGA Tour, you have the LIV Tour, and I think having them merge would be a great thing.
Mr. President,
yes.
About the tariffs, do you have any message for the American businesses that might feel the impact of any reciprocal tariffs coming from the EU, for example, or from other countries?
Well, I think it's going to all work out. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your plant or you build your product, make your product in the U.S. And so a lot of people, there's going to be a transition period because they're going to be building instead of paying tariffs to some other place. But there are no tariffs. If you think there are no tariffs, all you have to do is make your product in the United States. So it's and a lot of people are doing that. They're moving, like the auto companies. I know I spoke to 2 of the 4 or 5 that are really active, and they've already started moving their parts making things out of Mexico, out of Canada, and into the United States.
So do you have a sense of how long Elon Musk's mission will last and when he will depart?
Well, Elon is fantastic. And I think it's, he's a patriot, and I think it's a shame what they're doing with his car company. And a great car, it's a great car, great product. And it tells you what a patriot he is. He's amazing. No, I mean, as long as he'd like, I like smart people, and he's a smart person. I also like him personally. When he endorsed me, that's when I really got to know him. I knew him a little bit before that, but not much. And then he endorsed me. And it was a very strong, embracing endorsement, as we all know. And I would say Elon will stay for a certain period of time, and then he's going to want to get back to his businesses full time. But he's done a fantastic job. We found hundreds of, think of it, just hundreds of, we found millions of dollars of fraud and abuse and waste. And they're still going, I mean, they're going strong. They found something today that's horrible. It's horrible. So what they found, well, you'll find out very soon. What they found is incredible. And I give him a lot of credit. He's got some very smart people with him.
Do you think he can
And they're working very closely with our secretaries and the people that are the heads of
Do you think you would appoint him to another position once his 130
Well,
days?
I think Elon's great, but he also has a company to run, or a number of companies to run. That he can do this, that he can find the time. He loves the country, that's why he does it. But we're in no rush. But there'll be a point at which time Elon's going to have to leave.
Sir, he doesn't give you a date, a specific date.
I would think a few months.
Even when Elon leaves and goes back to being CEO, will Doge stick around in some kind of capacity?
Yeah, it'll still Doge itself, yeah. At some point, just so you understand, I don't want to get it wrong, I want Elon to stay as long as possible. Number 1, I like him. Number 2, he's doing a great job. Number 3, he is a patriot. That's why he's doing this. And he's, it's very costly for him. But, so I want him to stay as long as possible. But there'll be a point where he's going to have to leave. And when he does, the secretaries will take totally over. And Doge will stay active. We have a lot of smart people. A lot of those people, I believe, are going to go into the agencies. And they'll work on it from the inside.
You mentioned auto companies that you've been speaking with. Have you spoken to any executives today?
Yeah. I don't want to say who, but I speak to a lot of the auto executives. But we have much more than autos. We have chips coming in. We have steel coming in. The steel factories. The steel factories are opening up and expanding at levels that people have not seen. Also,
can you tell us a little bit about your meeting with Laura Loomer and Waltz today and how that came about?
So Laura Loomer is a very good patriot. She is a very strong person. And I saw her yesterday for a little while. She makes recommendations of things and people. And sometimes I listen to those recommendations like I do with everybody. I listen to everybody and then I make a decision. But I saw her yesterday. She was at the ceremony. And she'll always have something to say, usually very constructive.
What did she recommend?
She recommended certain people for jobs.
Adding to the administration, not
adding.
Who did she
not
recommend?
firing.
Well, she'll recommend that too. But yesterday she recommended some people for jobs.
Did she have anything to do with the NSC aides who were ousted?
No, I don't know.
Do you know how many, sir? Do you know how many from the NSC?
Not many.
Was it 5, a dozen?
I really don't know.
Who does Laura want?
There were a couple that I know.
Who did Laura recommend hiring?
Well, I don't want to say that, but she's recommended some good people over the years. She's been in the party a long time. She's done a good job.
Do you trust your national security staff is doing what you want them to do?
We've done very well. We've had big success with the Houthis, as you probably know. Nobody's been able to do it like us. And they were shooting the boats out of the water. They were sinking ships. That's what they want to do. They're getting a big charge out of sinking ships. And unfortunately, they're associated with Iran very closely. So they have to stop that. But we've hit them very hard, and we've been hitting them very hard.
Sir, did you talk to Congresswoman Luna about her resolution to get maternity? The Congresswoman about her resolution to allow proxy voting for new mothers? Did you speak to them?
I did, and I would say this. I guess there's two sides to it, right? It's a little controversial. I don't know why it's controversial. I think she's great. Anna.
Do you support her movement?
I think that, and I'm going to let the speaker make the decision, but I like the idea of being able to, if you're having a baby, I think you should be able to call in and vote. I'm in favor of that, but I understand some people aren't. I'm not involved in the issue, but I did. I spoke to Anna yesterday. She and some people feel strongly about it, and I would agree with them. Yeah.
Sir, you mentioned Iran. They have come out and said if they're going to sit down with the U.S., they want to use an intermediary. And I believe the U.S. wanted direct talks. Would you still be willing to talk to them via an intermediary?
I think it's better if we have direct talks. I think it goes faster and you understand the other side a lot better than if you go through intermediaries. They wanted to use intermediaries. I don't think that's necessarily true anymore. I think they're concerned. I think they feel vulnerable, and I don't want them to feel that way. And I think they want to meet Iran. They're talking about Iran.
You said you don't think they want to use intermediaries anymore. Did they send another letter?
Yeah.
Did the UAE let you know about this?
I know for a fact. I think they'd like to have direct talks.
Can you say anything about what the letter said from Iran?
No, I just think I'm just telling you, I think they want to have, forget about letters, I think they want to have direct talks.
When can that happen? On Pete Hegseth in this IG investigation, do you want to weigh in on that?
What is it?
There's an IG investigation into the Secretary of Defense's use of the Signal app.
Oh, is that, you're bringing that up again? Don't bring that up again. Your editors probably. That's such a wasted story. So what else?
Chinese farmland. Do you have some plans for Chinese ownership of farmland in the
We
U.S.?
look at that all the time. And look, I have a very good relationship with China and with the president. I have a lot of respect for President Xi. So, we look at that all the time.
Yeah.
Farmland, it's been an issue for years. People have talked about it for years. But I have a lot of respect for China, and I have a lot of respect for President Xi.
When's the last time you talked to President Xi?
I speak to him. Doesn't matter when, but I speak to him.
Have you talked to Zelensky recently?
Not too long ago, yeah.
How did that go?
Good. I think he's ready to make a deal.
No progress, though, other than that?
I think a lot of progress. No, he's ready to make a deal, and I think that President Putin is ready to make a deal, and then you'll stop the killing of thousands of young people a week.
Did Kirill Dmitriev say that to your his counterparts in the U.S.?
Who?
Kirill Dmitriev, the Russian negotiator that's in Washington right now?
I don't talk about specific people. I just will tell you that there's a lot of good conversation going on about Ukraine, Russia.
Sir, have you
given your approval for the UK's deal over the Chagos Island that Prime Minister Starmer and you discussed?
We're talking to the Prime Minister about it, and we'll see how that turns out. We have a very good dialogue going, and I think he was very happy about how we treated them on tariffs.
Sir, there are a lot of people were upset about how the Daily Mail. A lot of people were upset today about how their 401ks were carried. Do you have investments? Were you looking at
I think our markets are going to boom. Got to give it a little chance, but we're taking in jobs, and we're taking in industry, and we're taking in trillions of dollars. I think our markets are going to boom. Got to give it a little bit of time, but they've already started construction on numerous plants. Soon it'll be many, many plants all over the country. They're going, and so you got to give that. You got to give that a little time. I haven't checked my 401. Thank you very much.
Sir, one question on the Fed. A lot of money markets are now pricing in more Fed cuts this year.
But one thing I like is interest rates going down. You see that happening. And interest,
yield,
you know what's beautiful is interest rates go down. I like groceries going down. I like eggs going down. If you look at it, and very importantly, the gasoline prices are going down. So a lot of good things are happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
To the UK-US trade and tariff statements, I call the Secretary of State, Jonathan Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I would like to make a statement on the United Kingdom's economic relationship with the United States. The UK has a strong and balanced trading relationship with the US, worth £315 billion, which supports over 2.5 million jobs across both our countries. This is second only to the EU, where our trading relationship is worth £791 billion. Yesterday evening, the United States announced a 10% reciprocal tariff on UK exports and have today imposed a 25% global tariff on cars. This follows the application of tariffs of 25% on US imports of steel, aluminium and derivative products that was announced on the 12th of March. No country was able to secure an exemption from these announcements, but the UK did receive the lowest reciprocal tariff rate globally. And though this vindicates the pragmatic approach this government has taken, we know that while these tariffs are still being levied, the job is far from done. We are, of course, disappointed by the increase in tariffs on the UK and on other countries around the world. The impact will be felt amongst all trading nations. But I would like to update the House on how the UK can navigate these turbulent times, acting in our national interest and for the benefit of all our industries. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my American counterparts, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, US Trade Representative Jameson Greer, and Special Envoy Mark Burnett for their engagement over the last few months. While any imposition of tariffs is deeply regrettable, from the beginning they promised to make themselves available and have been true to their word. And I look forward to our continued engagement over the days ahead. As members will know, since the new US administration took office, my colleagues and I have been engaged in intensive discussions on an economic deal between the US and the UK. One that would not just avoid the imposition of significant tariffs, but that would deepen our economic relationship. On everything from defence, economic security, financial services, machinery, tech and regulation, there are clear synergies between the US and UK markets. And this is reflected in the fair and balanced trading relationship that already exists between our two countries. I can confirm to the House that those talks are ongoing and will remain so. It is this government's view that a deal is not just possible, it is favourable to both countries, and that this course of action serves Britain's interests as an open-facing trading nation. I've been in contact with many businesses across a broad range of sectors, including those most affected, who have very much welcomed this approach. It is clear to me that industry themselves want to grasp the opportunity a deal can offer, and they welcome this government's cool-headed approach. Madam Deputy Speaker, in increasingly insecure times, I have heard some members cling to the security of simple answers and loud voices. I understand the compulsion, but I caution members of this House to keep calm and remain clear-eyed on what is in our national interest, not to simply proclaim that we follow the actions of other countries. The British people rightly expect this government to keep our country secure at home and abroad. An unnecessary, escalating trade war would serve neither purpose. True strength comes in making the right choices at the right time. And thanks to the actions of our Prime Minister, who has restored Britain's place on the world stage, the UK is in a unique position to do a deal where we can and respond when we must. It remains our belief that the best route to economic stability for working people is a negotiated deal with the US that builds on our shared strengths. However, we do reserve the right to take any action we deem necessary if a deal is not secured. To enable the UK to have every option open to us in future, I am today launching a request for input on the implications for British businesses of possible retaliatory action. This is a formal step necessary for us to keep all options on the table. We will seek the views of UK stakeholders over 4 weeks until the 1st of May 2025 on products that could potentially be included in any UK tariff response. This exercise will also give businesses the chance to have their say and influence the design of any possible UK action. If we are in a position to agree an economic deal with the US that lifts the tariffs that have been placed on our industries, this request for input will be paused, and any measures flowing from that will be lifted. Further information on the request for input will be published on gov.uk later today, alongside an indicative list of potential products that the government considers most appropriate for inclusion. I know this will be an anxious time for all businesses, not just those with direct trade links to America. And let me say very clearly that we stand ready to support businesses through this. That starts by making sure they have reliable information. And any business which is concerned about what these changes mean for them can find clear guidance and support on great.gov.uk, where there is now a bespoke web page. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government was elected to bring security back to working people's lives. And at a time of volatility, businesses and workers alike are looking to the government to keep our heads, to act in our national interest, and to navigate Britain through this period. And while some urge escalation, I simply will not play politics with people's jobs. This government will strive for a deal that supports our industries and the well-paid jobs that come with them, while preparing our trade defences and keeping all options on the table. It is the right approach to defend the UK's domestic industries from the direct and indirect impacts of US tariffs in a way which is both measured and proportionate, while respecting the rules-based international trading system. As the world continues to change around us, British workers and businesses can be assured of one constant, and that this is a government that will not be set off course in choppy waters. So the final part of our approach will be to turbo boost the work this government is doing to make our economy stronger and more secure, including our new industrial strategy. And we will strike trade deals with our partners and work closely with our allies for our shared prosperity. We have a clear destination to deliver that economic security for working people. We're progressing a deal that can do that. We're laying the foundations to move quickly, should it not. And we're ensuring British business have a clear voice in what happens next. And I commend this statement to the House.
For the Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. Businesses, workers and their families woke up this morning with greater fear and more uncertainty about their future. Tariffs makes us all poorer by pushing up costs, suppressing demand and making the pound in our pocket buy less of the things that we need. It's free trade to which we owe our past prosperity, and free trade which has lifted billions out of poverty since the Second World War. So this is a moment for calm words and cool heads, and we will support the government when it does sensible things to reverse the impact on our already fragile economy. I'm glad the government has recommitted to reaching a deal with our closest ally and largest single country trading partner. But this is also a moment for honesty and telling the truth. The government sadly got no special favours from the White House last night. The Secretary of State refers to vindication. This is no vindication at all. We're in precisely the same band as the Congo, Costa Rica, Kosovo, and the Christmas Islands. In fact, I count over 125 countries and territories that have the same tariff levels as the US, as we now do. So not that special. Our automotive manufacturers face unchanged tariffs of 25% on around £8 billion worth of cars and auto part exports. Steel and aluminium exports remain at 25%. And on a volume-weighted basis, our exports face an average tariff of closer to 13%. Above all, last night was a vindication of those who were pilloried and abused for wanting our country to have the freedom to decide our own trade policy. If Labour and the Liberal Democrats had their way, we'd still be in the EU. As the Prime Minister acknowledged this morning, thousands of British jobs have been saved today as the result. And I hope the Right Honourable Gentleman and his colleagues had the decency to regret the 48 times they voted to stay in Europe and to thank us for getting Brexit done. Madam Deputy Speaker, last week, the OBR warned that these tariffs could knock up to 1% off GDP. We're already in a per capita recession and markets are falling this morning. It's businesses that create jobs and grow our economy. Yet at every turn, the government has piled on headwinds when they need our support. They've put a tax on jobs, more than doubled business rates for many, introduced the family business death tax and are barrelling ahead with flawed recycling charges. No wonder business confidence remains at rock bottom. To help British exporters survive, they must urgently tackle our sky-high energy costs. A business in West Midlands, in Birmingham, the West Midlands, faces energy costs 4 times their competitor in Birmingham, Alabama, in the US. That dwarfs the impact of tariffs and is no basis on which to compete. The Secretary of State himself is responsible for the Employment Rights Bill. It'll hit businesses so hard, the OBR has not even begun to assess how much it will hurt the economy. So now is the time, today is the day. In the national interest, the Secretary of State must walk back to his department and instruct his officials, shelve the Employment Rights Bill today. Put ideology aside, put the unions on hold, and put the government on the side of British business. The cost of failure is too high. The burdens on business are too great. Time is too precious. He must act and act fast. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me conclude with some questions to the Secretary of State on behalf of all of our constituents. Will he publish an urgent assessment of the impact of today's tariffs on the UK economy so markets can see whether the Chancellor's emergency budget sums still add up or she'll be back for more taxes? When will he give the car makers the clarity they need on the ZEV mandate? Will he undertake to keep Parliament informed and to publish the UK's broader objectives, not negotiating strategy, but the broader objectives in these trade negotiations with the US, precisely as the previous government did in March 2020? Will he assure us that any deal will back British farmers and food producers and uphold our high environmental protection and the animal welfare standards which we ourselves enhanced since leaving the EU and upheld in the agreements we reached? Will he now surge additional resources for exporters, reallocating resources across government to fund a new version of the UK trade show programme and enlarging the GREAT campaign? What consideration is the government giving to the special situation of Northern Ireland? Will he guarantee that all claims under the duty reimbursement scheme for Northern Ireland will be paid promptly and the government will commit additional resources when required? Can he reassure us that in the event the UK did see a major trade distortion in Northern Ireland, the government would be prepared, if necessary, to trigger Article 16 of the Windsor Framework? Will he reassure the House that any concessions to UK tech giants on the digital services tax won't simply shift the burden to the United Kingdom small businesses? Madam Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we are on the side of business and on the side of Britain. We understand the gravity of this situation. We will support the government where it acts in the national interests. I hope they will take this moment seriously, get back round the table with their US counterparts and involve the House in their deliberations.
Secretary of State, Jonathan Reynolds.
Well, I thank the Shadow Minister for his statement and his tone in responding, and I recognise that his commitment to free trade and the case he has made for that, which I believe is one that we broadly share. He asks for honesty. I think that is always good in Parliament. He's a little bit flippant about the position that we find ourselves in today. He mentions a series of countries, Christmas Islands, Kosovo, who don't have the kind of complex trading relationships we have with the United States. I would just say to him, you can see in my tone and my presentation, in my words today, there's disappointment from me that we are in this position. But I do look at the EU, which faces a tariff of 20%, Japan 24%, India 26%. I look at the 25% tariffs already in place, and Canada and Mexico. So yes, we're in a more favourable position compared to those key friends and allies, but we must go further, particularly in relation to the tariffs on automotive, which is a particular concern for me. He brings up Brexit again. I would say perhaps not the finest hour in terms of the state's preparation for large trade shocks in the Conservative Party, but let's pass that over. Of course, as the President of the Board of Trade, I am of the view that it's good that we can set our own trade policy. But I would just say to him, and I would mean this to all colleagues, isn't it time to try and unite the country about the future, rather than always harbour back to the past? Isn't that the way we will all find our way through that? And I just think, look, half the country voted one way, half the other way. Let's build that together, and please let's look to the future. That is the right way forward. I would also say, and this is a very important point, it is not a choice. It is a false choice to see this as being presented as between working with the US or the EU. We can do this in a way that is consistent with both, and we should all be committed to that. He asks about the implications for the United Kingdom. He broadly asked me to reverse a series of policy choices made in the last 14 years, and I'll go through all of those. I would say in relation to the spring statement, the Chancellor not only rebuilt the headroom caused by some of this global turbulence to a substantial degree higher than that which was bequeathed to her by the Conservative Party. I'd also say on Conservative spending plans, there was no relief for business rates whatsoever in what we were left. That was a one-year relief rolled over that never had any longevity from the Conservative Party. And I haven't yet received any credible proposals from the party opposite to pay for their spending plans, but I'm always available to receive those in writing, Madam Deputy Speaker. He asks for reassurance. Of course, we're always happy to provide that on policy changes domestically. He knows we're more pragmatic in our approach on things like the ZEV mandate for the automotive sector than the Conservative Party was in office. He knows the Department of Transport leads on that policy, but the publication of our response to the consultation for potential changes will be published soon. I won't comment on the details of any negotiations with the US. I think colleagues would expect that, but our SPS system, our commitment to that for food standards and food safety in the UK was a manifesto commitment, and of course we will adhere to that on this side of the House. I think he also knows we are imminently preparing to publish our trade strategy, which covers a lot of the issues, particularly around support for exporters, that we want to proceed with. On Northern Ireland, I want to spend a moment on this because this is an incredibly important issue for all colleagues. Of course, the potential for a differential response from the European Union to ourselves could lead to a difficult situation in Northern Ireland. The duty reimbursement scheme that he highlights is the key policy here, because goods entering Northern Ireland, which from the US, which are not going into the wider single market, are then subject to the reimbursement program. We do have to make sure that works well. I absolutely recognise the points he has made on that, and I will continue to update the House and all colleagues with our work in this area. I recognise how important it is, how relevant it is to all of our constituents, and of course we'll endeavour to keep all colleagues updated on progress.
Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Workers at BMW Cowley are deeply concerned by recent news. BMW is right. A trade war would have no benefits, and the Secretary of State is right to engage calmly with his US counterparts. But can I ask what discussions he's had with his EU counterparts, given how integrated our automotive sector is with that in EU countries?
my honourable friend very much for her question. She is absolutely right that in some of our iconic automotive manufacturing brands, BMW, JLR, Aston Martin, who are a particular success in the US market and therefore exposure to this. There is within government very close cooperation between the teams that are working on our EU reset and our trade negotiations in this area. So I can assure her of the alignment, of the continuity and consistency of policy in that area, as well as the changes to, for instance, like domestic policies like the ZEV mandate. She will know in the budget there was significant money for incentivising, for instance, the rollout of infrastructure for electric vehicles, £2 billion put aside for the wider joint collaboration and R&D initiatives with the automotive sector. So this remains a clear and consistent government priority. And again, I'll keep her updated with the particular constituency interest that she has.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Business Secretary for advance sight of his statement. Donald Trump has launched a destructive trade war that threatens the jobs and living standards of people across the UK and around the world. And let's be clear, this is not about reciprocity or a level playing field. The US is conflating our high British standards with trade barriers, and they're doing it on purpose. This is Donald Trump saying to the UK that he'll only lower tariffs if we lower standards. He's saying, sell out your NHS to US vulture firms or else. Sell out your farmers to US big business or else. And give up protections against online scammers and for children's safety to US tech barons or else. If the government gives in to Trump's threats, it will only encourage him to use the same bullying tactics again and again. It is simultaneously true that the way that the White House has made its crude calculation actually makes Britain's negotiation position a bit better than other countries, and we genuinely welcome that. That is a relief to us all. But, and I say this with regret, there is no sign that the government's lobbying has borne any fruit, given that we have been put on the same regime as a number of other countries, such as Honduras, Peru, Guatemala, and others. This must be a wake-up call. We Liberal Democrats believe that we must end this trade war as quickly as possible, and that means standing firm with our allies against Trump's attempts to divide and rule. So will the government take urgent steps to bring our Commonwealth and European partners together in an economic coalition of the willing against Trump's tariffs? We welcome this 1 month of consultation with business. Will the government confirm it will look at energy costs and business rates reform as part of that 4-week consultation, especially with the car industry? And at the same time, will that 4-week consultation be run in parallel with talks with our allies to draw up the use of retaliatory tariffs in a coordinated way? When does the government expect to publish an impact assessment of these tariffs on our small businesses, jobs and the cost of living? Will the government look seriously at launching talks with the EU to create a bespoke customs union? And let us be clear, the UK would not be in a worse place if the government had heeded our calls to negotiate a customs union. Either the Conservative Party should be able to see that Turkey has been in a customs union with the EU since 1995, and they have likewise been hit only with 10% tariffs. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the government rule out once and for all that they will not water down the digital services tax or our digital competition regulations to appease Trump's billionaire backers?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for her questions and her submission. I'm pleased to hear she feels we need to end any potential trade war. I'm pretty certain I heard her on the media last week demanding that we escalate that trade war, and I don't think that is in any of our interests or the route and direction that we need to go in. She mentions there's no sign of the UK being treated in any different way. She will know the US have a view of VAT that we do not share, and they compare that to their sales tax. And our rate of VAT, look at the comparable treatment to the European Union, there is a differential there. It's one that doesn't satisfy me, because I believe we could seriously get to a position where we're not only avoiding the imposition of additional trade tariffs and barriers, we could be deepening our trade relationship and removing some of the barriers that already exist, particularly in trade in services. So that is the objective of the government. And of course, we work very closely with a whole range of friends and allies. But when they go into any negotiation, they're representing their own national or customs union interest. And we do the same. I wouldn't expect any country to go into a negotiation trying to represent the UK. They will have their own interests. And what I do is simply the same for the United Kingdom. I've got to put our own interests first. And there is a different structure to our trading relationship between the US and the UK. The US, for instance, does not have a large deficit in traded goods that they have with the EU or with China. So it's a different level of conversation, and it allows us to put our own interests first. And that is all we are seeking to do with the government in our policy towards the US. She mentions a range of other issues which I identify. I think colleagues know I have very strong views on the very large increases in industrial energy costs, which occurred after 2010, almost a 50% increase in real terms. And I do think they need to be addressed. The industrial strategy and other initiatives from government are the wider policy objectives and tools that we have around this. It's much more in terms of the consultation and the call for input what we have called for in relation to this, the formal steps that we need to do to take the impact from business themselves and their chance to put their views forward as part of it that I have announced today, which, as I say, would not be necessary if we can come to an agreement. I believe all members of the House would want to see us do that. I believe this relationship can be deepened. It doesn't come at a cost to other key trading relationships if we get it right, such as the one between ourselves and the European Union. So that is the objective of the government, and I welcome any support from all sides of the House in fulfilling that objective.
Callum Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. The dramatic shift in US trade policy yesterday marks an historic abdication from the principles of open commerce and global trade that has underpinned the economies of the Western world since the end of the Second World War. Tariffs bring no winners, only losers, in the form of higher costs for consumers and higher barriers to business and industry. Can the Secretary of State set out how this government is working with international institutions such as the World Trade Organization to prevent further escalation and position the UK as a leading champion for open markets?
Well, I warmly welcome the question from my honourable friend. He is right to say this is a substantial change in US policy. I think it's important that even if we do not agree with some of the decisions and the thinking that underpins that we recognise where that comes from. And indeed, this was part of the US presidential campaign. So we've been able to prepare the ground for these conversations. He asked a specific question about international cooperation. We are strongly involved with the WTO, and particularly supported the re-election of Dr. Ngozi as the Director General. It's important to remember that despite the problems the multilateral system faces, it is still the basis upon which the vast majority of trade around the world takes place, and will continue to play a very constructive role in relation to the WTO and any multilateral organisation which serves our own interests to do so as well.
What was missing from the Secretary of State's statement, and indeed his reply to both opposition front benches, is the government's estimate of the cost of these tariffs, particularly in the context of the Chancellor's fiscal headroom. Could he now update the House on that specifically?
For his question, he will know as a former Treasury Minister the kind of work that goes on to make sure those assessments are made. The announcement was made late last night. We had the chance to respond yesterday evening and this morning to it. He will also appreciate that the impact on the UK is not just about the direct relationship between the US and the UK, but what happens in the wider global trading system. How other countries choose to react to the announcements in the US will be the determining factor for the impact upon the UK, and we will not know that at this stage. But I promise him I will keep the House updated, and him personally if he wishes, at any stage as to our work to assess what the impact will be on the UK. But also that I believe for all members of Parliament, this should be a time for reassurance, for calm heads, for clear information to British business as to how we will navigate these difficult times. I think that is the correct message to be sending out from Parliament.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I suspect that the opposition front bench, if they're still trying to propagate the arguments of 2016, are a bit drunk on chlorinated chicken. We need to get real. Celebrating a tariff of 10% rather than 20% is like celebrating that when you got mugged, they only took your wallet and not your watch as well. That's why the British public deserve better. That's why I'm grateful that the Secretary of State is talking about our relationship with Europe, because who knows what President Trump will bring next week. We do 5 times more business with the European Union than we do with America. It is in our interest to have a close and stable trading relationship with Europe, but right now that is up for grabs too. So could the Secretary of State just set out for us what this now means for his negotiations on the European reset and the summit in May?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. I would just be clear again. No one is celebrating the position we find ourselves in as a country this morning. No one is celebrating that. We recognise the differential that the UK finds itself in, but all of us, I believe all of us on all sides of the House, are disappointed by the announcements from the United States and are seeking to provide a way through that. I reiterate to her, I know she feels very strongly about this, this is not a choice between the US and the EU. It doesn't have to be. These are two key and long-term and important trading partners, and actually security and defence partners as well. The EU summit that she mentions next month is a key event. Our aspirations for an ambitious EU reset on a trade basis to rectify some of the flaws in the agreement agreed under the previous government remain. Our objectives there are clear, and they were all in the manifesto that we on this side of the House stood on and won the election. So that remains a key priority. And again, I share with her the alignment between the EU reset and this negotiation is very strong within government.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Business Secretary delayed and dithered for 5 months before meeting his US counterparts. And that dereliction of duty, his refusal to meet earlier, is a price that working people and businesses in the UK are now paying. So does he regret his refusal to meet his US counterpart earlier?
The Honourable Lady is incorrect, and I've got to ask her to take a bit more of a serious tone with the questions that she brings to board. This is really serious stuff. I've met my counterparts on many, many occasions. We were in contact even before some of the formal procedures on the US side that they were confirmed. So it wasn't technically even in any way possible to be in touch with them sooner. Their engagement has been consistent and serious. The Honourable Lady is incorrect, and please approach these very important proceedings with a little bit more seriousness.
Series of U.S. tariffs that are designed to reshape the international trading system. The ambition of these measures is enormous. The effects on the global economy will be monumental. We received confirmation that the latest reciprocal tariffs will not be imposed on Canada. At the same time, President Trump confirmed that the tariffs announced last week against our auto industry will come in, and indeed have come into effect today. So while it's progress that further tariffs were not imposed on Canada yesterday, the President's actions will reverberate here in Canada and across the world. Three different sets of U.S. tariffs remain in place and will continue to pose significant threats to Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. And while they have been imposed under different premises, some things are consistent. They are all unjustified, unwarranted, and in our judgment, misguided. And we are already seeing the consequences. Just last evening, workers from Unifor Local 444, with whom I met last week, learned that their auto assembly plant in Windsor will be shutting down for at least the next 2 weeks. That's 3,600 workers who are now out of work, not by their choice. Workers who now worry how they're going to put food on the table and pay their bills. I and my government stand in solidarity with those workers in Windsor and all those workers hurt by President Trump's tariffs. And that's why we committed from the very start that all, and I repeat, all of our tariff proceeds will go to protect workers affected by the tariffs. Les premiers tarifs ont été annoncés en février.
The first tariffs were announced yesterday, and they are added to those put in place in March. The administration in the US says that the purpose of these is to stop fentanyl crossing the border, and yet 0.2% of fentanyl entering the States actually comes from Canada. And in spite of that, the US president acted in spite of a very robust border plan that required investment of $1.3 billion. Our border plan involves new instruments, more police officers, helicopters, drones, and teams of dogs to halt fentanyl traffic and the traffic of any ingredients used to make fentanyl.
Border Protection themselves have acknowledged there was a 97% drop in fentanyl seized at our shared border in January compared to December. In fact, Canada was not mentioned once in the United States annual report that lists the biggest threat to that country. Just last night, the U.S. Senate made it clear that these tariffs are a mistake. The Senate voted to repeal them in a symbolic but important assertion of both fact and solidarity. The second set of U.S. tariffs were imposed in March on steel and aluminum imports from around the world, including Canada. Canada has long been the United States' main supplier of these materials, materials that are vital to building Americans' homes, their cars, their bridges, their consumer goods, and so much more. These materials are vital to powering America's economy. The President pursued similar tariffs on steel and aluminum during his first term, a process which led to thousands of lost jobs in America. Then, as now, those tariffs were in clear violation of trading agreements. Today it's CUSMA, an agreement that the President himself negotiated and promoted during his first term, an agreement that we in Canada have upheld in good faith. Last week, the President and his administration announced their third set of tariffs, this time against auto imports primarily from Mexico and Canada. In the year I was born, Canada and the United States signed the Auto Pact, an agreement that ended auto tariffs between our nations and began a 60-year period, you can guess my age, a 60-year period of close cooperation, partnership, job growth, and prosperity. And that era has now ended unless the United States and Canada can agree on a new comprehensive approach. Yesterday's actions by the U.S. administration, while not specifically targeting Canada, will rupture the global economy and adversely affect global economic growth. The global economy is fundamentally different today than it was yesterday. The system of global trade anchored on the United States that Canada has relied on since the end of the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for our country for decades, is over. Our old relationship of steadily deepening integration with the United States is over. The 80-year period when the United States embraced the mantle of global economic leadership, when it forged alliances rooted in trust and mutual respect, and championed the free and open exchange of goods and services, is over. Well, this is a tragedy. It is also the new reality. We must respond with both purpose and force. We are a free, sovereign, and ambitious country. We are masters in our own home. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. Nous contrôlons.
We are masters in our own home, and we control our own destiny. We will choose our own path, and we choose to fight, to protect, and to build. We will fight those tariffs until they are removed. We will protect our workers and our businesses during this difficult period. And particularly, we will build the Canadian economy that works. We will build a strong Canada.
We will fight to bring each of these tariffs to an end. We're fighting in courts, challenging that these tariffs have been illegally imposed under U.S. law. We have filed disputes underscoring that they are in violation of our free trade agreement, CUSMA. We have gone to the World Trade Organization because these actions are against international trade law. We are responding today with, and we've responded throughout, with carefully calibrated and targeted counter tariffs. Yesterday,
I met my advisor on US-Canada relations. I had a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Canada-US relations. I also spoke with provincial and territorial premiers for the third time. We are united and determined.
During our call last week, Canada will respond to the U.S. auto tariffs. And today I'm announcing that the Government of Canada will be responding by matching the U.S. approach, with 25% tariffs on all vehicles imported from the United States that are not compliant with CUSMA, our North American Free Trade Agreement. And on the non-Canadian content of CUSMA-compliant vehicles from the United States as well. Our tariffs, though, unlike the U.S. tariffs, will not affect auto parts because we know the benefits of our integrated production system. And they will also not affect vehicle content from Mexico, who is respecting the CUSMA agreement. And as well, we are developing a framework for auto producers in Canada to get relief from these counter tariffs as long as they maintain their production and investment in our country. Importantly, every single dollar raised from those counter tariffs, our counter tariffs, which could reach around $8 billion before remission, will go directly to our auto workers and the companies affected by those tariffs. And that's on top of a $2 billion fund we announced last week to build a made-in-Canada auto sector, a fund that a new Liberal government would implement should we be elected.
Our tariffs will not affect auto parts because we know the advantages of our integrated production system. They will also not affect vehicle content coming from Mexico. We will establish a framework making it possible for car makers to avoid tariffs, provided that they maintain their production and investment in Canada. It is important to note that every dollar collected from those tariffs, about $8 billion, will be invested directly in auto workers and other businesses affected by the tariffs. This will be added to the $2 billion fund invested in building up a new auto industry for made-in-Canada cars. I have announced that this fund will be put in place if we are elected.
Retaliatory tariffs that we previously announced in response to the United States' other tariffs will remain in effect. You know, we take these measures reluctantly, and we take them in ways that it's intended and will cause maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here in Canada. And we should be aware that the President and his administration have also signaled that tariffs will be applied on what the Americans term as strategic sectors: pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, lumber, and agriculture.
In the days and weeks to come, we will tell our U.S. counterparts that that would be a mistake, and that supply management is not going to be on the table, and that any measures taken will lead to a calibrated response by Canada, and that it's time to renegotiate our economic and security partnership.
As President Trump and I agreed last week, he and the Prime Minister of Canada will sit down immediately following the election to find areas of common ground and agreement in a new economic and security partnership. I told the President that I will be working hard for the next month to earn the right to represent Canada in those discussions to get the best deal for Canada under the new U.S. approach. At the same time, Canada must be looking elsewhere to expand our trade, to build our economy, and to protect our sovereignty. Canada is ready to take a leadership role in building a coalition of like-minded countries who share our values. We believe in international cooperation. We believe in the free and open exchange of goods, services, and ideas. And if the United States no longer wants to lead, Canada will. Canada is strengthening our trading relationships with reliable partners. Plus tôt cette semaine, j'ai parlé à la présidente
Earlier this week, I spoke to Mexican President Sheinbaum, and today I had a conversation with Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor.
Ursula von der Leyen.
I've had numerous conversations with EC President Ursula von der Leyen, and I've met with the Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, and with French President Emmanuel Macron. We're all opposed to what Donald Trump is doing, and we all want free and equal trade.
The Canadians hurt by the unjustified tariffs will need our support. And to our workers producing sustainable, high-quality lumber in Smithers, Prince George, and Elmsdale, to our workers extracting oil and gas around Fort McMurray and in northeastern BC, aux travailleurs dans les alumineries,
to workers in aluminium smelters in the Saguenay,
et la Beauce, to our workers at auto assembly plants in Windsor, Ingersoll, and Oakville, to all our workers who might be worried about their next paycheck and their futures, the federal government will do everything in our power to protect you and your careers. In this new world, we have to look out for ourselves, and because we are Canadian, we will always look out for each other. La semaine dernière, j'ai annoncé plusieurs mesures.
Last week, I announced a series of targeted measures to support workers and businesses directly affected by President Trump's trade war. For workers, we have eliminated the one-week waiting period before EI benefits can be collected. We have ensured that they won't have to exhaust their benefits. Or they won't have to use up all their severance pay before getting EI. As I have said many times, my government will use every dollar in revenue from counter tariffs to support Canadian workers for as long as this trade war continues. We will also support Canadian businesses. We have postponed corporate tax payments. We will put in place new measures to ensure they can have liquidity, measures that will help our businesses weather the storm, and we have increased funding for regional development agencies.
Fighting back against U.S. tariffs and protecting our workers are our most immediate priorities, but they are not sufficient. Our task as a nation in the coming weeks and months and years is to think bigger and to act bigger. We can draw strength right now from each other, from Canadians who are supporting local businesses, Canadians who are buying Canadian, Canadians who are changing their travel plans, and Canadians who are helping each other as neighbors. We are powerful when we act together. From providing refuge to stranded passengers in Gander to fighting forest fires in California, Canadians have done extraordinary things for Americans when they needed it most. Now, more than ever, we need to do extraordinary things for ourselves. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. Breaking down internal trade barriers so that we can have one Canadian economy, not 13. Making Canada more productive and competitive. Building things in this country again. Millions more homes. Building clean and conventional energy. Building more public transport, more mines, more assembly lines. Building new trade corridors with reliable partners. Building a Canada that works for everyone. A Canada that everyone can afford. A Canada worthy of its people. Last week, I met a teacher from Glen Williams Public School in Georgetown, Ontario. And she told me about a routine assignment, that she had given to her 9 and 10-year-olds. And the children were asked to describe their dreams for Canada. So some kids wrote about a country free of poverty, others dreamt of clean air and water, or a place where everyone enjoyed equal rights, dignity, and respect. These are what we all want for ourselves and for each other. But many also wrote about tariffs and threats to our sovereignty. Words that I hadn't met at that age. And I'm going to quote one which is representative. I dream of a safe, a kind, and a clean Canada. A Canada that is not the US. Our children should be able to dream about a positive future, not worry about an economic crisis. Les Canadiens et Canadiennes sont inquiets.
Canadians are worried, and that's absolutely normal when there's major change coming. We are not going to change. We have remained the same proud people. We live in a new world, and that comes with new challenges.
Given the prospective damage to their own people, the American administration should eventually change course. But I don't want to give false hope. The president believes that what he is doing is best for the American economy. He believes that it's best for American workers. And although their policy will hurt American families, until that pain becomes impossible to ignore, I do not believe they will change direction. So the road to that point may indeed be long. And it will be hard on Canadians, just as it will be on other partners of the United States. It will require us to make difficult choices. It will require sacrifices. I have no doubt we will rise to the challenge, because that's who we are as Canadians. We have done hard, seemingly impossible things throughout our history. We conquered the unconquerable at Vimy and Juno Beach. Nous avons bâti un pays qui unit des langues,
Nous avons
des cultures,
bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures et des croyances différentes. We have built a country that brought together so many people and faiths.
peoples. We answered the call to defeat fascism. We know we are not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do not do things because they're easy, but because they are right. We will rise to meet this challenge, and we will emerge stronger. So to those kids at Glen Williams Public School, don't worry. With your spirit, with that of your parents, their friends, and people like them across this great country, all pulling for Canada, we will build an even better Canada for your future, because that's who we are. We are Canada. Canada strong, un Canada fort. Thank you very much. Merci. I'd be pleased to take your questions.
Bonjour tout le monde. We'll now start with the press conference. We'll take 15 minutes of questions, one question, one follow-up. On a 15 minutes, une question, une suivi. Laurence.
Merci.
Bonjour, Monsieur Carney, Laurence Martin de Radio-Canada.
Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada. Mr. Trump didn't walk back any tariffs put in place so far. Does that mean that your call with him last week was not as productive?
Vous avez raison.
I think that you're right. And as I just described, so regarding fentanyl, steel, aluminium, and the automotive sector, there's no reduction of the tariffs. However, we did make some progress with the president regarding the what's called the reciprocal tariffs. So we did away with a series of poor agreements. Secondly, we agree, the president and myself, that early in May there will be the start of comprehensive negotiations regarding Canada and the United States. And this is an actual progress because we cannot do it for each issue separately. We need to have a comprehensive negotiation between two sovereign countries.
You're absolutely right. The core tariffs on with respect to fentanyl, automobiles, steel, and aluminum remain in place. With respect to an enormous series of trade measures that were announced yesterday, we have the best deal of a series of tough deals, bad deals in many respects. That is progress. That is recognizing the partnership. As well, what was also progress in the call the President and I had last week is this agreement that we will sit down, future Prime Minister and him as President will sit down and begin negotiations on the overall economic and security partnership with Canada. And that's important, in my judgment, because we will not make progress on individual items. We can only make progress as a whole in a relationship that is being redefined. And of course, as I said in my remarks, and as I said to the President, and as I said at the time, I'm working hard to ensure, or to earn the right, rather, to represent Canada at those negotiations.
Et en suivi, est-ce que vous songez à imposer une réponse coordonnée avec d'autres pays contre les...
Are you going to coordinate a collective answer with other countries? Not so far, not so far. We are holding meetings and discussions with other heads of state and government in Europe and elsewhere. But these are positive discussions on how we could perhaps improve our trade with those countries and those jurisdictions. This is not necessarily a negative step towards the United States. Your predecessor, Justin Trudeau, had invited other party leaders to a meeting in order to show that there was a united front with respect to Mr. Trump. So you say, well, why are you not doing the same as Mr. Trudeau did? Why are you not meeting other party leaders?
The other heads of parties are informed of our response. When it comes to the Canadian coordination, I've had several discussions with all the premiers of provinces and territories as a group and individually. I've had discussions with heads of unions, heads of indigenous groups, CEOs. There have been a lot of consultations and coordination, and we have a Canadian team when it comes to dealing with the U.S. And today's meeting of the premiers was great in that way because we are all aligned. That didn't really answer my question, but I'll move on to supply management. You said that you wanted to protect supply management, but do you commit, if you are elected Prime Minister, to present a bill like there was one in the House and the Senate to really put this in an act that there's a red line around this and that cannot be part of any commercial negotiations because the previous government, the outgoing government, had voted against such a bill. So do you commit to present such a bill again, to table such a bill? Well, first of all, it will be a new government. There will be changes, new prime minister, new government. And when it comes to the negotiation with the US, on January 1st or mid-January, when I started my campaign as a liberal leader, I said very clearly that supply management, French language, and culture will never be on the table. That's a line in the sand. And for example, the president and myself did not discuss those points during our call.
Could you please expand and be specific on what you mean by an economic and security agreement? Is that a new CUSMA, or is that some other deal that renegotiates NORAD or some other broader security agreement?
So it's, from our perspective, if I may, that there have been so many, I would say from our perspective, this government, my personal perspective, also from the perspective of workers, businesses, investors, Canadians, there have been so many violations, outright violations of CUSMA. There's supposed to be, I'll give you one example, one of many examples, but for steel and aluminum, there's an explicit side letter in CUSMA which says that there needs to be 60-day consultations for any changes. That obviously was not the case. There are many other examples of this. There have been so many of these violations that there is a need to have a renegotiation and a reaffirmation of which elements of the commercial relationship, the trading relationship, stand. Now, they may change given the objectives of the United States. They may change given, in fact, I think they will change from our perspective as well, in terms of what we need to do that's best for Canada given the new U.S. position on so many things. As well, it is sensible, in my judgment, that we also discuss defense and security partnership. We have a long-standing defense and security partnership. Some of that partnership is for security, but it's also a commercial relationship. And we want to make sure that commercial relationship works for Canada. I will observe that 80%, 80 cents on every dollar that we spend on military equipment in its broadest sense goes to the United States. In the current stance of the relationship, that doesn't make sense. So we want to sit down and have everything on the table and have that discussion, everything on the table within commercial, subject to my previous response to the last question.
So I understand that not to be all balled up in one agreement, separate agreements, but in the future negotiation then, I want to understand what you take from President Trump's 12% reciprocal tariff, sort of that he has hanging over Canada, even if he lifts the border tariffs you call unjustified.
So I think there are several things, if I may, and it's hard to predict all elements of this, but there's certain sectors in the North American economy, the Canadian-U.S. economy, that fundamentally rely on the integration in those sectors. There's no better example of this than in autos, where it literally has been built up over my entire lifetime. And that the competitive threat in North America is from Asia, not within North America. And it will become our judgment, and the judgment, I would say, of virtually everybody who works in the auto industry, virtually everyone, not everyone, not the UAW apparently, but I think they're going to find out, that this is going to damage the U.S. auto industry as well as the Canadian auto industry. And it's going to damage the industry relative to competition from Asia. So when there's that discussion, part of the discussion is going to be, how do we put back together elements of that integration? And if it's not going to come, how are we going to act in Canada? And we're going to do elements of this anyways. If my government is elected, which is to build a true Made in Canada strategy that makes us much more resilient with the U.S. So, Tonda, I can't pre-wire all those discussions, but what I know is that trying to have a discussion, given the scale of ambition of the United States, given all the measures they've taken, not just against Canada, but against the whole world, that we are not going to make progress if we try to focus on only one issue. We need to reset the overall relationship. We need to set the boundaries around that, where we're going to work together, reestablish confidence, first and foremost for Canadian workers and their families, so that they know where their careers are, where their jobs are, and then more broadly for investors and business. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Jillian Piper with Global News. Are you planning to have another phone call with President Donald Trump to discuss these tariffs?
If it's appropriate, we will. We agreed that we would, when we last spoke, that we would talk as needed over the coming weeks. So it may happen. There's not one scheduled. And as I said, I'll just reiterate, when we spoke, I did advise the president that we would be retaliating against the auto tariffs. We were going to wait to see what happened with these reciprocal tariffs that were announced yesterday. We have taken a very focused, calibrated response, balanced response, one that creates incentives for the automakers. So as appropriate, we will speak. I'm very conscious, we're very conscious that there are additional measures likely to come in other sectors, including forest products, pharmaceuticals, and others.
You said previously that the relationship that Canada had with the United States is now over. Is the U.S. still our ally?
The U.S. Absolutely. Look, the U.S. is absolutely our ally. It's our ally in security and defense partnerships. It's our most important security ally. For example, it's still, even with these tariffs, the largest trading partners. The point I made last week, the point I made again today, is part of what our relationship has been based on, though, has been a degree of integration between our economies, our trade becoming closer and closer together. That is over. I mean, we saw that that was ending a while ago. It's now emphatic. I think the world is learning that that is over. That creates real challenges for us. We're not sugarcoating it. We're absolutely clear about that. It also, though, creates an enormous opportunity for a country like Canada, which has virtually everything that the world wants, has a lot of things that the U.S. wants, and they're going to find out how much they want it with these tariffs. So we have virtually everything the world wants. And when I talk to leaders in Europe, when I talk to the Mexican president, they want to work with us. They want to cooperate with us. And I'll say one other thing, if I may, and then hand, which is one of the things, and I go back to Team Canada, Premier Smith, Premier Moe, Monsieur le Premier Ministre Legault, all of those premiers in the very short term either have just gone on major trade initiatives to Europe in some cases, or about to go to trade missions in Asia. That's the Team Canada approach. That's the coordinated approach that we need. And I think Canadians, again, not sugarcoating the challenges, but can be very encouraged about the sense of purpose and action at different levels to move forward. Enfin, les alliés ou oui, les États-Unis, bien sûr.
Yes, so,
les États-Unis est encore.
Of course, the U.S. is still a Canadian ally. The U.S. is our strongest ally when it comes to security and defense, for example. But the world is changing. Ashley?
CBC News, good morning. You have talked about this, the old relationship when it comes to the tight military and security cooperation being over. So what exactly are you picturing, and what does that mean for NORAD?
Well, first and foremost, what I've emphasized has been the commercial relationship, the trading relationship, and the direction of that relationship. It was only a few months ago that many responded to the initial U.S. tariffs and discussions of tariffs by saying, this was not me, to be clear, but some prominent Canadians said, well, we should have a customs union with the United States. We should become closer to the United States. It's clear that that strategy has tremendous risks, would be misguided in my view, and misguided and create tremendous risks. There may be certain sectors where that's the case, but as an overall approach, that view, that relationship's over. As I just said, our military and security relationship is still, with the United States, is still our most important one, without question. So I didn't declare the end of that, and I'm not declaring the end of that. What I have emphasized, and my government has taken action on, is diversifying and reinforcing other aspects of our security partnership. So we have signed a major defense agreement with Australia, over the horizon radar. My trips to Paris and London were partly about deepening our security partnerships with those countries. We're looking on diversification in terms of maritime procurement and other aspects of procurement. We're reviewing the F-35 fighters to make sure that that's the right approach for the country going forward, given the other considerations.
Last question.
Yeah.
You talked about how long and hard the road could be for Canadians if Mr. Trump keeps these tariffs in place. How long and hard, and is Canada headed towards a recession?
Well, look, I think it starts with what the implications of these tariffs, yesterday's tariffs, which affect all economy, virtually every economy in the world, means for the global economy and the U.S. economy, and the U.S. economy which is slowing, U.S. economy where inflation is starting to pick up, where financial conditions are going to start to tighten, and a U.S. economy which has a possibility of tipping into recession themselves. So it starts there. It is usually the case that when the United States has a recession, that it's very difficult for Canada to avoid something similar. There's been exceptions to that. With the financial crisis, 2008-9, when I was governor, we avoided a recession. We need to take action now for short-term support and reimagine our economy for the medium term. And I won't go through the list of things. You personally have had to hear them a few times, but it is about that one Canadian economy, and it's about building everything from homes to new energy infrastructure to new ports and trade infrastructure. By doing that, and by doing that in a way that is as coordinated and impactful and immediate as possible, we create a real possibility, in fact, probability. It's not just right for the medium term, but it's right for the short term. And that, in many ways, is what's at stake right now. Yes, we have to respond to the U.S., and we are responding appropriately. Yes, absolutely, first and foremost, protect our workers. But we need to do much more than that, which is to build this economy. And in doing that, we can avoid the slowdown that is coming. We can do better than the United States. That's my point. We can do better than the United States. Exactly where that comes out depends on how much damage they do to their economy.
Thanks, everyone. That
En français, sur le dernier aspect.
In French, on the last aspect. Well, when it comes to the growth rate globally, one thing is for sure, is that these American tariffs will be affecting the world economy, and mainly the U.S. economy. And currently, the U.S. economy is starting to slow down, and we're starting to see inflation creeping up. So it's a harsh combination for them. And that's even before bigger tariffs. So under these circumstances, under the circumstances, there would be a strong downturn or slowdown of the American economy. But we avoided that in 2008 when I was governor of the Bank of Canada. And we can reduce the negative impact or the negative effects of the American economy on the Canadian economy with economic strength and all the aspects to build a strong economy. Thank you.
We're done. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, merci. Thank you.
President Trump pushing ahead with his America First agenda.
Breaking news, Apple announced it's going to work with Foxconn to build a server factory in Texas by 2026.
The company says it is now planning to invest $500 billion in the U.S. economy.
The CEO of SoftBank pledging to invest $100 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
This is President Trump delivering on the promise he made to the American people on the campaign trail.
The idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for the American customers.
Project Stargate.
It's a joint venture between SoftBank, Oracle, and OpenAI, and they're going to create a data center that will eventually be expanded to other states.
Shows people are listening to Mr. Trump's pitch to bring new industry to America.
This is the latest pledge from a foreign business leader promising to spend big in the U.S. as a result of Trump's election victory.
Founder of the property development company DeMac Properties is pledging the money.
President Trump announcing $100 billion investment from Taiwan Semiconductor, bringing the company's total American investments to $165 billion.
The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America.
Things happen so quickly in the Trump world, right? It's 100 days. Right. It feels like it's 100 months. This is leadership. This is taking control of the problem for military, for everything, for industrial, for our economy. Even if it causes short-term pain, the reality is it is the right decision.
NVIDIA says it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years, part of the manufacturing renaissance under President Donald J. Trump.
Furniture maker Prepack are shifting their operations from Canada to North Carolina.
Johnson & Johnson says it will invest more than $55 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment.
With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be a stronger partner in America's industrial future.
This is the automobile industry, and now those plants largely have stopped and they're moving them to our country. Honda is building one of the biggest plants.
The trade story is certainly picking up speed here and pushing more countries to make these bigger investments.
It's another example of the Trump effect.
GE Aerospace announcing a nearly $1 billion investment into American manufacturing.
Eli Lilly announcing plans to expand its manufacturing here in the United States.
$27 billion additional spend, bringing our total to more than $50 billion.
The money's rolling in, and this is in the past 60 some odd days, Charles.
These are deep-pocketed folks who want to have a relationship, and it's just smart moves.
We are CMA CGM, one of the leaders in shipping and logistics around the world. Today, we are investing $20 billion.
Foreign leaders from around the world, investors from Silicon Valley to Wall Street to Main Street have confidence again in our economy and our markets and in President Trump.
The Trump effect this morning, a string of massive wins for American manufacturing. The numbers speak for themselves. Wisconsin-based Clarios is putting up $6 billion to expand its American operation. And what's driving these decisions? Well, President Trump's aggressive Made in America policies and his commitment to bringing industry back to American soil. This is exactly what Trump promised. America First is back.
You guys ready? Let's just do questions. You guys know our ambassador?
Hello, everyone.
We brought him with us. He just started. Now he's staying behind. You're in charge.
Thank you.
He's going to do an awesome job.
Appreciate it, sir.
All right, let's do it. I don't have a statement. Let's just do it.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for taking questions. Diplomacy depends on predictability, reliability, trust. Markets are crashing around the world for the second day in a row. The consensus is that the president's tariffs were much higher than expected and based on economic formulas that people do not understand. What is your reaction and what is the impact on Europeans? You want them to spend more on defense,
yes,
which they're agreeing to finally. But how can they do that when their economies are crashing and they are now?
No, their economies are not crashing. Their markets are reacting. No, their economies are not crashing. Their markets are reacting to a dramatic change in the global order in terms of trade. And so what happens is pretty straightforward. If you're a company and you make a bunch of your products in China, and all of a sudden shareholders or people that play the stock market realize that it's going to cost a lot more to produce in China, your stock is going to go down. But ultimately, the markets, as long as they know what the rules are going to be moving forward, and as long as that's set and you can sustain where you're going to be, the markets will adjust. Businesses around the world, including in trade and global trade, they just need to know what the rules are. Once they know what the rules are, they will adjust to those rules. So I don't think it's fair to say economies are crashing. Markets are crashing because markets are based on the stock value of companies who today are embedded in modes of production that are bad for the United States. We have to be a country that thinks we're the largest consumer market in the world, and yet the only thing we export is services. And we need to stop that. We need to get back to a time where we're a country that can make things. And to do that, we have to reset the global order of trade.
And the other part of my question.
Well, the worst thing is to leave it the way it is forever. I mean, this is just can't continue. We can't continue to be a country that doesn't make things. We have to be able to make things to provide jobs for Americans. That's it. It's that simple. China is an example. I mean, it's outrageous. I mean, they don't consume anything. All they do is export and flood and distort markets, in addition to all the tariffs and barriers they put in place. So the president rightly has concluded that the current status of global trade is bad for America and good for a bunch of other people, and he's going to reset it, and he's absolutely right to do it.
Let me ask you about also the predictability of relationships with allies. The Prime Minister of Greenland, the Prime Minister of Denmark, which at this point owns Greenland, so Denmark, a NATO ally, is saying that it's unacceptable that one country cannot annex another country.
Well, no one's annexed anything. It's going to be up to Greenlanders. The vice president made that clear. He's going to respect the self-determination of Greenlanders. So at some point, the Greenlanders have made clear that they want to be independent of Denmark. So that's the Denmark should focus on the fact that the Greenlanders don't want to be a part of Denmark. That's what they should focus on. We didn't give them that idea. They've been talking about that for a long time. Whenever they make that decision, they'll make that decision. And then what we're not going to do is let China come in now and say, offer them a bunch of money and become, dependent on China.
The president said he would not rule out using military force against Denmark, a NATO ally.
No, he said he would not rule out. No. He said he would not rule out. He said, I'm not going to rule out anything if Greenland is encroached upon by a foreign power like a China or Russia or anybody else. But it doesn't matter because Greenlanders are going to make a decision. They're the ones that want to get away from Denmark. They're the ones that want to be independent. And not us. We didn't come up with that idea. They did. And if they make that decision, then the United States would stand ready potentially to step in and say, okay, we can create a partnership with you. We're not at that stage. But that's what the vice president made clear last week in his visit there. His statement was very abundantly clear that we will respect the self-determination of the people of Greenland. People of Greenland, and they're the ones that want to leave Denmark. That wasn't our idea.
All right, well, second question here, Missy from Washington Post.
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask you about the Russia-Ukraine negotiations. Can you give us tell us about the American assessment of the conditions that Russia put forward regarding the Black Sea ceasefire talks, and also the British and French foreign ministers said this morning that Putin was dragging his feet. Do you agree with that?
Maybe. I mean, he might be. We don't know yet. We're going to find out fairly soon. I mean, look, here's what the president wanted to do. He wants to end this war, and he wanted to test it very early in his administration. Is it possible to end this war on terms that are acceptable, obviously, to both sides? Because you can't end a war unless both sides agree. And that's what we're in the process of finding out. We will know soon enough, in a matter of weeks, not months, whether Russia is serious about peace or not. I hope they are. It would be good for the world if that war ended. But obviously, we have to test that proposition. So we're working through that process. We had a visitor, that Mr. Kirill was here this week, had a chance to sit down with him. He met with others. He'll take some messages back. And the message is the United States needs to know whether you're serious or not about peace. Ultimately, Putin will have to make that decision. The Russian Federation will have to make that decision. I think the Ukrainians have shown a willingness to enter, for example, into a complete ceasefire to create space for negotiation. At some point here fairly soon, not 6 months from now, the Russians and Putin will have to make a decision about whether they're serious for peace or not. And I hope they are serious. It would be good for the world if that war ends.
What is your assessment of the Russian conditions that were put forward? And also, Dmitriev said following his talks with Mr. Witkoff yesterday that the U.S. and Russia might resume direct flights as maybe a confidence-building measure. Do you support that? So that
I haven't heard anything about direct flights. I can tell you, but I don't know who's going to fly in it because all these people are sanctioned. But I would just tell you that the thing I would point to you is this. We're going to wait and see. The Russians know our position in terms of wanting to end the war. And we will know from their answers very soon whether they are serious about proceeding with real peace or whether it's a delay tactic. It's a delay tactic. The president's not interested in that. If this is dragging things out, President Trump's not going to fall into the trap of endless negotiations about negotiations. We will know soon enough whether or not Russia's serious about peace. If they are, that'll be great, and we can move towards peace. If they're not, then we'll have to reevaluate where we stand and what we do moving forward about it. But we'll be in no different a position than we are today, or we were when he took office. He wanted to know early in his administration, is peace possible? We're testing to see if the Russians are interested in peace. Their actions, not their words, their actions will determine whether they're serious or not. And we intend to find that out sooner rather than later.
What about their conditions?
Which conditions?
They put forward additional conditions after you guys had the Black Sea.
Yeah, so again, I mean, this is part of the back and forth of these sorts of things. I've had phone calls with foreign leaders, and then I read the readout, and it's like, oh, we said, no, you never, they came, they said something to me they never said. I guess that's part of the game in this place or whatever. But look, bottom line is, to me, at the end of the day, what's going to matter here is whether we're going to move towards peace or not. If peace is real, we will know soon enough. If they're not interested in peace, we will know soon enough. And we'll make decisions on the basis. I hope they are real. There are some promising signs. There are some troubling signs. It's not going to be easy. No one ever said this would be easy. But we're going to find out sooner rather than later. And let's just say I'm hopeful. I remain hopeful. I need to be hopeful that peace is possible and that the Russians are serious about peace. We want them to be serious about peace. And hopefully they are, but we'll know sooner rather than later.
Daphne Reuters.
Hi, sorry, I'm back here.
Your last name's Reuters?
Daphne Reuters.
Oh, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Go ahead.
On the 5% defense spending target, have you received pushback to this idea while you've been here this week? And you mentioned yesterday up to 5% was your language. What do you mean by up to 5%?
Well, I said up to a path up, getting up to 5% at some point. I'm not saying overnight, but to get to that point. We think that's what NATO allies need to be spending for NATO to face the threats that it itself has identified and articulated. Here's the good news. The good news is everyone generally, with a couple exceptions, are spending more on defense today than they were 3, 4, 5 years ago. That's positive. That trend needs to continue. So the trend lines are good, but they need to continue. But this is not about spending, okay? This is not about money necessarily. This is about capability. In order for NATO to be stronger, it needs partners that are stronger, okay? The United States commits a lot to NATO and continues to. We are as involved in NATO today as we have ever been, and we intend to continue to be. But it has to be a real alliance. And that means that our alliance partners have to increase their own capabilities. So hopefully 2 things have led to that. The first is the war in Ukraine, I think, has woken up a lot of people on the continent about real threats, real war. And the other is, I think, the pressure and the statements of President Trump that have been pretty consistent about increasing their spending. So this whole trajectory of more defense spending began, I believe, back in 2017, 2018, under President Trump's first term. We want that trend to continue. And we're hoping when the leaders meet in The Hague that there'll be further and firmer commitments in that direction. I think it's beneficial to the alliance. The stronger our partners in NATO are, the more capable our partners in NATO are, the stronger NATO is. And everybody should be in favor of that.
And sorry, just to follow up, so will you try and get the official target as 5% rather than 2%? And will the U.S. commit to 5%?
Sure, we're heading there now. I mean, we're going to have to spend more on national security because we have a global footprint. And that's the point that I think has been made and missed in a lot of places. Okay, the United States has Indo-Pacific alliance obligations as well that we've made. We are currently involved in opening up the Red Sea so that global shipping for everyone, including our European partners, can become possible again. We're engaged in counter-drug and counter-gang interdictions in the Western Hemisphere. There's obviously all sorts of issues going on in different parts of the world, including we're concerned about a resurgence of terrorist cells, whether it's in Africa or in the Middle East. So the U.S. has these global obligations, and we have China that's undergoing the largest, most expansive peacetime military expansion in history. So we need to confront all of these things, and we're engaged in all of those things. So we're going to have to increase defense spending in our country. I think our commitment to NATO isn't just 3% spending of GDP. It's sustained over an extraordinary period of time, and that continues. So look, I think our partners know they need to do more. They've all indicated they want to do more. They've begun to do more, and that trend needs to continue.
Mr. Secretary, you mentioned that you met with Kirill Dmitriev as well. In order to stop them from dragging their feet and dragging this on, is there anything that you said, perhaps not threats, but is there anything that you said you wanted to see concretely from the Russian side in order to
peace? We want to see peace.
But specifics in terms of getting to this ceasefire first and then the negotiations later?
I mean, peace means you stop shooting at each other. I mean, it's as simplistic as that. Now, obviously, look, there's all kinds of conditions for a final peace, and you have to work with both sides. And I said from the beginning, the only way a war ends in a negotiated settlement. If it's not an unconditional surrender, then it is both sides make concessions. We're not going to prejudge what those concessions are because those concessions will depend on what Ukraine will accept and Russia will accept. But we have to make concrete steps towards peace. What we're not interested in, And I'm not accusing them of this. I'm just telling you what we're not interested in is negotiations about negotiations. That we're not going to continue this forever. So none of it was threatening. I think it was more an explanation of this is our timeline. And at some point, it'll be clear whether you want peace or you don't want peace. And that time is coming. It's pretty short. At the same time, as you now have seen, members of Congress have begun to file bills to increase sanctions. So there is going to be growing pressure from Capitol Hill to impose sanctions that we're not going to be able to stop if in fact we're not making progress towards peace. All these factors have been explained in the nicest way possible. Hopefully he'll take that message back to Moscow and it'll make clear that we need to begin to see real progress, or we'll have to conclude that they're not interested in peace. But let's hope they are, because I think it would be better for everyone.
Are more talks planned?
Well, we need to hear an answer to this. I mean, talks are only, we're going to have talks as long as talks are about something. It can't be talks about talks. At the end, I think initially it was important to talk because we hadn't talked to them in a long time. But now we've reached the stage where we need to make progress. And if we're not making progress towards peace, then we have a set of factors that we have to take into account. But hopefully we are going to make progress towards peace. I remain optimistic that we can. It'll be hard. It'll be difficult, but I'm optimistic that it can.
Mr. Secretary, the Myanmar earthquake, I mean, normally in these kind of events, you would have up to 200 Americans with sniffer dogs, special equipment, experts in their field, saving lives on the ground. This has not happened because of the dismantling of US.
Well, that and the fact that it's run by a military junta that doesn't like us. So it's hard for us to move around.
These events are always non-political. They went into Syria, for example, in the Turkey-Syria earthquake. So they can act.
Well, we're not the government of the world. No, we'll provide humanitarian assistance, just like everybody else does. And we will do it the best we can. But we also have other needs we have to balance that against. We're not walking away from humanitarian assistance. But again, I go back to a lot of other rich countries in the world. They should all be pitching in. We're going to do our part. We already have people there. We'll have more people there. We'll help as much as we can. It's not the easiest place to work. Okay, they have a military junta that doesn't like us, doesn't necessarily allow us to operate in that country the way we wanted to. That would have impeded our response no matter what. That said, we are willing to continue to help in the humanitarian crisis. Other countries need to do so as well. China's a very rich country. India's a rich country. There are a lot of other countries in the world, and everyone should pitch in. I don't think it's fair to assume that the United States needs to continue to share the burden, 60, 70% of humanitarian aid around the world. We will be in the business of humanitarian aid, but we have other priorities as well that are national interest priorities of the United States, and we're going to align all those to be properly balanced.
Isn't it soft power? I mean, all of the experts in this have said the reason it's not because of the politics of Myanmar, but it's because of the dismantling of USA. We simply couldn't deploy.
Yeah, I don't listen to these so-called experts. They're not real experts. These are so-called experts. These are people that are part of that NGO industrial complex. No, these are people that make millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in these NGOs all over the world that stand up and they get flooded with U.S. taxpayer money. And then we have to spend $100 million to get $10 million to people. We're not doing that anymore. Okay, we have stopped. We are no longer going to spend $100 million to get $10 million to recipients. We're not going to fund these global NGOs all over the world that are living off of this. We're not doing it. We are prepared to help and work with governments and appropriate NGOs on the ground that are delivering assistance. We will be there and we will be helpful. There are a lot of other rich countries. They should also pitch in and help. And some of them are and some of them are not. But we are going to do our part. We're going to continue to do our part. But it's going to be balanced with all of the other interests we have as a country. We are not a nation. We are the richest country in the world, but our resources are not unlimited. They are not unlimited. And we have a massive national debt and we have many other priorities as well. And it's time to recalibrate all of that. So we'll be there. We'll be helpful as much as we can. We've got other things we have to take care of as well, but we care deeply about what's happened there.
Mr.
We wish we had a more cooperative government.
Mr. Secretary, the Middle East was part of your discussion here in NATO, especially that you find support from members toward your policy of airstrikes and Houthis and your maximum pressure policy toward Iran.
Yeah, I mean, on the Houthis, everybody wants to get their ships through the Red Sea. We're the only ones doing anything about it, but everyone wants to, get their ships through there. As I said, we've done the world a great favor by taking on this band of criminals who have, unfortunately, sophisticated weaponry that they can use to, they attacked, 150, 160 merchant vessels. 174 times they've attacked the United States Navy. So I think the world should be grateful to the United States for being involved in this and doing this. Everyone thanks us for it. I understand these nations have limited capabilities despite being very rich countries. Nobody else can project power there and do this. But that said, we think that mission is going to bear fruit and it's necessary. We can't have a band of criminals controlling that. In the case of Iran, I don't know of any country in the world that's excited about Iran ever having a nuclear weapons capability. Some are more forceful about it than others. We've had talks about that. As you know, the president would like to figure out what's going to happen there, but he's also made it clear that there's not going to be a nuclear-armed Iran. That's not going to happen under his watch.
Mr. Secretary, what's your message to foreign citizens who may be afraid to come to the United States because they're concerned about potentially being detained over some minor administrative error, because they might have something on their phone, like criticism of the president or the Israel-Gaza conflict, and they don't want to come into the United States now?
No, first of all, those people that have their phones looked at and so forth, and I'll refer you to CBP that go through their processes. But generally, it's people that have been flagged coming in for a reason. I would say that if you're not coming to the United States to join a Hamas protest or to come here and tell us about how right Hamas is, or to tell us about, stir up conflict on our campuses and create riots in our street and vandalize our universities, then you have nothing to worry about. But thousands and thousands of people come into the U.S. every single day to conduct business, to travel, to do all sorts, to visit relatives. It happens every day. It's very commonplace, and nobody has a problem. I mean, if you're coming here to create problems, you're probably going to have a problem, and I think that's a good thing. If you're coming here to create problems, not here in the United States, you're probably going to have a problem. Yeah, but we're not going to continue to be stupid enough to let people into our country who are coming here to tear things up. Not going to happen.
Mr. Secretary, have the Russians done anything concrete to make you encouraged that they are truly interested in peace? And when you talk about timeline, I know you're not going to give a specific timeline, but are you talking weeks? Are you talking months?
I think we're talking weeks, probably. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that has to happen here in the next few weeks in order for this to be real. In terms of concrete, they've agreed to certain things. I mean, I think their things are not striking now that they were before. Obviously, both sides claim that the ceasefire is being violated, as typical of ceasefires like this. But that said, not concrete in terms of are we closer to peace? We're closer to peace simply because we're talking to both sides, but we're not closer to peace because we have a deal on our hands to end this conflict. But we're going to know soon enough. That's my point I make everybody. People come, oh, well, Putin, you can't trust him. It's not about trusting Putin. It's not about trusting anybody. This is about actions. If you're interested in peace, you stop fighting. And you lay out the conditions by which you're willing to end a war. And they have to be reasonable conditions, right? Not crazy stuff. If you're interested in peace, that's what you do. If you're not interested in peace, then you sort of drag it out and you come up with excuses and you pull, and we know that, and we're not going to get pulled into that. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. Let's hope it, let's be optimistic that that's not the direction we're going. We're prepared if it is, but let's hope that we're not heading in the direction of this is just a delay tactic.
All right, one more, and then we wrap up.
Don't you guys want to go home, the ones that can't?
Your allies here and also Ukraine, they believe that Russia is actually preparing for now to launch another campaign, a military campaign, as soon as the winter season ends. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
That they're going to do what, I'm sorry?
The Russians they are preparing to start another military campaign.
Well, then we'll know they're not interested in peace.
And at this very moment, they're targeting energy sites. Can I get a reaction to that?
Targeting what, I'm sorry?
Energy sites in Ukraine.
Well, again, I get that means they're violating the ceasefire. That's not a good sign, but I think I would tell you this, that ultimately this is a war right now. Things are going to be blowing up in Ukraine and inside of Russia because there's still a war going on. That's what we're trying to end. Okay, if we have a true ceasefire, which is what we wanted, a complete ceasefire, nothing should be blowing up. But the Russians didn't agree to that. They wanted a partial. And then obviously when you get into these partials, it's one of the reasons why we didn't push for a partial. We'll take it because it's better than nothing. But one of the reasons why we didn't push for a partial, because there's always disputes about what are you hitting and what you're not hitting. But in the end, this is still a war, and we want it to stop. The fact that religious sites are being hit, or energy sites are being hit, or civilian sites are being hit, that's why war is a bad thing. And that's why the president wants to end it. As far as them conducting another campaign, well, then that'll be a very clear sign. Right? If all of a sudden we wake up tomorrow and the Russians are launching a massive offensive, then I think that's a pretty clear sign they're not interested in peace. That hasn't happened yet. Let's hope it doesn't happen. We want to know whether they want to do peace or not. And if they do, then there's a way there, and we're willing to help. If they're not, then it's good to know early so we can adjust our policies accordingly.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Ambassador, are you having fun yet?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Embargo to the Secretary General. And I give you a word, everyone.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river. Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
Trump is crashing the stock market by 20% this month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. Now, here's the secret game he's playing, and it could make you rich. So why is he doing this? To push cash into treasuries, which forces the Fed to slash interest rates in May, and those lower rates give the Fed the ability to refinance trillions of debt very inexpensively. It also weakens the dollar and drops mortgage rates. Now, it's a wild chess move, but it's working. Now, you're probably wondering, what about his tariffs? Well, I'll tell you, it's a genius play. It actually forces companies to build here to dodge them. It also forces farmers to sell more of their products here in the U.S. to bring grocery prices way down. We've already seen this with eggs. Now, remember, 94% of all stocks are owned only by 8% of Americans. So Trump, he's taking from the rich short term and handing it to the middle class through lower prices.
opening statement. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today as we confront one of the most pressing national security challenges of our time, cyber espionage by adversaries targeting our critical infrastructure. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today and look forward to our conversation. In recent months, sophisticated cyber attacks by groups like Salt Typhoon have not only compromised networks used by millions of Americans, but have threatened the backbone of our national security. Our nation's critical infrastructure is under attack at a staggering pace. Reports indicate that globally, cyber attacks against critical infrastructure increased by 30% last year, averaging 13 attacks per second. In the United States alone, over 420 million cyber attacks were recorded in just the last year. These incidents are not random errors. They are part of a coordinated campaign by a well-funded foreign adversary that exploits vulnerabilities. Salt Typhoon, a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group with direct ties to the CCP's intelligence apparatus, executed an extensive breach that compromised U.S. telecommunication networks. This campaign targeted essential communication networks, including those operated by industry giants like Verizon and AT&T. They were able to intercept real-time calls and messaging data from over 1 million users. Critically, these attacks focused on gathering intelligence from high-value government and political figures. It is vital to emphasize these telecommunication companies are not at fault. They are on the defensive against an enemy that employs sophisticated tactics, using vulnerabilities and sometimes outdated infrastructure and exploiting weak points in network management systems to gain unprecedented access to our critical communications. This is not a failure of the private sector. It is a clear signal that our nation must take a more proactive approach. The damage control posture of the previous administration has left us vulnerable to these state-sponsored cyber attacks. Instead of merely reacting after breaches occur, we must be forward-thinking and resolute. National security is paramount, and it is our government's responsibility to safeguard the American people and the critical infrastructure that we rely on every day. Now more than ever, it is imperative for Congress and federal agencies to join forces with the private sector in establishing a robust, unified cybersecurity strategy. Legislators have begun proposing measures to require annual cybersecurity certifications for telecom companies, ensuring they adhere to strict security protocols. Yet this is only part of the solution. We must also invest in a more aggressive offensive capability that deters adversaries from exploiting our vulnerabilities, sending a clear message that cyber espionage
many forecasters have anticipated somewhat slower growth this year. The initial reading for first quarter GDP will be released later this month. The limited hard data are consistent, though, with a slower but still solid growth outlook. At the same time, surveys of households and businesses report dimming expectations and higher uncertainty about the outlook. Survey respondents point to the effects of the new federal policies, especially related to trade. We are closely watching this tension between the hard and the soft data. As the new policies and their likely economic effects become clearer, we will have a better sense of their implications for the economy and for monetary policy. Later this month, the limited hard data are consistent, though, with a slower but still solid growth outlook. At the same time, surveys of households and businesses report dimming expectations and higher uncertainty about the outlook. Survey respondents point to the effects of the new federal policies, especially related to trade. We are closely watching this tension between the hard and the soft data. As the new policies and their likely economic effects become clearer, we will have a better sense of their implications for the economy and for monetary policy. Looking across many indicators, the labor market appears to be broadly in balance and not a significant source of inflationary pressure. This morning's jobs report showed the unemployment rate at 4.2% in March, still in the low range where it has held since early last year. Over the first quarter, payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. The combination of low layoffs, moderating job growth, and slowing labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate broadly stable. Turning to the other leg of our dual mandate, inflation has declined sharply from its pandemic highs of mid-2022. It has done so without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has often accompanied periods of tight monetary policy that are needed to reduce inflation. More recently, progress toward our 2% inflation objective has slowed. Total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February. Core PCE prices, which exclude the volatile food and energy categories, rose 2.8%. Looking ahead, higher tariffs will be working their way through our economy and are likely to raise inflation in coming quarters. Reflecting this, both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up. By most measures, longer-term inflation expectations, those beyond just the next few years, remain well anchored and consistent with our 2% inflation goal. We remain committed to returning inflation sustainably to our 2% objective. Turning to monetary policy, we face a highly uncertain outlook with elevated risks of both higher unemployment and higher inflation. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. Our monetary policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties we face as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes and their likely effects on the economy. It is not our role to comment on those policies. Rather, we make an assessment of their likely effects, observe the behavior of the economy, and set monetary policy in a way that best achieves our dual mandate goals. We have stressed that it will be very difficult to assess the likely economic effects of higher tariffs until there is greater certainty about the details, such as what will be tariffed, at what level, and for what duration, and the extent of any retaliation from our trading partners. While uncertainty remains elevated, it is now becoming clear that tariff increases will be significantly larger than expected. And the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. The size and duration of these effects remains uncertain. While tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, it's also possible that the effects could be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome would depend on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, on the size of the effects, and on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. We'll continue to carefully monitor the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. It is too soon to say what will be the appropriate path for monetary policy. We understand the benefits of a solid economy where workers can find jobs and inflation is low and predictable. We also understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. That is why we at the Fed will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Most importantly, thank you for being here. This feels like quite a moment to be speaking with you, and I want to thank you for your time. He's got it. I want to thank you for being here and thank you for taking the time to speak with this group of business journalists. Also like to give a special thanks to Heather Long with the Washington Post, who helped make this event possible. So for starters, sir, how's your week been?
Just fine, thank you.
Care to elaborate?
So far, so good.
Chair Powell, yes, thank you so much for being here and taking our questions. You were talking about the economy as being a very strong economy. You characterized inflation as coming down, employment as being very strong still. However, President Trump earlier this week, when asked about the market volatility we've been seeing, said the volatility was, quote, to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. We inherited a terrible economy. A lot of voters did and do agree with that assessment, or at least in part. I'm wondering how you would respond to that assessment and the disconnect between the story of the data and the way a lot of people are feeling about the economy.
Sure. So let me just be clear at the start. I make it a practice not to respond to any elected officials' comments. So I don't want to be seen to be doing that. It's just not appropriate for me. But The situation, I think, is this, and people, when they're surveyed, they are unhappy about the economy. That seems to largely reflect the increase in the price level that happened when inflation was high, 2021, 22, and 23 largely. Inflation is now back down to much more normal levels. Unemployment is low, the economy has been growing, but people are still experiencing that high price level. In other words, prices don't go down. They know they're paying much more for the basic necessities of life, and they're right that they are, and they're not happy about it, and they're right not to be happy about it. So I think that accounts for the negative sentiment. We, of course, we're looking at inflation, which is the change in prices, and we're seeing that has come down quite a bit, and that, you know, unemployment is actually low. It's sort of very close to measures of maximum employment, and the economy's growing. So all those statistics are good, but you know, the price increases of the past few years are weighing on people's budgets.
So I'm from Milwaukee, and I've been talking to business leaders, executives, and consumers in our community, in our region, for the last few weeks, mostly before this week's news. Chairman, they're troubled and they're nervous. One business owner told me, if there's a hint of a recession, we're cooked. And he asked me to share that with you. What's your response?
So I guess I would say, let's start with the fact that the incoming data right through this morning's employment report, which admittedly is from roughly a month ago, the week of March 12, they took the data in. It still shows us a solid economy. Unemployment's still low. I understand the uncertainty that's weighing on people. You ask about a recession. We don't actually, we don't make a probability forecast of how likely it is for there to be a recession, but many outside forecasters do, and many of them have raised the likelihood, albeit from very low levels. It's not something that anybody now is forecasting, or some people are starting to. And so there's not much more I can say about that. I realize that the uncertainty is high, and you know, what we've learned is that the tariffs are higher than anticipated, higher than almost all forecasters predicted. We still don't know where that comes to rest, though, and we're just going to have to see that through.
At a congressional hearing last year, one of the U.S. representatives said that you were pretty boring, and you thanked him and said that you considered that a very high compliment. And in fact, I feel like it's one of the roles of the Federal Reserve, especially since the housing crisis, to be kind of a ballast, especially in the face of the volatility of the markets and the dramatics that we can experience with the economy. Very steady, no surprises, very reliable. In a moment like this, which also has a lot of drama and unpredictability, but it is not necessarily from an economic crisis. It's by design, it's political. How do you see your role in this moment?
So I think all of the values that you touched on are, in fact, the values that we try to live by. You know, we're driven by, you know, analysis and careful thought and discussion and debate and the merits of things. We try to stay as far as we can from the political process. We don't look at political cycles or things like that. So, and I think people expect that from us. They expect us to tell the truth, and that's what we're going to do. But at the same time, we don't want to be part of the broader political discussion about the wisdom of policies that are not assigned to us. We're not responsible for trade policy, immigration policy, fiscal policy. So we don't comment on those. Decisions are made by others, and what we do is we use our tools to try to achieve the goals that Congress assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability. So I like to think that over time we're a source of calm, rational analysis and also of stability. That's really what the business that we're in is, providing financial and macroeconomic stability to the public. That's really our purpose.
So how can businesses and individuals and the Fed make plans for the future when so much is being dictated by the actions of a single person? And do you see yourself as the consoler in chief on economic matters?
No, I think, take a step back. What's happening is, as I mentioned, the new administration is making, you know, significant policy changes in trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. And you're still just a couple of months into the administration, and that process will take place. And at a certain point, the new policies will be on the table. They will be having the effects they're going to have on the economy, and uncertainty will decline. Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty about where all that's going to sort out, the forms it will take, and what the economic effects will be. If you fast forward a year from now, the uncertainty should be much lower. The actual effects of the policies should then be pretty manifest and clear. So I think I understand why it just is highly uncertain, both what the policies will turn out to be, exactly what they'll turn out to be, and also what their effects will be in the near term. We just have to go through that process. And, it is just kind of a manifestation of our election cycle and a new administration coming in with new policies.
I mean, given all of the change happening and the fact that we are in a period where things have not settled in yet, and that the Federal Reserve and you as chair are very projection, data-driven, policy-driven, how do you handle a moment like now? I mean, can you tweak your plans and projections? Do you just do you have to reset them?
So, what we've had since in the last few months is from the staff has been a placeholder. Rather, they wouldn't call it a forecast because it's so uncertain. They call it a placeholder. And that's kind of how we've been thinking about it. So it's a good time to take a step back and let things clarify. That's why it's just too soon to say what the appropriate monetary policy response will be to these new policies. It is just too soon to say. We can't say with any confidence today. So that's what we're doing. We've taken a step back, and we're watching to see what the policies turn out to be and the ways in which they will affect the economy. And then we'll be able to act. Fortunately, our policy stance is in a good place for us to do that. We're probably moderately restrictive, let's say. So it's not really tight policy, but which is appropriate since inflation is a bit above target. So we think we're well positioned to address whatever may come. And in the meantime, I'd say we're waiting for greater clarity before we consider adjustments.
Business owners in Wisconsin have told me that they can't make their plans. They want to expand. They want to build a new facility. They want to hire or do whatever the future calls for. They say, we're trying to look around the corner. We're not even sure where the corner is, and we're not even sure what's around the corner. Sounds like they're in the same position as you are a little bit.
No, we hear the same thing. Of course, we have an incredible network of contacts with businesses and also universities, nonprofits, all different sectors through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors. And that's what we hear. But again, it's a process. We're going through it, and I think we will know when we know what the policies are exactly and what their implications will be for the economy. That will all become clear, and I think that'll be a time when people can make decisions. In the meantime, though, I get it. We're hearing that a lot from people, and we are kind of in the same place, which is waiting for clarity about what our policy path should be. We'll have to see. Yeah.
As you're talking about placeholders right now and having something in the place when there's so much that we don't know, it does occur to me that this is not the first economic shock that you have steered the markets and the economy through. Obviously, there was COVID almost exactly 5 years ago. It seems similar in certain ways with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of shock, also potential disruptions to prices and to supply, which is very much in the Federal Reserve's wheelhouse. I mean, from where you sit, can Liberation Day be compared to kind of the economic effects of COVID? Are they totally different, somewhat related?
I think each situation is different. There was COVID. There was also then, in the response to COVID, then there was high inflation, and then there was soft landing, and now we have new administration and changes in policies. And every situation, it kind of rhymes, but it's not exactly the same thing. And so in this situation, what we face is what I mentioned in my remarks is you actually have risks for higher unemployment and higher inflation, and that's difficult for a central bank because our tools, which consist of interest rates, either slow down or speed up the economy over time. And higher unemployment would call for speeding up the economy, and higher inflation would call for slowing it down. So you could be in a situation, if we find ourselves in that situation, We look at how far each of the two variables is from its goal, and we ask ourselves, how long would it take to get back? And we weigh those things and make a decision about what to do. But there's no question that's a different situation, very difficult situation. When we faced high inflation, it was painful for the country, painful for the people that we serve, but we knew what policy needed to be. We knew we needed to raise rates quite a bit. During the pandemic, we knew what we needed to do. It was very clear the direction that we needed to take with force, and we did.
It's almost a situation potentially where the dual mandate is at odds with itself.
The two goals are, as we say, in tension, or they may be. I'd say that's not what we're seeing right now, but it's the effects at the margin right now would be for higher inflation and perhaps higher unemployment, but that's a marginal effect. I would say you're not in a situation like we were in the 1970s where the two goals were really both pulling in opposite directions and required. That's where, it's just very hard for a central bank to be the answer to a situation like that. But that's not the situation we're really in today.
One of the questions from the audience that we had is, if unemployment takes off and inflation takes off, which lever do you go for? Which lever what do you do?
So we actually have we have a document called our consensus statement, or the longer version is Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. And the 6th paragraph of that actually contemplates when the two goals are in tension. And what it says is, think about how far each variable is from its goal, and think about how long it would take for each to get back. So in a way, it's an equation. You're comparing two quantities, which each have two variables. And then you say, you look at that and you think, what do we need to do? And typically this doesn't happen very often, but if one of them is further away, then you would focus on that one. In the case of high inflation, they actually both pointed in the same direction. The labor market was overheated and inflation was very high. So both of those called for tight monetary policy. This could be different, but again, we're not actually facing that today.
I feel like there's another tension inherent in your job, which is that you're looking at the macro economy, at the global economy really, and the US places in it, but also the data you're looking at is very profoundly human, as Jim has been pointing out. Jobs, I think, and prices are probably the two most human pieces of data, and certainly in our day-to-day experience, probably the things that loom the largest. How do you reconcile those two things when you're looking at the data, like both the global markets and knowing that the data represents a lot of lives and jobs and egg prices and things like that?
So I think at the Fed, we always keep a focus on the people that we serve, and we know and are very conscious daily that the things that we do have a real effect on people's lives. We know that, and it really does focus the mind. And I think if you talk to people at the Fed, there's a very strong commitment to serving the public as well as we possibly can. Economic events are just very, very unpredictable at times, and there are shocks that you can't see coming. But nonetheless, our job is to, whatever happens, use our tools to bring the economy back to stability, back to price stability, back to maximum employment. And that's what we do. But you're right. We try to keep everybody in the room with us when we're thinking about what to do.
So in response to the last round of tariffs, Harley-Davidson, which is based in Milwaukee, moved some production to Thailand. Now the company might be whipsawed again by the new tariffs. It could be really devastating for sales, for employment, for the future of that company. But a lot of companies are in that same position. And what do you say to companies like Harley-Davidson and their workers?
So it just isn't, I really want to stick to our knitting. I mean, we have this great thing called our independence of monetary policy, and that's critical for us to be able to do our job. But for us to keep that independence, we need to not succumb to the temptation to want to be a player on issues that are not assigned to us. And trade policy is one of those. There are many, many issues that people love to try to pull us in on, almost every issue really. And we just need to stick to our knitting, not get pulled into those things. And so trade policy is a classic one. Energy policy is another. Climate change, many immigration is not really, although all of those things have economic implications and it gets argued that way. But if we treated those as our job, the case for our independence would disappear. So I really can't comment on, I mean, we hear the same stories like that, but honestly, the policymakers who are charged with that, they're probably hearing the same stories too, and they're reaching a judgment about what's in the best interest of the country in the long run. That's what they are doing, I guess, and that's, so it's not for us to comment on that.
What happens inside the Fed at a moment like right now, when there's so much change and quite a bit of uncertainty, when you're watching things unfold? What does that look like, practically speaking? What are people doing inside the building?
So I'm very proud to work with the people I work with. I can tell you that in times like this, or times like the pandemic, where the global financial markets were shutting down, the global economy was shutting down, people step forward and they say, "We've got this." These are career people who were here for the global financial crisis. They've got 25 years, 35 years of experience with crises, and they step forward and it's just incredible what they can do and how good they are. It's a great honor to work with them. So right now isn't that situation. We have the situation we have. So, our trade people and our inflation people and our macroeconomists are all working hard to kind of digest the news of this week and try to filter that into the forecast that they'll make. And policymakers are doing very much the same thing. And we're reading everything we can about what's happening and lots of outside analysis too. We don't have an FOMC meeting until May 6 and 7. So that's really a process that lasts several weeks, and we're not quite at that stage yet. But we're kind of thinking ahead to that and working through all of that. I will say though, it feels like we don't need to be in a hurry. It feels like we have time to, yes, it feels like we don't. No, I mean, it's like I said, you have inflation is going to be moving up and growth is going to be slowing, but it isn't really, to me, it's not clear at this time what the appropriate path for monetary policy will be. And we're going to need to wait and see how this plays out before we can start to make those adjustments.
Question from the audience. One of our SABU members is, are you in contact with other central bankers in other countries at a time like this?
Yes, pretty frequently. Absolutely. I mean, and the same was true during the other crises I've been through. Not only that, though, we do meet very regularly. The IMF World Bank meetings here in Washington twice a year. We go to Basel multiple times a year to meet. That's all central bankers. And there are also G20 meetings, G7 meetings where the central bankers are there. So we're kind of regularly meeting and talking. And when we're not doing that, we're also texting each other. And
is there a group chat?
I'm not at liberty to say. No, no, there's not.
And have you talked to those central bankers this week?
Recently, yeah, I didn't want to get too specific about this, but yes, I have.
What's their sentiment? Can you characterize that?
I'd rather, again, I don't comment on what my international colleagues say, or it's not appropriate. But we're talking about events. We're talking about the implications for the economy. We're discussing what we're hearing from markets and from business people and for from the elected governments too. It's all the things you would expect us to be talking about on a regular basis. It's one of the best things about this role is that the central banks have a lot. We're all non-political, so we think about things in quite similar ways, and they're real bonds. We're not lobbying each other ever on policy. That's just not a thing, because we do our policy here, they do their policy there. But we develop really, really good relationships and bonds with them. It's one of the real pleasures and benefits, being able to talk about this, just not only with the great people at the Fed, but also with the leaders around the world.
I mean, it's interesting because it is a job of enormous responsibility and power, but it's also a job. How would you characterize the job of Fed chair? Like, how is it as a job?
Honestly, that's what it is. I really feel just like another person doing that job.
Really?
Yeah.
You just like.
That's how it is. I'm doing a job. I have a job to do. I actually really like the job. I like it a lot. I enjoy it. It can be stressful at times. Nonetheless, incredibly interesting, great people to work with, really important. What more could you want? But that's what it is. And, again, I'm blessed by working with great colleagues who are really committed to getting it right. I mean, fully appreciate how important it is that we get it right and do everything we possibly can to bring the best thinking, the best analysis, and debate things, over and over until we feel like we're in the right place. At the same time, there is no certainty in this. You can be wrong because economy can zig when you thought it was going to zag.
So your term as Fed chair ends about a year from now. What do you think about your job security?
I fully intend to serve all of my term.
Excellent. I mean, as we're getting close to wrapping up, I did want to ask something a little bit out of the box. I think because you do have a position of such great responsibility, people are very curious about you, and I think people tend to read into everything a Fed chair does, small gestures, word choice. I know it's part of our jobs in this room to pore over every word you choose. I did want to ask about one thing that I've wondered about for years, which is your tie. You always seem to wear a purple tie, and every time I think I've seen you, you've worn a purple tie, and I'm wondering if there's significance to that.
Well, at the beginning, the only significance was that I like purple ties.
Okay.
But I will say, so then the next press conference, I reach for a blue tie or a red tie, and I go, maybe not, And so I wind up wearing purple ties, and then it becomes a thing. And now I definitely wear purple ties all the time.
Okay.
But I felt like it just felt a little awkward to be wearing one that was identified. We are strictly non-political. I can't stress that enough. We are not. It's not that we're bipartisan. We are non-political. We don't do that. And so purple is a good color for that. That's all. Plus, I like purple ties.
Sorry, I didn't give you a purple guitar pick. I have one other Milwaukee question that I overlooked here, but in Milwaukee and other parts of the country, the housing market is out of whack. In our market alone in southeastern Wisconsin, there's 5,000, the market's out of whack by like 5,000 houses that need to be on the market for it to have equilibrium. And a report this week said tariffs could tack on some $6,000 to the cost of building a new home. How long are people going to sit on their cheap mortgages from COVID? Thank you very much. And before they move on, before the market frees up.
So you have several things there. The first is we just haven't built enough housing, and we haven't kept up with the demand for housing. So there's an underlying shortage. Before the pandemic, there was a real housing shortage. And by the way, that's happening in many comparable democracies around the world. The second thing is, lock-in, as you say. There were very, very low mortgage rates during COVID, and people are kind of locked in. It would be very expensive to move, and that'll of course wear off over time. And you also mentioned, the costs of materials that might be imported, lumber and nails and things like that. And yeah, that and also labor, a lot of labor from in the home building business has been traditionally immigrant labor. So yeah, the housing, the sort of new build market, it may face some cost pressures as well. That may very well be the case. That's what we're hearing from home builders, for example, both on the labor side and on the material side. But even once these short-term things happen, we're still going to have not enough houses. And so it's all, I think for a long time, we're still going to see upward pressure on housing prices, maybe until population growth slows or until we catch up.
You mentioned that we're kind of in a period of waiting right now to see how policy ripples out through the economy. How long do you expect that to take? How long do you expect these big policy changes to show up in our day-to-day lives, in prices and supplies and things like that?
I mean, for a while, we didn't know what was coming on April 2. Now we know what came on April 2. We don't know. There's a lot more to be said about how all that shakes out. But we've come through that, and I think you now know that the tariffs are larger than people were generally expecting. That much now at this point. And you'll know more as you start to see the effects on the economy. So as the months go by, it's hard to say exactly when you'll know. But clearly that learning process is ongoing. We're just seeing that these are new policies, not just the tariff policies, but the other ones as well. There'll be important fiscal legislation coming up fairly soon. And there'll be regulatory changes, significant regulatory changes. You have to really look at all of that to see what the overall effect will be. So I can't give you a date, but all of that is now kind of coming into place at sort of the speed you would expect policy changes to be. And then we'll begin to see the real economic effects as the year goes on. But again, I can't give you a really specific date.
Is the fiscal legislation the tax cuts?
Well, yes. I mean, I know they're contemplating, and we don't comment on fiscal policy, but what I read is that they're contemplating, making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cuts permanent, and also perhaps some other things as well. We wouldn't be. We have a sort of a placeholder for that too, but that's really not ours to comment on. But that's what I was talking about. Yes.
So I have a question from a friend in Milwaukee who said she has clients that have deals ready to go, businesses that are ready to launch from their garage to a private equity deal, and they're just stuck in their garage right now. How long do you think, what do you think the impact of the uncertainty these days will have on the private equity deals?
So again, we're hearing a lot of that. People are they're just kind of waiting for clarity. So, and I can't tell you when that will pass, but ultimately it will pass. We know that at a certain point we'll know enough to know what the uncertainty will decline, and we'll be able to see with real clarity what the policies are and what their effects are. So, you're right. We hear the same thing from businesses and from people that they're kind of waiting and seeing. There's a lot of waiting and seeing going on, including by us. And that just seems like the right thing to do at a time of elevated uncertainty.
What economic indicators are you watching right now? I mean, very famously, you look at the CPE and obviously the CPI and things like that. But are there any economic indicators in this moment, in these circumstances, that you are watching, focused on?
Sure.
Interested in?
So the basic two big data pools are the data around prices and around employment. And we get in the employment area, we get just really that's an area where we actually get pretty good data. Although the survey response rates have been lower, nonetheless, we get a lot of different data. And it's not just unemployment, it's participation, it's by age group and things like that. It's wages, it's many, many different things. It's jobs, it's quits, all the job creation, quits, openings, all those things. So that's one thing. On inflation, we target PCE, personal consumption expenditure inflation, not CPI, and the two are broadly they move they move together. But 25 years ago, the Fed switched to PCE. The public looks at CPI. It's kind of a little bit of a thing, but because we think it's really just a better way to capture the inflation, the cost pressures that households and businesses feel. We think it's a better measure. And that's what we look at, but they're not that different. I mean, they look at different measures. Ultimately, they're pretty close together. Those things, on growth, you look at what's happening with consumer spending. The economy is overwhelmingly driven by consumer spending. So you look at how are consumer surveys, how are they feeling, how are they spending? Sometimes the surveys are very negative, but they keep spending. That's been happening really for a while. People spent right through the pandemic, and they spent right through this time of higher inflation. They kept spending, and forecasters kept thinking, like us, kept thinking that consumption would slow down. That's a really critical thing. After that, business investment is a big chunk, and you look at that, and that is also susceptible to sentiment. Businesses, if they don't know what to do, they're not going to do an acquisition. They're going to hold off on building a factory or a plant or hiring people and things like that. So we look at, I could go on for a long time. We look at a lot of data and we try to make sense. We also talk to people who are in the real economy. I grew, my career was mostly in the private sector, talking to people who ran businesses. And for me, the story doesn't come together until I actually hear from people who are in the economy doing things and what they're feeling and seeing. And then it sort of fits together better.
This is like via the Beige Book or?
The Beige Book, thank you for mentioning the Beige Book. And I hope you read it.
I love the Beige Book.
See, that's great. Everyone should read the Beige Book. The Beige Book comes out sort of mid FOMC cycle, and it's all the 12 reserve banks and all of their incredible context, what they're saying about what's going on in the economy. So if you want to know, you can look at the national data, but if you want to know what's going on in regions and at different industries, you look at the Beige Book. So it's really, a critical thing. And actually, the reserve bank system that we have is an enormous strength of the Federal Reserve System. We have these 12 reserve banks with their own, economics departments and own participants on the FOMC. So that's a great thing to look at.
I'd like to ask you about another body of work that many of us know that you're familiar with, and that's the Grateful Dead. So, question for you, sir. American Beauty or Terrapin Station?
American Beauty.
Well, it's not even a
Not
pause.
even close.
That was
Ask me a
so
hard one.
fast.
Working
No,
Man's
that's my era. That's my era.
Working Man's Dead?
Yes.
Or Europe 72?
Oh, both. Yeah,
Come
that's
on.
my. We're in the same era here. So that's for me. It's late 60s to mid 70s. So you're.
Touch of Grey, what do you think?
It was their only hit, but it's a good song. Okay. Yeah.
Finally,
We're going to do this.
I feel like you're speaking another language.
there's a well-known Grateful Dead bootlegger who, with the, I believe the permission of the band, Dick's Picks, who's put
Yeah.
out. So what's your recommendation of those hundreds of?
I
Dick's
don't
Picks?
have any Dick's Picks. Like I said,
Come
my
on.
my real interest was late 60s to mid 70s.
Yeah.
And I saw them a bunch of times, and I know every note on every song from that era. But since then, I've been busy, actually.
Well, we thank you for taking time out of your schedule to join us here, and we appreciate your work.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jim.
Espionage against American infrastructure will have severe consequences. Furthermore, the sheer volume of these attacks should serve as a wake-up call for strengthening our critical infrastructure. When our communication systems, integral to our national defense, emergency services, and economic vitality, are compromised, it erodes public trust and jeopardizes our collective safety. It is our duty to ensure that our government agencies, in collaboration with private industry, take decisive action to upgrade cybersecurity measures and hold foreign state actors accountable. In closing, let me reiterate, the threat we face is not a result of negligence from our telecom companies, but a deliberate, strategic maneuver by sophisticated and hostile state actors intent on undermining our national sovereignty. This is a call to action for every American who values freedom and security. We must fortify our defenses, invest in advanced cybersecurity technology, and pursue strong, proactive policies that secure our nation's critical infrastructure against these relentless threats. The time to act is now, before our adversaries turn these vulnerabilities into tools for even more severe real-world disruption. Thank you again to our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to hearing about your experiences in the cybersecurity field and any recommendations you have regarding our strategic cyber posture. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Subramanian for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Timmons. Thank you for holding this hearing. And I agree with much of what you said. We must protect our telecommunications infrastructure from our adversaries, foreign and domestic. And the future of warfare is here now. And programs like Salt Typhoon are actively infiltrating our networks and gaining access to sensitive information and credentials. And I would say Salt Typhoon is one of the worst breaches our country has ever faced in our telecom infrastructure. And we're still uncovering the full breadth and scope of its attacks. And this work to protect our telecom infrastructure is urgent, and it's bipartisan, and it must be a national priority. And so it's deeply troubling that in the midst of this massive cybersecurity espionage effort we're facing, our national security advisors are breaking basic protocols that ought to be followed by every person handling sensitive and classified information. As we saw last week, our national security advisor added a journalist to a Signal group chat where top officials shared classified information about an upcoming strike. The administration has not taken responsibility and tried to deflect, saying that it isn't a big deal and the mission was a success. But this is a big deal. And the mission is not a success if the whole world now knows how we did it, how we planned these attacks, and where we got the information. We've made it much harder and more dangerous for our troops to carry out these missions in the future. The administration also keeps saying that the information discussed was not classified. But if our war plans right before a strike are not classified, I would like a thorough review of our classification system, but I'm pretty sure it was classified. And either way, it was highly sensitive information and put our troops at risk and the American people at risk. It also told us who and what we were targeting. So if you look at these texts here, it says that they identified a target walking into an apartment building. Those texts revealed where we received our intelligence as well. It came from our Israeli allies, who are now furious that this source has been leaked. And our allies are already hesitant to share information with us and this administration. And now the administration has proven that our current national security leaders cannot be trusted to keep sensitive information safe. They'll just take our classified information and text it to whomever shows up in their contact list. The timing of when the planes were taking off, what kinds of planes were being used, and how we generally plan and conduct strikes like this were also shared in the chat. Again, all this information was sent around using a private third-party app on private phones that we know are targets of Salt Typhoon and other adversaries. So if the objective of this mission was to lose the trust of all of our allies, well, then the mission was a success. The administration says that accidents happen, but an accident is when you text gossip to your boss instead of your work bestie. Leaking sensitive military strike information to a journalist is not an accident. This is incompetence that puts our lives in danger. We need to hold our government leaders to a very high standard. And just 2 days ago, the White House said, and I quote, "case closed." But I disagree, and some others on the Senate side, including Republicans, agree with that we have to continue to ask questions about this. And I think the American people want answers. How prevalent is their use of Signal? And will we find out whether other information has been leaked? Are phones, private phones of these national security advisors being hacked by Russia, Iran, or China? Have any of these devices already been compromised? It's pretty clear that we got lucky in figuring out that this is happening because of the added journalists. And it's pretty clear that our national security leaders are using Signal all the time for communications like this. And so I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle today will join me in trying to provide real accountability and oversight over these actions. And we're here to talk about the risk of state-sponsored cyber attacks. Let's confront this most urgent vulnerability and work together to investigate this massive security leak. This is an issue of national security and the safety of every American. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome an expert panel of witnesses for today's discussion. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Josh Steinman, is the CEO of Galvanic, a cybersecurity startup that focuses on protecting critical infrastructure. Mr. Steinman also served as a senior director of cyber policy and deputy assistant to President Trump from 2017 to 2021. Secondly, I'd like to welcome Dr. Edward Amoroso, who is the CEO of TAG Infosphere and professor at NYU. Formerly, he was a senior vice president and chief information security officer at AT&T and has decades of experience as a leader in cybersecurity. Lastly, I want to welcome Professor Matt Blaze of Georgetown Law, where he focuses on security and privacy in computing and communication systems. Thank you. I now recognize Mr. I'm going to swear in first. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please take your seat. I now recognize Mr. Steinman for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member and all members here for having us here today. My name is Joshua Steinman. I'm the CEO of Galvanic. We're a critical infrastructure cybersecurity company. Previously served in the White House as a senior National Security Council staffer. I have a simple message today, and that echoes some of the messaging that we've already heard, which is that cyber threats to critical infrastructure are not contained to the telecommunications industry. It is an endemic problem across any number of other critical infrastructure sectors. Those include transportation, water, power, sewer, and the defense industrial base. Executive branch leaders have for years, in open testimony here in Congress, talked about the threats from both Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and others to our critical infrastructure sectors. And now is the time for Congress to take action in concert with the executive branch, in concert with the new Trump administration, to finally get us on a footing to be able to defend these critical aspects of American life against foreign cyber actors. Thank you both for having me, and all members. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Dr. Amoroso for his opening statement.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the invite, and I'm looking forward to our discussion today. I do a few things. I run a research and advisory company called TAG in New York City that allows me to kind of keep up on an awful lot of current issues in cyber. I advise enterprise, government, and so on. I also teach at NYU in the computer science and engineering department. Also have the privilege to try to teach cybersecurity to law students, which can be quite a challenge at times. But it's something I enjoy very much. But I'm perhaps most known in this industry as someone who spent 31 years at AT&T. So I've spent a lifetime protecting critical infrastructure. And last 20 years of my career at AT&T, I was in the top job there. So a lot of the systems and infrastructure and tools that are likely to be referenced perhaps in some of your questions today related to Salt Typhoon, I helped to design and build and put teams in place to operate. So I really do understand how much of this works. I stepped down from that role several years ago. So I'm happy to hopefully provide some insight there. One of the themes I think you'll hear in my comments today is that we need to be thinking about the next problem. I think a metaphor comes to mind that I often think about when asked about this topic. It's as if we were driving on a road hitting a bunch of potholes, and then you ask us to come and talk about the potholes. We don't want to ignore the potholes, but it's scarier when there's gigantic sinkholes ahead of us. And I think that's the metaphor that makes the most sense here. And those sinkholes will come from an adversary that increasingly is using AI. And I think, again, you'll hear in my comments that unless we figure out a way to deal with that at a national level in a coordinated way, and yes, telecom's a big piece of that, but there's a lot of other pieces. Unless we do that, then I think we'll look back on Salt Typhoon as perhaps child's play. So I look forward to our discussion, and I hope my insights today are helpful to you. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I now recognize Professor Blaze for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize that I will probably use my 5 minutes fully, unlike my co-witnesses here. So although I am in the law school as well as the computer science department, I'm here primarily with my technologist hat on. And I thought I would spend a few minutes just discussing the technical context in which Salt Typhoon was able to happen. And I trace this back to 1994. In 1994, Congress enacted something called the Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act, or CALEA, which mandated that telecommunications service providers incorporate into their infrastructure capabilities to support court-authorized wiretaps, sometimes called lawful access. CALEA was a response to concerns from law enforcement that newer digital telephony services might not be compatible with existing, at the time, wiretap technology that the government and the police were using. What CALEA did was shifted the technical burden for implementing wiretaps from law enforcement, where it had traditionally been for most of the 20th century, into the communications network itself. And what CALEA required was that virtually all switching equipment in the public telephone network must be designed with explicit backdoor capabilities to wiretap traffic. So every switch used to serve every customer would thereafter have to be essentially wiretap ready in case a customer served by that equipment might someday be the subject of a wiretap order. When CALEA was proposed, many technologists, myself included, raised concerns about the security implications of such a sweeping mandate, that it would expose our infrastructure to attack by malicious actors who would find ways to exploit these new universal wiretap capabilities against ordinary Americans and American companies and government officials. And unfortunately, these concerns have over time been proven correct several times, and most recently and most spectacularly in the Salt Typhoon attacks against high-value U.S. targets, including government officials. While the CALEA mandates introduced vulnerabilities from the beginning, those risks have been greatly amplified in practice over the more than 30 years since the law was passed, and are now much more severe than perhaps they were at the start. Telecom infrastructure has changed radically over the last 30 years. In particular, it's become increasingly automated and virtualized. In the previous century, provisioning wiretaps generally required the intervention of a technician with physical access to switching equipment that was serving the targeted customer. This effectively served as a safeguard against very large-scale unauthorized wiretapping that wasn't being permitted by court orders, because a human being was in the loop and would be expected to notice an inexplicable uptick in surveillance. Over time, these sort of architectural safeguards, because of the way the phone system worked in the 1990s, have kind of fallen by the wayside as communication infrastructure has evolved. Telecom switches are now more like data centers than they were specialized offices run by humans. They're designed to be remotely programmed, configured, and managed, often over the internet. And at the same time, the backhaul for wiretaps to law enforcement is no longer through dedicated leased lines, but rather through internet connections that anyone potentially could get access to. And there are now intermediaries that serve essentially as wiretapping clearinghouses between law enforcement and telecom providers. Effectively, all this has expanded the attack surface that has to be defended to prevent tampering with our communications infrastructure and unauthorized surveillance by foreign state actors, especially at scale. The job of the illegal eavesdropper has actually gotten significantly easier. And to put it bluntly, something like Salt Typhoon was inevitable and will likely happen again unless significant changes are made to our infrastructure and our approach to protecting it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Mr. Steinman, it is widely reported that U.S. critical infrastructure undergoes thousands of cyber attacks a day. While many of these attacks are not successful, it is impossible to stop all of them from achieving their goal. To begin, can you quickly describe the significance of the Salt Typhoon breach last year and its impact on U.S. national security?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first want to ask for clarification, which I fear you may not be able to provide in terms of the language that we use here. So this is a challenge that we faced for many years. I faced it in my last job. I even face it in my current job, which is that when folks say attack, I think often they refer to activities such as probing or other things that I think don't bear the same weight that the word attack actually does. This also goes to another challenge in cyberspace, which is that, you know, many actors conduct activities that look like both intelligence collection, and then they maintain the capacity to then conduct an operation that may have an impact. That impact may be digital, that impact, especially in this context, may be physical.
So would it be fair to say that instead of using attack, you'd prefer to use words like probing, monitoring, collecting, disrupting?
I would defer to my academic colleagues here to choose the specific language. I would just caution against using the word attack.
Sure.
Because I'll certainly use that word very specifically to mean creating direct impact to
Disruption.
systems. Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
Yep. So in that case, I think just to answer your question, we do see critical infrastructure bearing an intense degree of scrutiny, I guess, from foreign actors. Those foreign actors are reported, and again, you can consult the Director of National Intelligence's annual threat assessment to Congress, which recites these types of frameworks a lot, but we see foreign threat actors deliberately, repeatedly, regularly, and high volume interrogating critical infrastructure facilities across the United States, across the world. The challenge is that many of those critical infrastructure facilities, in fact, are not well defended. We could go into the reason why. I think in closing, what I would say, Mr. Chairman, is the internet is a dark and dangerous place. It can be, certainly. And our adversaries take advantage of the fact that we've essentially built out America's critical infrastructure from a digital perspective without a sort of wartime footing. And that means that these types of activities, in many cases, are purported to have found purchase. And what that means is that we do have foreign adversaries sitting on American critical infrastructure, and that gives them the possibility of being able to, at a time and place that they're choosing, conduct an attack.
Sure. Thank you for that. I thought that our, I'll call it our 9/11 because that's when we kind of woke up when we were attacked. I thought our 9/11 was going to be the Colonial Pipeline attack, and we were days away from catastrophe. And we have allowed our critical infrastructure to be basically operated by technology, and that technology has vulnerabilities. And it's funny because I was in Congress during the Colonial Pipeline attack, and they had to call all these 70 and 80-year-old retirees from all over the country to operate the pipeline with wrenches, and these guys knew how to hit it and know what to do next. And IoT was operating the whole thing. Luckily, they were able to determine that the administration was actually what was breached as opposed to the operational control, so they were able to turn it back on. But Dr. Amoroso, when these types of state-sponsored attacks, and I guess Salt Typhoon is state-sponsored, the Colonial Pipeline attack was likely somebody that was just trying to make some money. But do you believe that the U.S. government should retaliate against either state-sponsored actors or actors that are operating in countries that are not enforcing the rule of law to show that there's consequences for these kind of behaviors? And if so, what kind of response do you believe is justified?
Well, it's a good question. It comes up all the time. Last 30 years, should we say the best defense is a good offense, right? That comes up a lot. I think the best defense is a good defense, right? You got to play defense. I mean, whether we decide to retaliate, sort of a separate issue, but I think it shirks the responsibility we have to do a better job, right? There's no question that Salt Typhoon, I feel like we're sort of lucky in a sense, right? Because we break down problems into two types of things. One's where they're peeking at your stuff, and that's never good. You don't want anybody surveilling and pulling data, but somehow you feel like you survived that. It's not good. But if they're disrupting, if there's kinetic attacks where buildings have to be evacuated and people's lives are maybe taken, I mean, that's a whole nother thing. So in my opening comment, when I sort of drew the analogy between sort of potholes and sinkholes are consequential attacks where you cannot ignore what's going on. And that's my biggest fear, that I feel like we're headed toward that. And now's a good time, I think, for a whole country, for everybody to kind of wake up and say, this is something we should pull together and fix. Something in America, we're good at that. When we get pissed at something, we do pull together. And this is a really good opportunity, not just for this committee, but I think for our whole country to do something about it.
Thank you for that. I just want to let my colleagues know that we're not going to be super strict on time, given the fact that some of us have left. And we want to make sure that we get the most out of this. And we will likely be doing a second round of questions at the end. Thank you for that. And with that, I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I want to enter to the record congressional testimony, Salt Typhoon securing America's telecommunications information from state-sponsored cyber attacks, April 2nd, by Corey Simpson, JD.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the administration has said that discussing attack plans on Signal wasn't a big deal because Signal is end-to-end encrypted. But what does that really mean? I just want to explain to people at home exactly how this encryption works and how a phone works, really. So end-to-end encryption means that after I press the send button on my phone, my message gets scrambled if you're using Signal. And that scrambled version travels to its end destination. Anyone who reads the message in the middle wouldn't know what I said. But what if the hackers aren't trying to intercept my message while it's moving? What if they had already hacked the phone itself or hacked my friend's phone who I'm sending the message to? So let's take a closer look at how a phone works. And you can see here, there's a lot of ways a phone can get hacked. And Dr. Blaze, this is your area of expertise. Yes or no? Is it true that hackers can access information on your phone if you are connected to public Wi-Fi?
Under many circumstances, yes, with personal devices.
And then can they access your phone and the messages you're sending through a Bluetooth connection or even a USB port, let's say?
All those expose the phone to vulnerabilities.
And isn't it true that if I accidentally clicked on, let's say, a malicious ad or a link, that could download something on my phone that could also make my messages or what I'm doing on my phone vulnerable?
That's actually a very common way of attacking phones.
So there are, even if you're using an end-to-end encrypted app like Signal, there are so many ways to hack your phone itself that, and America's top national security officials should know this, and they're probably the #1 target for many of these types of hacks. And it's actually, it's hard to believe that they would even be using Signal. There's a reason why we don't put secure information and classified information on Signal in the first place. And just yesterday, we found out that Mike Waltz's team uses Gmail to communicate as well. Mr. Blaze, is Gmail vulnerable as well if you're sending information, classified or sensitive information to and from people? I would say it's probably more vulnerable than Signal, correct?
That's right. Well, Gmail isn't even end-to-end encrypted, so it's vulnerable to attacks on both the device and the network itself and Google's infrastructure.
And has Gmail been infiltrated in the past for national security information?
Yes.
And can you tell me, do you remember any instances of that?
There are many ways to attack a Gmail user. The most common is to obtain their passwords or other access control, and essentially log in as them with full access. And this happens so often that it's almost impossible to single out a single instance. But state actors are notorious for this sort of attack.
And I think it's pretty clear that this shouldn't have been happening. And if any regular low-level defense or intelligence staff had been involved in anything like this, they would have been fired immediately. And that's what really is concerning to me now. Speaking of firings, we have actually been laying off a lot of our top cybersecurity experts at CISA and across the government. Dr. Blaze, what do you think would be the impact of some of these firings on our ability to defend against hostile cyber attacks in the future?
Well, the battle to defend our infrastructure is fundamentally difficult. It's fundamentally a problem that the offense side has an advantage with, because computer systems, personal devices, the servers that serve them are all vulnerable to attacks, some of which have not yet been discovered and some of which have not yet even come into existence. But we don't know how to build secure systems in any top to bottom way. So I would say that having an active defense to identify and fix vulnerabilities from all sectors, from the private sector, government, and individual end users, is essential.
And Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article dated March 13, 2025. People are scared inside CISA as it reels from Trump's purge.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I think it's pretty clear that this shouldn't have happened. We need to understand how prevalent the use of third-party apps and private phones is when talking about classified or secure or sensitive information. And so we've sent a letter to the administration. I hope that we'll get some answers. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you hosting this hearing. I appreciate you witnesses being here. I actually came to this hearing thinking that we were going to be able to have a bipartisan hearing on this, as we all agree that CCP is a tremendous threat, that our infrastructure needs protected. It's surprising, again, to come to this and to see the politicization of this hearing. It seems to be that Democrat administrations can use Signal, but Republicans can't. That when we have successful attacks against the Houthis, they get overlooked. But yet, when the Biden administration withdraws from Afghanistan and 13 of our servicemen get killed, that the Dems sit on their hands and don't seem to be concerned about that at all. We just had another successful attack against the Houthis last night, so it seems that our administration is able to proceed unabated, regardless of the chicken little pie in the sky is falling stories from our ranking member. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Steinman, could you explain or answer for me, would signal messages be susceptible to exposure by the Salt Typhoon attack?
I'd want to defer to my technical colleagues here to the left. Obviously, it's an end-to-end encrypted service. It's gonna depend on a wide range of variables, including is the endpoint compromised. Again, I'd defer to the technical experts here.
Mr. Marosa.
Sure, I'm happy to provide guidance. So you're asking whether, in a sense, the Chinese, Salt Typhoon. So Salt Typhoon is a broad description of an actor.
Right.
And one of the things we've learned, like take the end-to-end cryptography argument that was made earlier, that the transmission is secure between the endpoints. It's using a type of cryptography called public key cryptography. It's a Diffie-Hellman key exchange. It turns out that's actually something that is susceptible to quantum computers. And it's entirely possible that the PRC could have a bunch of those in the basement. So I could imagine that even Signal is vulnerable to nation state surveillance in real time. What we've learned is in our own intelligence community, we've always been 10 to 15 years ahead of where we all think cryptography is. So chances are, it's kind of scary. Russia, China, and so on are probably a lot further along than we think they are in crypto. That's why I think in general.
This seems to me to fall into I appreciated your opening statements where you talked about kind of the potholes of yesterday, to where, in a sense, maybe this didn't fall into that category, but more in the what are the sinkholes for the future. I thought that was the whole idea that from a security posture, whether it be in our typical DoD stance, but certainly in cybersecurity, we need to be skating to where the puck is going.
Right. I agree with you. I mean, I know where you're going, and I agree. I think China is a better actor than I think we had ever expected at this point. I mean, just sort of extrapolate back, we kind of used to lampoon, they don't know what they're doing. And then they got better. And then we kind of see Salt Typhoon and all of us go, whoa, they've gotten pretty good. So I think that's a wake up call. Whether it would be good enough to break Signal, whether Salt Typhoon connects, we can sit and debate that. But I think if you push the puck forward on the ice a little bit, it gets pretty scary where things like even Signal, that's kind of my point, like where we're going is even things you might depend on now are probably not going to be things we can depend on soon. So all of us need to think through how we fix that.
A couple of my big concerns, and I may run out of time to get both of them, but it's been said, if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. So while we need to talk about what we can do going forward to kind of build and harden our infrastructure and those kind of things, I'm also concerned about what we might be doing already that is allowing access. I wonder, we don't know the actors or the group within Salt Typhoon. I think only one has been kind of outed. The rest we don't know, so we don't know where they're getting their training. But I do wonder how many of them were trained here in the United States at our universities. I wonder about the infrastructure that we get. That's even most of our phones are made in China, for example. Could you speak to that and what we could do to kind of harden
on the digging
where it is right now, and then we can talk about where we need to go.
Great analogy. You do want to stop digging when you're in a hole. I think one of the things that I hear all the time, like in the context of telecom, Salt Typhoon, and even the broader issues, is we need to find the gaps, go find the 3, 5, 7 gaps and close them. I think that's a fool's errand. Like looking for the gaps and fixing them is not the way we get out of this. I think we need to design brand new infrastructure and start finding a way to eventually transition Like in our world, we would call that next generation infrastructure. And I think that's something we have to do. It may sound like a big lift, but I don't see any other way.
I guess my concern is, okay, if China's still building the next gen hardware
Right.
and then importing it into the United States, do we still have that issue? I guess that's what the kind of question I'm asking.
Well, we avoid, I mean, like if you
know,
take
and if we're still training,
Yeah.
you know, we come up with the latest best practices, but then
Right.
we continue to train their cybersecurity experts and send them back home to do
Yeah,
damage.
I'm against that. On the hardware
You
thing
know,
with Huawei,
that's kind of, I guess, my concern. I don't know.
it is sensible, to
other
your point, that for things like Huawei, that we stay away from that equipment. I think that's wise. And I think we will probably agree with that. What's interesting is in Salt Typhoon, they didn't use any Huawei backdoors because while I was at AT&T, I don't think they've since gone and bought any Huawei equipment. So that was not either the front, side, or even one of the components of the attack. So we sort of learned that they don't need that. Now, I'm not saying we should be buying that. I'm against that. But it was not part of the attack vector, which for a lot of us is kind of.
Thank you. We're going to have
terrifying.
time for a second round of questions. I now recognize
Mr.
that-
Chair, I wanted to enter something into the record.
Sure.
Ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article dated March 27, 2025, titled "Previous Administrations Were Wary of the Messaging App Signal. Trump World Has Embraced It."
Thank you for that. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing. This is a serious issue. This is a serious issue. What bothers me is that raising the issue of national security when our top national security and defense officials go on an insecure app and they talk about, they offer actionable intelligence in advance of a military operation in which our sons and daughters are at risk. And then if we raise it in the oversight committee on a hearing, it's politicization. That it's one thing, I know a lot of my Republican colleagues, over 25 years, I've worked hand in hand with a lot of them on issues of national security. And, Senator Langford, when he was over here, very serious on that issue, work with him on a bunch of different things. It's one thing. Look, I can understand if Republican members don't want to say anything about what the Trump administration did on this and what they continue to do, but to call it politicization and also to give a blessing on what they did and call it a success scares the hell out of me. If you think that was a success, going on an insecure line in advance of a military operation and discuss openly on an insecure app the operational details of the forthcoming strikes on Yemen, including information about targets,
Will the gentleman yield?
systems, and attack sequencing.
Will the gentleman
That's
yield?
okay. No, I'm not going to yield. I'm offended. I'm offended that members would say that's politicization when we're trying to protect our sons and daughters in uniform and use this forum. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That was a colossal failure. We cannot encourage that. We cannot encourage that type of activity. On this committee, classified briefings, we were informed not to use Signal. We were informed that there are certain protocols that you have to take up.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm not yielding, no. So, and my colleague got an extra minute on top of what.
I'll give you 2.
A minute and 40. So maybe I'll have time at the end to yield. Here's what it is. Here's what gets me. It is pointless for us to sit in this committee and try to grapple with the real issue of Salt Typhoon and other threats to our communication systems if the people at the top don't take it seriously. We can talk about all of the protocols and debate and devise the best methods and insist upon up-to-date technology and take all those steps. But if the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and National Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and Mike Walls, our National Security Advisor, and Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, go on an insecure line and talk about operational intelligence on an insecure line, then everything we do here is pointless. That's what I'm getting at. So we ought to be able to talk in a meaningful way and point that out. That's relevant. That's important. And they need to know that. And telling them that you were great and that was a success and look how great you did. That's not good. That's not good. That's not helpful to our national security. They made a mistake. Now, you don't have to say that publicly, but dear God, don't tell them that's the way to go. Nice job. Great success. That's insane. That's insane for anybody who takes national security seriously. That's what I'm getting at. And so our work here can't be just. I hope you thought this through. I hope you know exactly what you're doing here. Advice to Democrats when they're in office. It has to be guidance as well to others. It shows that we're taking our job seriously, and it's not just for show. This is not politicization. This is national security. This is the real stuff. And there have been, and I'm happy to hear, there have been Republican colleagues who are very worried about this, and they've said that. And they try to be as respectful as they can to their Republican colleagues, and I understand that. I get that part. But that's a far cry from saying, way to go, do it again. That was successful. It's just, it does not bode well for our future and for the work of this committee. Let me just ask a quick question, Mr. Blaze. On top of all this, the Trump administration has just laid off 130 folks at CISA, and these are some of the very best. So the private sector is covetous of getting some of our really smart cybersecurity people to work for them. So when you lay off 130 CISA personnel, does that help our national security, and what problems does that present?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that CISA in both the first Trump administration and the Biden administration was an invaluable resource in protecting critical infrastructure. It's a small agency. Arguably it's been understaffed from the beginning, but it is essentially the only clearinghouse for threat intelligence across government and the private sector, and any diminishment of that capability will harm us.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blaze. Mr. Chairman, if I have any extra time, I would yield it to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
We'll have an additional round of questions if you'd like to ask additional questions. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important hearing. Appreciate you holding it. Appreciate the witnesses being here, and you've been able to witness already the politicization of this hearing. So it's a crying shame. And Mr. Steinman, what I will tell you is I am a layman, and so I will use the term cyber attack, and I may mean probe, I may mean disruption, but I'm talking about a malignant actor, a malign actor who is trying to do something that is detrimental to some secure system that we have. That's what I'm referring to. And so, according to the Internet Security Alliance, thousands of daily attacks, cyber attacks, put the operational continuity of critical infrastructure at risk and have led to trillions of dollars in economic losses to date, meaning that cyber attacks threaten both our national and economic security. Estimates indicate that 40 to 70% of our private and public sector cybersecurity workforce and resources are spent on navigating a patchwork of overlapping, contradictory, and duplicative regulatory regimes. These contradictory schema are promulgated not only at the international, local, and federal level, but often between federal agencies themselves. Every minute spent navigating the bureaucratic morass of conflicting rules is time actually spent focused away from cyber threats. So my question for you, and I'll go with you, Mr. Amorosa. What steps should Congress and the Trump administration take to harmonize federal cybersecurity regulations to ensure that cybersecurity resources and the cyber workforce are focused on protecting American citizens and our critical infrastructure?
Well, thank you for the question. And on behalf of every CISO on the planet, we'd sure like to see fewer frameworks and regulations. The NIST cybersecurity framework, which is in version 2, is really good. And it's almost like an umbrella standard to most of the other standards that are imposed on an enterprise security team. So I think if you had 50 heads of security across the whole critical infrastructure, even mid-size and small companies, they'd all agree that simplifying that to 1 or 2 frameworks would be a really good idea. Now, we use these tools called GRC tools, governance, risk, and compliance tools. So we've been able to automate away a lot of the complexity. So we've dealt with it, but it would be quite welcome if there was some simplification there.
Do you have any thoughts on how tools like artificial intelligence could be deployed to assist in reviewing and constructing a framework?
Oh, they'd be great. I mean, everyone in the room here has used ChatGPT, where you ask it a complex question, you feed this complex thing and say, explain this to me. Well, think about complex regs and asking how it might apply to an industry. AI is really good at that. And so we've gotten pretty good at dealing with you'd use some words like complex, some rest, absolutely accurate. We've dealt with that using technology, but still it'd be nice to simplify that. I think that would be, it would clean up a lot of the security infrastructure we have in place.
Mr. Blaze, Professor Blaze, your written testimony outlined a concern that I share, that lawful access mandates present risk to Americans. Both that those tools may be abused, or that those lawful access mandates may be exploited by malign actors. And you talked about encryption. Indian encryption is not a silver bullet, but it is, as you discussed, an important countermeasure. Despite years of advocacy that Congress imposed wiretap-ready mandates on Indians' encrypted communication tools, which, by the way, I really appreciate you raising that in your piece. In response to the Salt Typhoon attack, federal law enforcement agencies issued a series of public reports and statements recommending that Americans utilize encrypted voice and text communication methods. I ask for unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, that one of those, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency's mobile communications best practices, be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Blaze. Would imposing such a mandate expose those communication methods to the same risk present without encryption?
I mean, end-to-end encryption makes communication strictly more secure. It's not perfect. It's not a panacea. It still leaves us vulnerable to attacks against the endpoint. But what effective end-to-end encryption does is essentially removes attacks against the infrastructure, such as we saw in the Salt Typhoon attacks that have been made public so far, from the equation. It essentially signals encryption. We don't know that it's perfect. We don't know that there aren't hidden
I'm not talking specifically about Signal. I'll
Right.
save that for another round of questions.
Sure, but for example, Signal.
Yeah.
We don't know if any of this encryption is perfect. We don't know if there's some attack that will be discovered in the future. But it's probably safe to say that the easiest way to attack an end-to-end encrypted communication is by attacking the endpoint. That it essentially becomes a waste of time to attack it through the infrastructure, and that's a significant gain.
So while we're here, Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me just real quickly, it's been publicly reported that the UK has been putting pressure on Apple to build a lawful access backdoor into encrypted iCloud backups, not unlike what you talked about in the 90s. Senator Ron Wyden and I have raised concerns about this approach with the Trump administration, specifically asking the administration to put pressure on the UK to back down or face consequences. And I ask unanimous consent that on our February 13th, 2025 letter be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And so here's the question, Professor Blaze. What tools are at the administration's disposal to ensure that our own allies are not taking steps that jeopardize Americans' privacy?
Well, again, we should encourage the use of end-to-end encryption because we use the internet and communications for essentially everything about our economy, everything about our national security, everything about our personal privacy depends on the security of our communications infrastructure. And, so we need to promote the use of end-to-end encryption enthusiastically and vigorously. And regulations that mandate things like cryptographic backdoors are a step backwards from doing that and will make us less safe.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. And I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here. And obviously, I think we can all agree that the Salt Typhoon hacks were very serious, deserve a full response. Clearly, China is targeting our networks, and we need to step up to prevent them, and of course, prevent from worse things from happening. But of course, I strongly disagree with comments that we should not be discussing other serious national security concerns. Members of Congress have the absolute right in hearings to ask questions that are of grave national security concern. And the fact that we, as the House minority and Democrats, are focused on the serious national security breaches that have happened because of Secretary Hegseth and others on the Signal fiasco, I think is the right response from us. The American people demand accountability for the Signal disclosures. And as a reminder, we have not only Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, we have National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, the Vice President, the CIA Director, our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary, and the Director of National Intelligence, all debating foreign policy, arguing about national strategy, and sharing what is clearly war plans, even though they'd like to say that they weren't, on a signal change. So this is of absolute importance to this subcommittee and important for us to discuss it. Of course, they're doing all this while chatting with a reporter. We can all agree, hopefully our Republican colleagues included, that that's totally insane and a level of incompetence and recklessness that should never be in our government. Now, Dr. Blaze, we've seen this many times. This is, of course, one of the updates from Secretary Hegseth. Dr. Blaze, here we have the Defense Secretary laying out exactly when and which planes were going to fly and when our pilots would be in danger. Now, Dr. Blaze, I understand that Signal is a good commercial option to communicate. A lot of folks use it. But to communicate exact times, directives, war plans is absolutely unacceptable. Would you, I know you've said it before, but do you agree that this, from a national security perspective, should not be on this type of unsecured?
Right. I have no idea at what level that would be classified, but it's certainly sensitive national security information, intuitively.
And do we agree that Secretary Hegseth or anyone at DOD should know this, correct?
Yes, anybody with access to classified information would also be briefed and have access to the authorized tools for handling that.
And so here we have Secretary Hegseth sharing information which exposes our soldiers to danger, even though he should know that information could actually get to our adversaries. And remember, the best cybersecurity practices in the world actually don't matter if you're also careless enough to send all of this classified information, which I believe is classified, straight to an actual reporter. So Dr. Blaze, can you remind us what would happen to an enlisted person or an officer who would leak similar information?
Well, I think, it's safe to say that if I did something like that, my access to classified information would be immediately revoked. I would probably be terminated immediately and be facing a criminal investigation.
Right. So if you're a rank and file member of the military, you certainly would receive severe punishment, a variety of different options. Yet the Secretary of Defense is still in his position, having committed a major offense, clearly breached national security protocols, and put American lives in danger. Many of us have said it before. We'll repeat it again. He should resign or he should be fired. In addition to that, Hegseth, of course, we all know, has had numerous other issues in his past, been accused of numerous other things, was never qualified to actually do the job, and continues, in my opinion, to not live up to this enormous mistake that he, of course, and others made. Now, I want to also just point out the bombings did not solve anything. Attacks from Yemen still continue. And the whole episode revealed breathtaking incompetence. We got lucky this time that no Americans were killed, But unless things change, we're sitting on a ticking time bomb. And I just also want to note, because I think it's important, that the CIA director and DNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, who were active participants in the chat, have told Congress under oath that they don't remember basic facts about the conversations they actually had and were involved with, of course, to avoid any sort of responsibility. Personally, I think they lied to Congress and should be held accountable. Now, we also know this isn't the only time these people have used Signal to discuss classified information or other systems. And I just want to remind us that the Wall Street Journal just reported that Walsh, quote, created and hosted multiple other sensitive national security conversations on Signal with cabinet members. And of course, now we're also learning that he's sending information through his personal Gmail account. So this is an enormous amount to investigate. We absolutely have a right to bring it up in this committee, and we need additional accountability. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing today. Thank you guys for coming. You guys are probably starting to see why it's tough for us to get anything done up in Washington, D.C. I do want to defend my colleague, Mr. Cloud. I don't believe he ever said that, the Signal chat episode was a success. I believe he was talking about the strikes against the Houthis. I also find it rich that my colleagues on the other side, who now claim to be the accountability and transparency police, said absolutely nothing, when we pulled out of Afghanistan and 13 Marines were killed, amongst other issues. So moving on to this hearing, I think it was great, Dr. Amoroso, that you talked about potholes and sinkholes. You're looking at many of these hacks that we've experienced in the past as potholes, but you seem more focused on the bigger attacks that will come in the future, and you're referring to those as sinkholes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Sir, would you look at some of the individuals that have hacked into our energy grid as a possible sinkhole scenario?
Yes.
Can you tell us what your major concerns are when it comes to infrastructure like that?
Disruption.
Yeah. Isn't it true that the former FBI director, Wray, even talked about that himself?
I'm not sure. That's a common point, though, certainly.
Mr. Steinman, do you remember that?
I believe I do, sir.
Yeah. What do you think would happen if the CCP or one of our adversaries were to take down our energy grid?
I think it would sow incredible chaos. I think it would be damaging to almost every American in the first and in the second order, given the food supply chains that we use to eat every day, the energy required to purify water, to process sewage, et cetera. And respectfully, sir, I would just offer that there have been numerous unclassified statements by executive branch, senior executives, to say that we do have foreign adversaries on that energy grid.
Right. Absolutely. One of the things that you guys brought up is whoever controls AI and does the best at implementing it into our cybersecurity, will obviously be in the best position. Can you guys talk to how the United States government is doing in implementing, developing AI and using it within cybersecurity?
I can offer a couple of points. I spend a lot of time on that. The first, I think everyone should recognize, again, another analogy. If you're a human being playing a well-programmed computer in chess, you realize you lose every time, right? I think everyone gets that. So just, do you think we can beat a computer at cyber? You kind of can't. And as your adversary starts to really move in that direction, you have to do that too. Now, when we think AI, in fact, for any of you, if you're thinking AI, the first word that should come to mind is data. You have to have data to train systems to learn, just like with children, they have to be exposed to experiences to learn. AI has to be exposed to data and, to some sense, experience. That's the first thing we need to do as a nation. So we have a lot of privacy concerns and a lot of issues of intellectual property and ownership and competition. And you've seen some of it in the hearing here, some of the squabbles that we have in our country. We have to fix that. If we can't fix that, then we'll never be able to build, like I've heard the president talk about this big global shield. Well, I think that's a perfectly good metaphor for AI. We need to do something that allows us to protect against AI offense. And the only way to do that is we have to architect something that makes sense. We need to have the right access to data. We have to have the national labs involved, and large critical infrastructure has to be involved. Academia has to be involved. And our government leaders need to be working together to help us coordinate something along those lines.
Mr. Steinman, you want to take that one?
Yes, sir. I would also offer that it might be worth the committee's time to look into some of the barriers to information sharing that private sector executives and companies face. I believe it was mentioned previously around DHS's role as acting as an information clearinghouse, but there are a number of barriers around liability protection that I believe, in order to adequately address, will require congressional action. So I would just offer that up as a possible place where you all could do some work.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I request unanimous consent that the subcommittee shall have a second round of questions for the members. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. So I was hoping to talk about Salt Typhoon more, but I just want to clarify some things about this signal chat issue. So there's really three components of it. There's the app signal. There's the individuals that are communicating on the app's cell phones, and then there's the content and the people that had access to the content. So let's talk with signal first. Mr. Blaze, the Salt Typhoon attack, would signal messages have been susceptible to the Salt Typhoon attack?
So from what we know about the Salt Typhoon attack, so far it has been limited to the infrastructure itself.
To the communication, unsecured communication on the infrastructure.
On the infrastructure.
They were
So-
basically collecting data that was going through the infrastructure, and because if it was unsecured, they would be able to access it and see what it says, but if it was secured, they would just throw it away because it's ones and zeros. Does that make any sense?
That's right. What Signal effectively does means attacks against the infrastructure can't reveal content.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted you to say. So Signal has actually been encouraged to be used by the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, and they actually recommended under the Biden administration for potentially highly targeted individuals to use it. So not only is it best practice to use end-to-end encrypted, it's encouraged to the point where when the CIA director took his post, they were like, you need to use Signal. You can't use anything else. So I guess number one, Signal is secure unless the cell phone is compromised. So my question, Mr. Blaze, does it matter what app you're using if the cell phone is compromised?
Well, no, but let me just add a bit of nuance to what you said. Signal is secure in that it protects the information in transit, but it's one of the reasons it's not authorized for classified national security purposes is it lacks features designed to protect classified information, such as ensuring that the recipient has a clearance and is authorized to receive.
Correct. So, but again, Signal is secure end-to-end encryption, but again, it has to go to the right person.
That has to go to the right person. So it would
so-
be, the classified tools would make it impossible, for example, to inadvertently add a
but
reporter.
again, if the cell phone is compromised, it doesn't matter what app you're using because the cell phone's compromised. And in this case, our national security actors are not have their cell phones checked. Their cell phones were not compromised. Obviously, the issue now becomes the content, which was not classified. Was it best practice for a reporter to be included? No. Had that reporter told the Houthis what was going to happen, would that be really bad? Yeah, didn't happen. I can promise you that this will not happen again. National Security Advisor Waltz has indicated that this was an error. And I mean, listen, it's an error that will not be repeated. He is an incredible asset to our national security team. So again, there's just a lot of confusion around this. Signal is a secure end-to-end encrypted app. The cell phones were not compromised. A person was added an error, and it did not have any impact on the outcome of the operation, which was a success. So, I mean, I think the biggest thing here is that I feel like my colleagues across the aisle are talking out of both sides of their mouths when they're concerned about this signal chat that had no adverse impact on national security and did not involve classified information. And I can promise you it won't happen again when we didn't have any hearings on Joe Biden having classified information that he actually had no right to have in his garage from his time in the Senate. Hillary Clinton's, classified email private server for days, and Joe Biden used a fake email account to correspond with his son's business associates. So I guess all of these things, we're here to talk about Salt Typhoon and what we can do to, as Dr. Amoroso pointed out, avoid the sinkhole. We've got potholes for days. The sinkhole is coming, and we need to be working to make sure that we are ready. And I would say that we certainly are not right now. So I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle to make sure that our country's critical infrastructure is secure. And we got a lot of work to do. With that, I yield back, and I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Could I get unanimous consent first to enter into the record a couple articles? One, Chinese hackers are said to have targeted phones used by Trump and Vance. This was October 25th, 2024. I believe that's New York Times.
Without objection, so ordered.
And then the second one was Pentagon warned staffers against using Signal before White House chat league. I believe this was Washington Post on Tuesday, March 25th, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blaze, have you seen any evidence that the personal devices of the people who are using Signal were compromised or not compromised?
I've seen no evidence one way or the other.
Yeah, so we don't actually know if their phones were compromised or not, but we do know from the articles I just sent into the record that certainly the vice president was already a target. And certainly if I were looking to target someone, I would look at our national security advisors. I just have to say that I'm glad I haven't heard from the administration much about this being an error, but I'm glad I'm hearing it from some. But what I really want to hear from the administration is that they made a mistake, that they're going to fix it, and here are the steps they're going to take to make corrective actions and fixing what was a serious blunder and serious leak of national security intelligence. And that's my problem with this, is that even if you say that mistakes happen, there are no steps right now in fixing this as far as I know. And there's no one admitting that they made a mistake. And there's nobody telling us what corrective actions are actually being taken, how prevalent this issue was. I entered into the record earlier about how previous administrations were hesitant to use Signal for this very reason that our witnesses are telling us today. One witness said that Signal could actually be hacked, even though it is encrypted end-to-end, because we now have quantum computing. That's a really good point. And then Dr. Blaze has also mentioned that these systems are vulnerable, even setting aside Signal itself. And we have 13,000 secure facilities across the country, and we have staff for every one of these national security experts who are there for the very purpose of making sure that they can communicate anywhere at any time around the world, troop movements and other sensitive classified information. And so it's not like we haven't given the administration the resources to communicate securely. It's just they decided not to. And in doing so, I think they've broken at least 6 laws in regards to security as well as transparency. And I think this is a big problem, that the administration has broken these laws and not admitted any sort of fault or mistake. And the response has been to just toss this aside as ho-hum or Chicken Little, I think was said earlier. I think there needs to be more attention paid to what happened, how prevalent it is, and what the administration is actually going to do about it. And so this is relevant because, today's hearing is about compromising our telecommunications infrastructure. But, if you did a poll, I think we have a study of all the chief information security officers. I think 80% said that human risk was the #1 problem in securing cybersecurity and telecom information. And I'd actually ask you, Mr. Blaze, would you agree with that characterization that human error might be the #1 concern when it comes to telecom risks?
That's probably true, although I quibble a little bit with how we define human error. A lot of human error is inevitable because of poor design choices for the systems that we use.
But I guess what I would really like is to just have an investigation into what happened. And one of the things I'd like to share with my colleagues is that we've actually asked for an investigation. I think there are only Democrats on the letter to the administration right now, but I know some senators on the Republican side have actually openly asked for some sort of investigation. But at least we can get to the bottom of what happened, how prevalent this is, what we can do to fix it so that it never happens again. I hear that that's a shared goal, and I'd like to see us work together in doing that. And so instead of trying to sort of brush this aside as something that isn't a big deal, let's admit that it was a big deal, and let's try to take steps to fix it and not just try to cover this up. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for coming here today. During the attack, Salt Typhoon maintained undetected access for up to 18 months. This incident is described as one of the most severe telecom hacks in U.S. history. Despite existing public-private partnerships to prevent cyber attacks, it seems as though there are still significant information sharing gaps. Mr. Steinman, are there any federal laws or regulatory red tape that prevents or hampers information sharing about hacks between government agencies and the telecommunications industry?
Thank you, Congressman. I would, of course, defer to Mr. Amoroso's experience being the former Chief Information Security Officer of AT&T around specific granular challenges with information sharing, but I would like to emphasize the point that you made, which is that whether it's questions of liability at the corporate or the individual level, questions of insurance, insurance policies. We saw that in the NotPetya cyber attack and in the Colonial Pipeline attack, where we had issues of who would pick up the tab when there was a business interruption process as a result of a cyber attack, that it really is a deep nested issue.
That's a question for Dr.
Yes, sir.
Amoroso. The 2023 National Cybersecurity Strategy emphasizes preventing the abuse of U.S.-based infrastructure, but it largely omits deterrence. Dr. Amoroso, in your view, why was deterrence overlooked, and how critical do you think it is to incorporate it into the strategy?
Yeah, it'd come up earlier, this question of deterrence. I mean, certainly it helps. I mean, I'm an operator, so I wouldn't be the person doing the deterrence, but if someone's doing it, it's going to help. Your point about information sharing is an important one. You know, back in '96, I remember sitting in this building when we first started talking about it. It was a President PDD 63. It was the first sort of ISAC stuff. We were very hopeful that information sharing would solve a lot of problems. It kind of hasn't. I wish it had, and I wish I could tell you that just improving the communications will make things better. But I've kind of given up on that. I think it's time now to build a new barn. You know what I mean? Like, I think the one we have has been patched so many times, and it's so rickety that you and I are standing looking at it going, you know what? Time to build a new barn.
Well, we all know the definition of insanity. And, China believes that everything can be used as a weapon, and it should be used as a weapon. So how would you propose, Dr. Amoroso, the U.S. increase the cost on China to deter their cyber operations, especially when they seem to act with impunity under the current framework?
Yeah, I understand. I obviously deterrence can be done in any number of ways. Not really my area of specialization. You can do it with diplomacy, you can do it with non-cyber. But I think the best deterrence of all is to have the best defense on the planet. You know, if they can't break in, then there's no discussion.
Yeah, it seems like we're in a reactive position rather than a proactive position on that.
I would agree. I think that's where we are now. I think you and I would agree on that. But I'd like to get around that. I think there's active defense that's different than deterrence. You know what I mean?
Sure. So Congress and President Trump established the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency in 2018 to protect critical infrastructure and guard against cybersecurity threats. Under the Biden administration, CISA diverted resources to collude with social media companies to surveil and censor American citizens. Would you agree with that?
I don't know anything about that. The others might know something, but I don't
Mr.
know
Simon?
much.
Yeah, that's my understanding, sir.
And how about Mr. Blaze? Would you agree with that statement?
I have no idea how the resources were allocated.
Sure. Well, thank God we got President Trump back in the White House to fix the broken agency and restore it to its congressionally directed mission. But I would ask you, if you wanted to become a subject matter expert in cybersecurity for the purposes of help in the Trump administration, and I guess I'll start with Mr. Steinman, where would you go? What would you do to become a subject matter expert so you could better help make decisions in Congress to help President Trump's America First agenda and protect us from China and other adversaries?
There's great resources available at the SANS Institute. That's a place where I point a lot of aspiring young cybersecurity professionals. There are classes taught by my two fellow panelists at Georgetown and NYU. I'm sure they'd love to have you as well. Thank you.
Dr. Amoroso.
Ditto. There's a lot of good resources.
Mr. Blaze.
Absolutely, and I'll point out many of my students are here in the gallery.
Awesome. And tell me where they're students.
Georgetown.
With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Chairman. And one of the big concerns I have is, of course, we need to secure ourselves against China, harden our infrastructure, do everything we can to stand against what they're trying to do. But we are a free society as well. So I'm always mindful that keeping the American people safe is one of our top priorities, but keeping them free is actually our top priority as members of Congress and of the government. And so, and then we're in the context of, as we move to AI, as you point out, Mr. Amoroso, the challenges are going to get monumental when it comes to cybersecurity. And then AI is dependent and developed on big data sets, which the CCP has no qualms about stealing, hacking, invading personal privacy of their own people and our people in order to create these huge data sets. And so as we put together solution sets, I'm curious about how to keep that balance as we move forward of protecting the American people. Mr. Blaze, you even talked about the back doors in some of that have been required in some of our telecom infrastructure, which is of a concern to me as well. I wanted to throw that out there and just see what your thoughts were. I guess we'll start with you, Mr. Amoroso, if you want to follow
Sure.
up.
I mean, I'll give you an example. So everyone in the room here that uses Microsoft or Google from email, right? Pretty much. And I'm guessing everybody in the room here would say that doing email is the worst 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours of your day, right? So if you had a piece of AI that did your email for you and you trusted it and it worked and it gave you a little list at the end of the day, the things that it needed to check in with you, then phishing goes away. Like the phishing risk, there's other attacks that emerge, malware in your AI agent. But the point is that as we upgrade our infrastructure and we do it intelligently, we can make some of these attacks go away. It's one example. There's a lot of things like that. But to do that would require a concerted sort of coordinated effort with the email providers, with privacy groups, with government, and so on and so forth. That's kind of what I'm talking about. But you can diminish the intensity of these attacks by using technology intelligently.
Mr. Blaze, do you want to speak to the issue of the back doors?
Yeah.
And
Certainly. So, I
privacy
mean, so more broadly, we are right now fighting a battle in which the attacker, the offense side, has the advantage because the systems that we have to defend are incredibly complex. New vulnerabilities are found, every week. And the implications of attacks are so far-reaching we can't even analyze what the consequences of some of these threats will be fully. And we will probably be at a disadvantage on defense for a while. It's one of the fundamental problems of computer science that we don't know how to build bug-free software. And as complexity increases, the number of bugs and vulnerabilities also increases along with that. And that is a
A
problem.
bug is different than a mandated backdoor.
That's right. And so adding mandated backdoors into the equation essentially, preloads the bugs. We don't even have to find them. We know they're there already. So, we will never be able to make our defenses perfect with the way we're doing things now. It's a problem I would love to solve, but we can absolutely do better than we're currently doing.
Mr. Simon, I wanted to ask you, you talked about us not being on a wartime footing when it came to our cyber infrastructure development. One of the disadvantages, when we point to our history, for example, with the Soviet Union versus the CCP, I've always said at least the Soviet Union was honest with us. The CCP has pretended to be our friend while they've planned for world domination and certainly our demise, and used every avenue, including cyber, to be on a war footing against us, while we, especially in the previous administration, would refuse to acknowledge that as a nation. What does that look like using your experience and knowledge base?
Yes, Congressman, I think that's right. I think the Chinese Communist Party and their military intelligence apparatus are already in a footing that we would describe as a wartime footing. They believe that that's the posture that they should have 24/7. And they use language to try and communicate to us that they are not in that footing, and they use that language deliberately to deceive us and to make us think, oh, everything's okay. We can just sort of be friends. They do this while hacking us blatantly, while then denying when they get confronted. And so I believe that it's time for us to take a much more aggressive posture. That's what we did when I was in the White House during the last Trump administration. And I believe that it's the smart thing to do now.
Thank you, Mike. Time's up on you, Mike.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again to the witnesses for being here. I just have a couple of specific questions and then a comment or two, and then back to questions. So the first question is, do we know there were more than 1 million people who essentially victimized in the cyber attack that has consumed us today, or should have consumed us today? Do we know if each one of those victims, because I would say they're all victims, were they each and every one notified that they were a victim? Do we know? Mr. Steinman, do you know?
I don't know, Congressman, and I think it's a great question.
Dr. Amoroso or Dr. Blaze?
I've spent a lifetime with these kinds of large-scale attacks, and almost always the answer to that question would be no.
And I agree with Dr. Amoroso.
Yeah, I always wonder with my own paranoia, if I'm in that group somewhere, But in any event, and that leads me to some specific questions with regard to states and working with the Fed. So you've all kind of alluded to this. There needs to be cooperation, there needs to be communication, needs to be some kind of mutual communication about what needs to be done. How have the states themselves responded, or how are they being treated in this? Is there? Let me back up. Is there any kind of working collaboration that really exists today? Mr. Steinman.
Thank you, Congressman. I would point to some of the bright spots in America's cybersecurity apparatus as the National Guard elements that do cybersecurity. They've done a lot of activity both at home and abroad where they will train with victims of some of the most latest attacks.
Is this a broad? What I'm trying to find out is there a broad coalition, a collaboration that's going on? I mean, or is it the pocket here, siloed here, siloed here?
I've seen it state by state with the state partnership program of National Guard cyber elements.
Okay.
I do believe that is coordinated to some degree at the Pentagon, but you'd have to dig into that.
Okay. Any other comments from Dr. Amaro?
I coach a lot of the security leads at the state level, and it's the full range. You know, there's multi-state, different groups, multi-state ISACs and so on, coordinating this and that, councils, groups, but they also compete. You know, they want to be the top state, you know, to do cyber. But the one thing they all say in common is we have no resources, we need more people. I think I've never met a state that says, gosh, we're good. So they do need more resources.
Yeah.
Oh, I would just point out that, you know, the resources of states are very much at a disadvantage compared with the national resources that we have of the federal government. You know, effectively, we don't ask the state police to repel foreign military invasions. And, you know, in a lot of cybersecurity issues, that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking of places like Arizona, which has one of the largest nuclear facilities in the country, in Palo Verde, and I'm really interested. I've talked to them, and they're actively trying to protect that structure. The state is, but I'm not sure whether the resources are there and whether the personnel is adequately there. And now I'm just going to make a quick comment here. And I have to do this, and I'm sorry because I wanted to get to some very specific issues, but this comment has to be made. When you keep 30,000 classified emails on a private server in a private home, you might have a bit of a security problem, and that's what happened with Hillary Clinton and Bupkis: silence, quietude from the left. Dr. Blaze, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I am going to put you on the spot because they asked you a question. I'm going to ask you a question to follow up. So it's not meant to be an attack at all. But with regard to CISA and the individuals who've been riffed at CISA, I assume you don't have any personal knowledge of any of those persons, any of their qualifications, any of their performance capacity, any of their skills, their training, et cetera. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Yeah. So that's what we mean when we say this gets politicized. They don't know, we don't know. But what we really wanted to find out today is what happened, how do we prevent it, how do we work together to stop it? And I feel like we've been derailed just a little bit here today, and that's unfortunate because both sides profess and want to get to the bottom of this because it is a national security issue and will in fact impact us actually for generations to come. So we've got to get ahead of it like right now. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. And I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, since my colleagues came in here and politicized this event today, I want to ask the chairman, did you forget to invite the Democrats to this event today?
I did not, no, sir.
That's interesting because as I look down, I see a bunch of empty seats. And for those that came in here and talked today, you'll note that they asked you very few questions about cybersecurity, how to prevent and stop it. They spent most of their time talking about a signal chat. And after their comments, I hope you all noticed that they got up and left. They didn't really care what you had to say. Did you guys notice that? Okay, good. I'm glad you did. Now, back to the hearing. Because a lot of us are laymen on this topic, a lot of us wonder how hard is it once you identify a cyber threat that has embedded itself within your infrastructure systems to either block them, kick them out, etc. Dr. Amoroso?
Yeah, I can. You know, someone that Matt Blaze and I remember, Ken Thompson, wrote a paper in 1983 where he taught all of us basically how you do what you just said and make it essentially disappear. Like it's not completely gone, but it's mostly gone. And we all kind of freaked out at the time, and here we are 40 years later, and we're talking about it. But you should kind of accept that if somebody's really good at dropping malware into your infrastructure, you're probably not going to find it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, do you think AI will really help us with that?
I think you have to change the game. It'd be like, is a terrible analogy, and I apologize, but if I could drive a truck bomb into your home and blow the whole place up, how do you stop that? You don't put a fence. What you do is you break your home up into a lot of different pieces. Suppose your home was 1,000 concrete blocks. What do you blow up? And you'd say, well, I can't live in a house like that. And that's true. But computing works that way. We call it virtualization and cloud and so on. So we have to change the game, not sort of solve that older problem, because you're not going to solve that problem.
When you guys, we've spent a lot of time talking about the CCP in China today because they do have a very robust cybersecurity offensive capability. But obviously, there's other countries out there as well that are hacking into U.S. infrastructure like Iran, North Korea, Russia, et cetera. When you guys look at the amount of resources that those countries throw into cyber attacking, and then you look at what we're spending on that as well, how does that measure out, Mr. Steinman?
I think it's a great question, Congressman, and it's one that I would encourage a significant amount of attention from the committee on, which is, what are we paying for? Billions of dollars have flowed to the various cyber elements of the Department of Defense and elsewhere, and what is that producing? I will say it does produce a lot of good people that are very talented, but when we think about capability, I just think there's probably a lot of room for investigation there and thinking about how can we use those dollars effectively and efficiently. I would also just like to touch on something that you seem to raise, which is that, and the panelists have raised, which is that we have lots of attackers coming at our critical infrastructure. And what I would say is by taking a more aggressive posture to go back at those attackers, we throw sand in their gears. We force them to spend time and effort to defend against our counterattacks. And those could be ones that are managed at the national level, or they could be the prickly landing point inside the company that those cyber actors are going after. And so I would just offer that there is a lot of opportunity to interrupt and delay and deny and obfuscate when we think about offense.
I want to talk real quick, Dr. Amoroso. I know you come from the corporate world, the private sector. When you look at the amount of resources that the corporate and private sector is throwing at countering cybersecurity attacks as opposed to the federal government, can you give us some sort of comparison and understanding the differences between what the corporate and private America is doing and what the federal government is doing?
There's a difference between size and quality, right? I mean, you can throw a bunch of resources. If you're doing it wrong, then you could double that and it won't make any difference. So I think both in corporate and in government, we need to improve both. We need to optimize. Like in some cases, we don't spend enough time. Think cryptocurrency. That's a place where we should be spending more time. Like North Korea, I think they fund the whole country by stealing cryptocurrency. So there's an area where we've done a very poor job globally protecting ourselves. But in other areas we referenced earlier, like compliance, I mean, we have so many resources chasing framework after framework after framework that when you count those resources to your question, you could double it, it would have no impact. So we have to rethink the size and quality. It's an optimization question as opposed to, do we have enough? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I yield back.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. Salt typhoon is an important thing for us to learn from, and I guess we got to talk about signal a bunch too. Luckily, signal chats are immune to salt typhoon, as Mr. Blaze pointed out. With that, I now yield to Ranking Member Subramanian for closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before I go to my closing, I want to address a couple of things. One, someone mentioned that they didn't know who the CISA employees were, what their qualifications were. They actually, many of them live in my district, and so I can tell you from hearing from a few of them, they're actually, many of them were fired because they were probationary employees and who are actually very highly qualified in the work they're doing and actually had very good performance records. And we had actually, in the past 2 administrations, including the first Trump administration, been begging tech talent to come to CISA and come to the federal government. And then we fired them all. And so we're actually, a judge actually said that that was illegal. And so they're currently on administrative leave. But it's a big risk to our country when we are chasing away tech talent in our federal government. And so that's what really concerns me. And second, I still think we need to have an investigation into what happened with these signal chats. If we want to fix the errors, if we want to make sure that this mistake doesn't happen again, we need to know first what happened, second, what corrective actions are taken. Third, if this wasn't classified information, we should actually be able to have a secure briefing where we can get the communications from CENTCOM to the SecDef on exactly what they were saying and whether that was classified or not, and what he shared, whether that was classified or not. We can do that in a secure briefing room. But in either case, we need to get to the bottom of what happened, and that doesn't need to be partisan. But somehow it's become partisan. That's disappointing. I want to end by just sharing, again, constituent stories about this signal incident, because this really does hit home for many of the veterans and military families that live in my district. One constituent said that they've worked in national security for 18 years. I've held the highest security clearance for 18 years. And for 18 years, I've lived a life most people will never understand. My promise to defend this nation doesn't stop when I clock out. It permeates every single aspect of my life. It affects who I marry, who I live with, who I date, who I'm friends with, who I speak to. I would be sitting in jail right now if I had done something as brazen, thoughtless, and dangerous as what J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, and Mike Waltz, among others, did today. A second, whose son is in the military, said that our nation's top defense official shared sensitive troop movements over a commercial social media platform without verifying who was on the other end is not only reckless, it is terrifying. Our service members and their families deserve leaders who treat their safety with the gravity it demands. This breach not only endangers lives, but erodes the trust of those who serve and support our military. My son has sworn to defend this country. I expect the same level of responsibility, integrity from those in charge. I yield back.
Thank you. I guess we're going to start with Signal. I think it's important to realize that President Trump said Walt's messed up. So accountability has been acknowledged and a mistake was made. Waltz has, again, said it was an error himself. I think what's important is that no harm resulted from this mistake, and I can promise you that it will not happen again. So I appreciate that my colleagues across the aisle want to continue talking about Signal, but I think what's important is that our administration is leading in the global community and is holding our adversaries accountable and keeping us safe. As to the CISA employees that have lost their jobs, we have $36 trillion in debt. We're running a $1.8 trillion deficit. We have to right-size the fiscal ship in order to address any of the challenges that lie ahead. And while it is unfortunate that all of the probationary employees across all of the government were let go, we cannot continue forward on the trajectory we are. We just can't afford it. We can't afford it. So we're having to make these decisions in order to make sure that we have the American dream for generations to come. Lastly, but certainly not least, Salt Typhoon, why we're here. So we've had a good conversation about the exposure. Obviously, the Chinese were able to use outdated infrastructure to gather enormous amounts of unsecured data, and they focused it largely on Washington, D.C. because it's our seat of government and because they're able to learn what we're planning, learn from the communications between our government officials. And I realized that my colleague from Arizona was asking the question of, was his data collected? If he's communicating on the phone or through unsecured text, I guarantee it was. So, you know, and they probably were able to figure out that he was a member of Congress, and we need to use Signal, which is funny. We need to use Signal because it is more secure. I also want to talk about what I think Dr. Amoroso mentioned that we got to have good defense. And I agree with him. I think that we need to do a much better job, and we can do that. We got to invest. I think the bigger thing, I actually, on Liberation Day, as President Trump talks about tariffs for, right-sizing our competitiveness in the global economy, I think that we have the opportunity to use tariffs in cybersecurity by holding our adversaries accountable. If you breach critical infrastructure, if a foreign adversary or even a foreign actor that is in a country that's not enforcing the rule of law, if they breach a business in the United States, if they breach the U.S. government, if they breach critical infrastructure, we can say, all right, this is why we believe it's the Chinese. This is the attribution. We're going to hold you accountable by using tariffs to extract revenge of some kind, to create a deterrent threat to make sure that this doesn't happen again. In the case of the Colonial Pipeline attack, we could give the resources to whatever country is struggling to enforce the rule of law. In the case of 9/11, harboring Al-Qaeda was enough for us to physically invade. So it's not unreasonable if a terrorist or a foreign state is going to cause immense damage and threaten our national security that we just use tariffs to hold them accountable, to extract economic pain. These are the conversations we're going to be having going forward. And I think that we need to both invest in a good defense and also go on offense and make sure that we're able to use every tool in our toolbox to hold both nation-state actors and non-state actors accountable. That's the future. And again, I just really want to thank the witnesses for being here today. This was a very productive conversation. And with that, I'll close. Without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Will come to order. I note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to call a recess at any time. Thank you to our witnesses for joining the subcommittee to discuss today's topic, a healthy workforce, expanding access and affordability in employer-sponsored health care. As the Committee of Jurisdiction over Employer-Sponsored Health Care, Education Workforce Committee members understand that employers want what is best for their employees. Despite not being required to offer health coverage, small businesses often choose to do so in order to attract and retain top talent. According to NFIB, 56% of small employers offer health insurance, and 89% of small businesses with more than 30 employees offer health benefits. As a small business owner myself, I learned that investing in the health of my employees paid long-term dividends, both in productivity and the morale of the company. Unfortunately, it's getting more challenging for businesses of all sizes to offer competitive health care benefits to their employees. I have often said that competition is the only way to bring down cost. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, premiums for family coverage for employees have increased 7% in each of the last 2 years. Rising costs have a disproportionate impact on small businesses as they are less able to absorb the impacts of rising healthcare costs. 94% of small employers find it challenging to manage the cost of their health plans, and 98% believe that the cost of their health plans will become unsustainable within this decade. The Biden-Harris administration's inflationary agenda, intent on tying the hands of employers with costly and burdensome regulations, contributed to the healthcare cost challenges that small businesses face today. Fortunately, President Trump and House Republicans have common sense solutions to give small businesses flexibility to expand access and affordability to their healthcare offerings. The first solution is expanding access to associated health plans, or AHPs. An AHP allows employers to band together to purchase health coverage. By combining purchasing power, small employers can negotiate more favorable rates, the same way that larger employers do. In 2018, the Trump administration finalized a rule that expanded AHP availability to more businesses and to self-employed individuals. However, this rule was regrettably tied up in the courts and ultimately reversed by the Biden administration. The results speak for themselves. While the Trump rule was in effect, new AHPs produced savings of up to 29% on average, while realtor AHPs, like the one Mrs. Shields will speak about today, saw an average savings of up to 15%, or 50%. Congress should ensure that AHPs are a viable option for small businesses and self-employed individuals for years to come, which is why it's important for Congress to pass Chairman Walberg's Association Health Plans Act. Businesses of all sizes can use stop-loss or reinsurance to insulate themselves from unexpected high medical claims. However, Democrat-led states have sought to overregulate self-insured health plans using reinsurance by artificially classifying these plans as fully insured, with the intended result of removing small businesses' ability to innovate and contain cost. Dr. Unger's Self-Insurance Protection Act would clarify that self-insured plans with reinsurance are still self-insured health plans. As we hear in testimony today, the COVID-19 pandemic created an opportunity for small businesses to innovate by expanding telehealth coverage options. Chairman Walberg's Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act would return to employers this important tool used to expand coverage options and lower cost. Employers have also innovated by participating in direct contracts with providers, removing middlemen and bureaucracy, and allowing employers to customize their coverage options to meet their employees' health care needs. This hearing will examine expanding businesses' ability to use innovative coverage models like direct contracts. Lastly, this committee, on a bipartisan basis, has historically held ERISA preemption of state insurance law to be fundamentally important. ERISA preemption has allowed self-insured health plans the flexibility to design their plans in a way that works best for over 50 years. We look forward to closely working with the Department of Labor to defend ERISA preemption. I am hopeful that our Democratic colleagues will work with us to give businesses more options, more flexibility, and more opportunities to offer high-quality, affordable coverage to their employees. I thank the subcommittee members for joining this important discussion, and I look forward to our witnesses' expert testimony. Now I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for having this hearing. As you know, as soon as we both knew we were going to have these assignments again, I reached out. We had a wonderful conversation, and as two former small business owners, or I'm a former, the gray hair and the white hair came from politics mostly. Well, no, owning restaurants probably was worse. So we've both met payrolls. We've paid for insurance. I want to really, and my hope is that while we go into our ideological approaches to this, there's an old saying, if you do what you've always done, you get what you've always got. That when we go through this, we could work in a way that seems to me to be completely bipartisan. How do we improve efficiently with performance standards the delivery of care and the cost to this marketplace? For you and I, as you stated, and for large employers, clearly, if you're a business owner, you want to get value out of your insurance, and you don't want to have high denials. You don't want to have your as you said, your employees not being as effective because they're not getting the support that they paid for. So my concern is what's happening to the marketplace in this field. The previous session, the previous chair and I, we had hearings on PBMs. What an inefficient part of the healthcare delivery system. We have stories now about private equity companies going in and buying out rural hospitals, taking out all the assets and leaving, and having emergency response people have to take people an hour and 15 minutes to the next nearest hospital as opposed to 15 minutes. All of that is a structure that I don't know what the solution is. I have my own ideas, as you do, but it clearly, for me, is a level of urgency that this committee should really dive into. And my respect for you, Mr. Chairman, and our collegiality over the years, having been in the same class and our backgrounds, I think gives me hope that we can approach this in a way that we get good value for the employers, the employees, and the value includes the cost, but also the quality of care. And I don't think we're talking enough in this hearing, but hopefully in future ones, about the quality of care. And then secondarily, you know, my passion about behavioral health, making sure people have that access. But we've also had hearings in the previous session, bipartisan hearings about denials. And the facts about denials are just outrageous. I've had doctors tell me all over the country that claims they put in routinely for decades, they're now being denied. And I have one example in my comments. So thank you for this. However, I've got to start out with a reality that the last 3 months with the current administration and Doge and Mr. Musk, they have done irreparable harm without analysis to the health and safety of American workers. And this is the next part. The reckless closure of key offices within the Department of Health and Human Services and firing of tens of thousands of essential workers is contrary to the administration's supposed enthusiasm for efficiency. You don't take years of experience in any operation, private or public, and just indiscriminately get rid of them. There's value that taxpayers lost by doing this. I'm fine with greater efficiency. We can always look at that, but efficiency also requires us to look at the current positive sides of the delivery of services. To me, that's the essence of owning a business, is problem solving without already assuming what the solutions are and being open-minded to how we achieve those solutions. The Administration of Community Living, or ACL, which is slated for closure, was formed specifically to streamline and bring under one umbrella the various programs in the Health and Human Services Department. I'd like to submit for the record a letter signed by more than 450 organizations expressing their dismay over the plan to eliminate the ACL and split its functions across 3 other agencies. I'd like to submit this, I'd like unanimous consent at this time to submit it for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Today, we could discuss ways to improve access to care through employer-sponsored insurance by addressing exorbitant prescription drug costs or unjustified claims denials by large insurance companies. These are challenges we should tackle in light of the fact that last year alone, 31 million Americans had to borrow an estimated $74 billion to pay for health care for themselves or a family member. Healthcare costs is the #1 reason for personal bankruptcy in the United States of America. That is completely unacceptable. Instead, against this backdrop, my congressional Republican colleagues are working to cut Medicaid based on their budget decisions to pay for tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. While we could partner on efforts to expand coverage for all Americans, including through employer-sponsored insurance, my colleagues, unfortunately, in my opinion, are pressing forward on efforts to eliminate health coverage and make healthcare costs skyrocket for many people without an analysis of the quality of care. In February, the House majority approved a budget resolution that would give tax cuts to the rich at 1% with a price tag of over $1.1 trillion. To help pay for this, Republicans directed the House Energy and Commerce Committee to cut $880 billion. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, CBO, reported last month that there is no way for the majority party to meet their targeted cuts without forcing the most significant cuts to Medicaid in American history. I'd like to enter this report into the record, and I ask unanimous consent to do so.
Without objection.
I might add that the CBO also did a report on the tax cuts And their analysis showed that over 85% of the benefits did not trickle down to Americans. It went to the top 1%. So in an age where we have the highest concentration of wealth in the history of the country, this tax cut actually made it worse. That's according to the CBO. I challenge my colleagues from across the aisle to hold town halls and listen to what their constituents say. I've had 4 in 3 months. Say about how much they rely on Medicaid. Constituents like Elisa Rubio, who lives in my district, proud to represent, and is a parent to children with disabilities. She would be irreparably harmed, and her children, by reckless cuts to Medicaid. 1 in 5 Americans are covered by Medicaid, and they're understandably furious and afraid that their health is being sacrificed to pay for billionaires' tax cuts. Our priorities have never been clearer. Republicans are fighting to slash Medicaid for millions of people. I hope they change their mind, and I hope their constituents are telling them not to do that. And raise taxes for consumers in ACA plans, and dismantle federal agencies that can combat corporate greed, all in order to fund $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and large corporations. And also, they've just cut the National Institute for Health, including serious cuts to the American Cancer Institute, which we'll talk about further with Ms. Lilly. On the other hand, Democrats have solutions to take on big pharma insurance companies and large corporations, and not all of them. We support corporations that have social responsibility and want to work with us and expect a profit from those contributions and their efficiencies. But unfortunately, too many corporations are driving to the lowest common denominator in terms of return on investment without any kind of long-term strategy for the quality of the product they offer. Last week, we celebrated the 15th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act, which dramatically expanded millions of Americans' access to affordable health care. Congressional Democrats continue to build on this progress with the American Rescue Plan Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. Much more work needs to be done to improve health care in this country and make it more affordable. However, axing the services and coverage that so many Americans rely on is not the way to accomplish those goals. I look forward to us working together to increase efficiency and the quality of care in our healthcare system. Nothing, I think, should be more bipartisan, in spite of our differences of our approach, in order to extend people's lives and the quality of lives for all Americans, irrespective of where they live or what their party affiliation is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Sonia. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8C, all members who wish to insert written statements into the record. Oh, sorry. And without objection, the hearing record will remain open for 14 days to allow such statements and other extraneous materials noted during the hearing to be submitted for the official hearing record. Now I would like to introduce our witnesses. I will now turn to the introduction of our three distinguished witnesses. Our first witness is Ms. Angela Shields, the Chief Executive Officer for Tennessee Realtors in Nashville, Tennessee, a great state and a great city. Mrs. Shields is testifying on behalf of the National Association of Realtors. Our second witness is Ms. Bethany Lilly, the Executive Director for Public Policy at the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society in Washington, D.C. Our last witness is Ms. Marcy Strauss, a partner with Capital Benefits Group in Des Moines, Iowa. Mrs. Strauss is testifying on behalf of the National Federation of Independent Businesses. We thank the witnesses for being here today, and we look forward to your testimony. Pursuant to committee rules, I would ask that you each limit your oral presentation to a three-minute summary of your written statement. The clock will count down for 3 minutes as committee members have many questions for you, and we would like to spend as much time as possible on those questions. Pursuant to Committee Rule 8D and committee practice, however, we will not cut off your testimony until you reach the 5-minute mark. I would also like to remind the witnesses to be aware of their responsibility to provide accurate information to the subcommittee. I will first recognize Mrs. Shields for your opening statement. their responsibility to provide accurate information.
Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the National Association of Realtors. My name is Angela Shields, and I am CEO for the Tennessee Realtors. In 2019, Tennessee and other realtor associations created an association health plan to provide high-quality, low-cost health coverage options to our members. We succeeded. Realtor AHPs offered comprehensive health coverage for pre-existing conditions and all 10 ACA essential health benefits. Our AHPs also had lower deductibles and broader provider networks than the ACA. We did not negatively affect the ACA markets. Our members are generally older, and most don't obtain their health insurance from the ACA, so there was no competition. Of the few who did leave the ACA, most were older, less healthy individuals seeking the lower deductibles and broader networks our AHP offered. Unfortunately, a federal district court overturned the regulation allowing our associations to offer the AHP, forcing us to discontinue our plan. We were devastated. My leadership team and I cared deeply about our members and their families. For the past 5 years, I have fielded hundreds of calls and emails from members, many with serious pre-existing conditions. I had to explain why we took away their affordable comprehensive health care plans. Chairman Wahlberg has introduced the Association Health Plan Act, which would allow our realtor associations to once again have comprehensive and affordable coverage. We support this bill because it provides a choice which allows self-employed individuals and small businesses to shop around and decide which works best, the ACA or AHPs. I would like to end by saying this. The ACA has helped many of our members, and we will continue to support the ACA. But high deductibles and limited networks make the ACA unworkable for most NAR members. AHP health coverages offers a viable insurance option for those members who find the ACA does not work. We urge Congress to work together and build on the AHP Act to provide a choice to self-employed individuals and to small businesses. Once again, I'd like to thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you would like to ask.
Thank you, Mrs. Shields. I now recognize Mrs. Lilly for your testimony.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to be here today, Chairman Allen and Ranking Member DeSaulnier. It's also wonderful to see Chairman Wahlberg and Ranking Member Scott. I am delighted to join you today to talk about health insurance and how it does and does not work for patients with blood cancer. My name is Bethany Lilly, and I serve as the Executive Director of Public Policy at the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, where our mission is to cure blood cancers and improve the quality of life for patients and for their families. No one knows when they or someone they love will be diagnosed with a blood cancer. But once a diagnosis occurs, our patients must often immediately start treatment. For some, every additional day of delay can reduce their chances of long-term survival. Unfortunately, this is often the moment when our patients discover that their insurance is far more limited than they expected it to be. The last thing anyone with cancer should have to think about while undergoing treatment is whether their insurance will or will not cover the health care that they need. It is also no longer tenable to ignore the unsustainable growth in the cost of care in this country. Regardless of whether someone has been diagnosed with cancer or not, the cost of health insurance is significantly impacting American pocketbooks. Costs that patients don't pay directly in copays or deductibles are too often passed back to them in the form of higher premiums. Insurance companies and public officials respond to efforts to reduce costs by inventing new ways to shift costs back onto the patients who receive care. Higher deductibles, additional non-covered care, more prior authorizations and denials, increased coinsurance, rising premiums, and more red tape. At LLS, we have focused on identifying ways to drive down the cost curve for blood cancer care without eroding the underlying quality of health insurance coverage, including policies mentioned in my written testimony that have been before the committee in this and previous Congresses. We are excited to work with the committee to address issues related to denials and appeals, to prevent anti-competitive contracting practices, to advance site-neutral reforms, and to limit facility fees. I would be remiss if I didn't mention two additional and deeply impactful issues related to coverage before Congress this year: the reauthorization of the ACA's enhanced premium tax credits and preserving access to the Medicaid program. LS urges the Congress to take action to extend the tax credits that make ACA coverage more affordable. And similarly, we are deeply concerned about proposals to cut the Medicaid program that will result in coverage losses. Now is the time for policymakers to stand up for patients, survivors, and caregivers by advancing solutions that bend the cost curve without sacrificing patient care. We need bold action in order to make the system sustainable for patients today and in the future. And we need to ensure that every one of the approximately 188,000 people who will be diagnosed with a blood cancer this year and every year after that have access to comprehensive, high quality, and affordable health coverage. Thank you all for your time and attention to these important issues today. LS looks forward to working with all of you to improve healthcare coverage for blood cancer patients, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Chairman Allen, Ranking Member DeSaulnier, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Marcy Strauss. I'm a small business owner and benefits consultant in Des Moines, Iowa, but more importantly, I'm a mom of 3 amazing kids, including twins who are diagnosed with a neuromuscular disease. That diagnosis turned my world upside down, and it changed how I see healthcare. It's not just policy issue for me, it's personal. It's about ensuring that people can access the care they need when it matters most. For over 20 years, I've worked directly with small employers across Iowa. I sit across from family-run businesses, hearing their fears and frustrations. They want to take care of their people, they want to be competitive, but they're drowning in rising costs and limited choices. In Polk County, where I live, family premiums for small group plans have gone up 85% in just 8 years. For my own family of 5, we pay $1,100 a month for a pre-ACA plan. A comparable ACA plan today would cost my family more than $2,100 a month, almost double. That's simply not sustainable, and I can tell you I'm not the exception. Most small business owners are feeling the strain of rising costs and thinking to themselves, how can we stay competitive, retain and attract employees, and support our teams when we're paying more for less coverage every day? According to the latest NFIB job survey, 38% of small employers couldn't fill open jobs this February. Offering health benefits is one of the only ways we can compete with big companies, but 94% of owners say it's getting harder to afford. So what can Congress do? Small business owners are resilient and innovative. They just need the tools to succeed. Congress should empower small businesses with more choices, greater flexibility, and better tools to support healthier teams and stronger communities. Pass the Self-Insurance Protection Act. Self-insurance gives small businesses the freedom to design smarter plans. Over the last 3 years, one of my 2-person clients saved $17,500 by moving to a level-funded plan. Congress should protect small business access to vital tools like stop-loss insurance. Expand association health plans. Letting small businesses pool together, regardless of industry, levels the playing field with big employers and provides more options. Promoting innovative models such as direct primary care and reference-based pricing. I have employers that have saved over 40% by switching to a plan with DPC and reference-based pricing. The models lower costs and put consumers back in the driver's seat. Preserve and expand telehealth. Telehealth is a lifeline, especially in rural communities, and it saves time and money. Congress should pass the Telehealth Benefit Expansion for Workers Act to make this a permanent option under ERISA. Protect ERISA preemption and cut red tape. We need clear, uniform rules so we can focus on our people, not paperwork. Finally, promote transparency. Market consolidation and hidden costs have driven prices up. Small employers deserve to know what they're paying and why. We want to take care of our teams, offer strong benefits, and build businesses we can be proud of. But we need Washington to give us the tools to do that. I look forward to working with the committee to accomplish these goals. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
I will start with my questions first. And before I do, I'd like to clarify just a few things for the witnesses and for everyone attending uh, the hearing today. First, at least in my meetings with Elon Musk and his team and our conference meetings, his team has no authority to hire and fire a single federal employee. What they are doing is what I would do in my business. They're going in, they're analyzing it, they're running algorithms, they're looking at production, how many people it should take, and what it takes to run the government. I would think that any organization would want someone to take a look at that. Unfortunately, Congress hadn't been able to do that, and that is seriously our responsibility, but for whatever reason, politics gets in the way. And so he's providing a very valuable service to this country. And I think we should be ashamed of demonizing somebody that actually wants to help us get out of a serious, serious situation. The other thing I would say is this. There are two things that got to happen for us to sustain this country. First is we have to, and all the analysts say this, we have to reduce government spending by 3% and grow the GDP by 3%. If we don't do this, it's unsustainable. We have run $2 trillion deficits long after COVID. COVID's been over for 3 years, and we're still running $2 trillion deficit. That is unsustainable. No country can, our interest on our debt is $1 trillion. The American people need to wake up to this fact. There is a way to deal with it. First, you have to have incentives. We have been told by analysts, if we don't pass and extend the tax credits, that there will be, we will lose incentives for businesses to grow their business and to hire more people. You have to have incentives to grow GDP. And so these are just business principles that I learned in my business, and I'm sure other folks who have learned in business. This is the way to do business. Now, Ms. Shields, getting back to you and self-employed individuals, like the realtors you represent that often struggle to find affordable health care coverage, what options do realtors have to obtain coverage?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My members, when we were offering our healthcare plan, they had some options available. Obviously, they had the ACA. They did have our plan at the time that they no longer have. Many of them that were married were able to obtain through their spouse. And then frankly, we have 15% nationwide that are not insured at all. So that is our biggest concern. What we did find was that when we offered our plan, they were comparing our plan to the ACA. So some did stay in the ACA. The ones that we attracted were the ones that the ACA was just too expensive for them. They could not afford it. So we were able to save them some cost. They also found our deductibles were a little better, and so they made the change for that particular reason. And again, back to the spouses, they were able to save money sometimes because they were having to pay for their spouse that might not have been insured as well.
So why are AHPs so important for self-employed individuals like realtors?
Thank you again for that question. It's so important because for many reasons, and I could talk to you all day about it, but the ones I would highlight is, again, the deductible savings. Many cases, we are able to keep them with the doctors they're already using. We do take pre-existing conditions, and it just gives them good, high-quality coverage. We are a plan that was ACA compliant. We had all 10 of the key essential programs that is required by ACA. So we were offering them good coverage.
Yeah, I can't understand why anybody would object to that. Ms. Strauss, small employers with fewer than 50 employees are not required to offer health coverage to their employees, but many choose to do so. Can you discuss the reasons why small employers choose to offer health coverage?
Yes, that's a great question and one that I get a lot. It's because they want to take care of their people. They want to take care of their communities. They want to be also competitive to the large employers that are out there. Right now, they pay twice as much as a large employer does for healthcare costs. However, they are employing the people that they see at church on Sundays, that they see on the soccer field. And so these are not just employees to them, they are their community. And so they want to make sure that they have that opportunity to provide benefits. And just as mentioned, you know, the ACA in Iowa specifically limits the access to network. So we only have HMO options within our marketplace in Iowa, which is like most states. So in order to offer a group plan, you have more flexibility and you can offer more of those national PPO networks that then have that broader network. So
Right.
people are not losing their coverage.
And you know, there was a promise made in the ACA that your premiums would go down. And what we've done is employer-based health insurance has become so expensive, it's actually driving people to Medicaid, which is, you know, the problem we have with the mandatory spending issue. So if we can customize it, make it more affordable, obviously, we can get these people on great plans, and obviously the company has the impact of this coverage. I mean, it's got to be positive. In other words, the idea is it's coming from the employer and not from the federal government. Would that be yeah?
Absolutely, yeah.
Your written testimony, and I've got about a minute, notes how innovative coverage models such as direct contracts and direct primary care allow businesses to lower costs and improve quality. What barriers do small employers face in using these innovative models, and what can Congress do to make it easier for small employers to use these models?
Yeah, so currently when you use direct primary care, there's a subscription or a membership fee that's included for access for those plans, and they are not HSA qualified. So if you have an FSA plan in or an HSA plan in, you don't receive those tax benefits on those plans. Direct primary care also has a huge impact on outcome of healthcare. So typically those employees that are using direct primary care have a much higher level of direct access to their provider. And so in the case of maybe diagnosing a chronic disease earlier, those things are going to be caught. So there's a lot more advocacy on that side of things. So that for me is a big piece of it, is just making sure that those employees and employers can afford to offer those direct primary care options.
Great. Thank you so much. And I'll yield my time now and recognize Mr. Courtney for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for your thoughtful testimony. Again, I'm also somebody who can say that I spent 20 years as a small employer, and like the chairman and the ranking member, you know, definitely acknowledge that there's realities there in terms of that end of the market that we should always be focused and working on. Last Congress, as Mr. Desaulnier mentioned, you know, we actually came together on a bipartisan basis to have the transparency in the pharmacy benefit managers, which again, small business community supported strongly, because that black box of how prescription drugs are negotiated is unacceptable in terms of really trying to make sure that the customer, which is businesses who are buying these health plans, understand you know, where their dollars are going. And large companies like Boeing, as part of their contracts with PBMs, required full transparency. And because of that, a lot of them didn't bid on their offering. And but the ones that did, Boeing saved millions of dollars because of just the fact that they could be able to see what happened. Unfortunately, the bill was pulled during the lame duck session at the behest of the Trump transition team. And again, Speaker Johnson had signed off in terms of the legislation, and unfortunately it got withdrawn. We're going to start again, because that's getting to the core costs of healthcare has got to be part of the plan here in terms of how you lower premiums. If you don't do that, then you know everything you're doing is just cost shifting. It's whack-a-mole, and that's just not going to work. And speaking of moles, Mr. Desaulnier mentioned the $880 billion cut to Medicaid, which is not a mole. That's like a gorilla that is going to, again, have ripple effects to the employer community. Mr. Chairman, I have a list of the 50
major healthcare provider groups that have come out opposed to the $880 billion cut. And again, it deals with the high-end providers, the American Hospital Association, Catholic Hospital Association, Children's Health Association, physician groups, patient groups that have all come forward and recognize the devastating impact this is going to have for access to care. And I ask that this list be unanimous consent to be added to the record.
Without objection.
So again, if that goes through, we're looking again at, a program that provides 40% of the live birth coverage in America for babies and mothers. Again, it's about 45% of children are covered. Some are actually working families because Medicaid and provides for coverage. Again, Ms. Lilly, maybe you can talk about that, that's part of the solution in terms of helping with employers to have options.
I will say, just to start off, that I think having cancer is incredibly expensive. Anyone in our community who has had cancer can tell you that. And for a lot of kids, as you said, Medicaid is either their source of coverage, or it comes in as a secondary source of coverage when their parents realize exactly how expensive this is going to be. Children's hospitals across the United States, I'm sure they're on your list because they are one of the largest recipients of Medicaid funding. So when our kids end up in these children's hospitals that have the necessary specialized care, Medicaid is often the program that is picking up the tab there. I will say, I also think a lot about caregivers. If you are, say, a mom or a dad who has had a kid diagnosed with cancer, and that kid is in the hospital for months or weeks on end, you may not be able to maintain your job. You may not have access to paid leave. You may not be able to do that. And so you also need health insurance. If something additionally awful were to happen, you would also need that health insurance. And Medicaid also picks up those families. Medicaid is also incredibly important for people with disabilities, and many people deal with the long-term implications of having a cancer. So for instance, I know you have personal experience with this, sir, but if you have been through that chemo, if you have been through that radiation, if you have been through, frankly, the treatments that we still need to develop better options for, those can have really long-term implications on your health, and you may need access to long-term services and supports, which are only available through the Medicaid program. And so really, Medicaid kind of comes around all cancer patients and really helps all of that. I will add that I think in addition to caregivers and kids and people with disabilities, you also have a lot of older adults on Medicaid, and that's actually one of the biggest populations of people with blood cancer are older
60%.
adults.
Right. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say thank you to you and Ranking Member DeSaulnier for your flexibility in continuing this hearing today, starting a little earlier than we'd planned as the schedule's changed. But thank you. I think it's an important hearing. I would also say I look forward to the apologies that will come out from my Democrat colleagues when we find it all worked out that there were no Medicaid benefit cuts. The unfettered fear-mongering that's going on, that people with cancer and everyone else are concerned with unnecessarily. I look forward to that and the conscious effort to try to declare before the American people that $880 billion of cuts, which will cut the entire Medicaid funding, is intended. So we'll see. I look forward to that when, in fact, the president and leadership in Congress have said no Medicaid cuts. I hope that gets out. Ms. Shields, thank you for being here. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that expanding association health plans will result in 400,000 uninsured individuals gaining coverage. What are additional advantages of allowing small businesses to band together to offer coverage through AHPs?
Thank you. Again, there's many benefits to allowing these programs. One, you do pick up additional people who had not been insured. We've had, not to repeat myself, but 15% that were uninsured across the entire nation with NAR. So we're picking them up. Secondly, we have a comprehensive plan that is offering great benefits to our members that they were otherwise unable to get. The cost savings, the deductible that is lower, and we were able to lower the deductibles for our members where they were paying for a family $11,000. We were able to bring that down significantly, anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000, depending on which plan they picked. And these are high quality plans that were ACA compliant and had all 10 essential pieces in it. They're able to keep their doctors. We were allowing them to choose, these plans allowed them to choose their doctors. We also had where we were allowing pre-existing conditions. So it was everything that we were able to provide. It was as if you were going to work for a large employer, but it was a plan that they were able to do as self-employed, which for us, our job is to offer our members benefits, and this was one of the biggest benefits they were asking for.
So the disruption of the Tennessee Realtors AHP ultimately put people on the Unaffordable Care Act again.
Absolutely.
Most-
Or uninsured.
Or uninsured, which was basically the same in many cases. You had an insurance policy on the Unaffordable Care Act, but you couldn't use it in so many cases.
Right. We heard terrible stories from members, particularly when we had to tell them that we had to cancel the program. I had a member who unfortunately has passed since that time, who had everything from heart conditions to diabetes and ended up dying from Lou Gehrig's disease. So to have to tell somebody like that we finally got you on a plan, and then have to tell him, we're so sorry, but now we have to take it away.
Yeah, the cruelty of the courts and the Biden administration in taking people off a plan that worked for them, which provides insurance coverage when you figure across the nation for 85% potentially of our workforce in small business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Strauss, use of telehealth drastically increased during the pandemic, and as a result, we saw new and innovative ways of delivering care. What feedback did you receive from workers about increased access to telehealth benefits?
Yeah, the telehealth benefit was actually pretty significant during that time. And then going forward, people got used to it and the access to care through telehealth. And so for us, what we saw in the state of Iowa was more access to behavioral health providers during that time because like Iowa, like many states, have challenges with providers and access to providers, especially in rural communities like Iowa has. And so that telehealth piece actually helps to keep people from running into the doctor for things and incurring a cost, a claims cost to that. A lot of these things can be done at no cost to the employee, depending on plans and how these are set up. So what also happened was it actually encouraged people to actually seek that care because maybe that barrier of getting in to see a provider face-to-face is gone. So telehealth is very significant. We'd love to see that continue forward, especially on the health savings accounts qualified plans.
Right, which saves costs as well and helps healthcare. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I yield back.
The chairman yields back. The chair next recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I might take just a slightly different route. And I would like to start by saying that I don't think that we should have healthcare that's tied to employment in the first place. The United States has the largest economy on earth, but we are one of the only wealthy countries where getting sick can bankrupt you, and your access to care depends on what kind of job you have or whether you have one at all. Our current healthcare system tells people that their worth and their health depends on their specific employment status. And in the wake of the Trump administration and DOJ's reckless mass firings across the federal government, it's now clearer than ever why tying something as essential as healthcare to a paycheck is harmful. We're hearing heartbreaking stories after heartbreaking story about the tens of thousands of people who are waking up one day suddenly unemployed and also suddenly without healthcare. A woman about to give birth to twins, a man in the middle of chemotherapy. We've heard from a senior desperately needing hip surgery. But let's also not forget, even those with employer-sponsored insurance can still struggle with healthcare access and affordability. Often I hear from working families who are underinsured, burdened by high out-of-pocket costs, skipping appointments, or drowning in debt for care that barely meets their needs. If they even have coverage, it often doesn't go far enough. And many are forced to choose between rent or groceries or paying thousands for their life-saving medication. Ms. Lilly, based on what you've seen in the blood cancer community, can you speak to the personal and financial effects on patients when they're denied coverage for life-saving care, not because of medical judgment, but because it's deemed too costly or not profitable?
Yeah, so I would say that this is unfortunately a call we often get to our information and referral center is, hi, I have insurance, but they're saying they're not going to cover this particular service. Unfortunately, the US has led in biomedical research. We have amazing cell and gene therapies, and those therapies are probably the calls we get the most now, is folks being unable to access these services because they are so expensive. I'll also add that this is one of the reasons why Medicaid is so important. If we look at Deanne, who was diagnosed with blood cancer many years ago, she ended up on Medicaid because she could no longer work. Similar situation for Amanda, who lives in Michigan. Many of our patients end up not being able to work, not being able to maintain the coverage, and then end up accessing the Medicaid program because they are literally too sick to work.
Thank you. So unfortunately, being denied life-saving care based on cost isn't an exception. It's baked into the system. Investigations have uncovered troubling practices by health plans and their corporate service providers to conduct arbitrary, improper, and mass denials of claims. A ProPublica investigation found that Cigna built a system allowing doctors to instantly reject claims without opening the patient's file. Another investigation found how EV Corps, a company contracted by insurers that cover over 100 million Americans, uses a secretive algorithm to drive up denial rates. One employee described executives directing staff to keep a closer eye on guidelines because we're not showing savings. Since private insurers often have a duty to maximize profit for shareholders, would you agree that a health system designed to maximize care and access for the public would help prevent these kinds of abusive denial practices and better protect patients?
I think it would. And I think having that transparency that has really been a theme of this hearing so far around what algorithms are being used. What are they based on? Are they being double checked? Is there a human actually reading the results and saying, okay, no, this is all right, this makes sense? Does that human have the right expertise? Are they, if for my patients, an oncologist, or are they someone else?
And I just to say, I think this is exactly why we need universal healthcare. We've spent decades trying to patch a broken system. The Affordable Care Act expanded access and curbed some of the worst abuses, but to be honest, it was a compromise. And since then, both Democratic and Republican administrations have doubled down on market-based models that hand over more power and profit to corporate actors, allowing private equity firms and hospital conglomerates to tighten their grips on the healthcare system. And where do these profits go? Straight into lobbying and political campaigns that block meaningful reform. That's exactly why we know this Republican Congress, this administration, and the billionaires and corporate lackeys won't support the policies working people actually need. That's why instead of seeking to bolster our health system, they're seeking to cut at least $800 million in funding for Medicaid, a life-saving program for our most vulnerable populations, including those who found themselves or find themselves recently unemployed. We don't need more tweaks. We need a system that treats healthcare as a human right, not a job perk, one that prioritizes savings, lives, not shareholder values. We deserve universal, guaranteed healthcare for all. I thank you all so much for your time today, and I yield back.
The gentle lady yields back. The chair next recognizes himself for 5 minutes. You know, we've been hearing a lot today about Medicaid. That was not the purpose of this hearing, but I'd like to echo the sentiments of Chairman Walberg. Our Democrat colleagues insist on repeating their misrepresentations about Medicaid. There are no Medicaid cuts. Where do they get the $880 billion figure they keep repeating? They get that because that's the total amount that the Energy and Commerce Committee is tasked with savings as we desperately attempt to get our federal budget deficit and debt under control. Not all of that savings will come, of course, from the Medicaid program. Much of it will come from the EV mandate and so on. But even if $800 billion came from savings from reforming Medicaid, According to the CBO, instead of Medicaid spending over the next decade increasing by $2.5 trillion, it would increase by $1.7 trillion. Only in this city, only in Washington, D.C., is a $1.7 trillion increase, a cut. But in many ways, there are many ways, without cutting coverage, that we can save money on the Medicaid program, and we do badly need to do so. We can check eligibility. That alone can save hundreds of billions of dollars. Work requirements can save over $100 billion. We know that Democrat states spend twice as much per capita on Medicaid as Republican states. We could reform gimmicks used by states to juice their take from the Medicaid dollar. And we can eliminate some of these gimmicks. No, there are no Medicaid cuts, but if we are to preserve Medicaid for the most needy and the most vulnerable, we badly need to reform the Medicaid program. Ms. Strauss, I appreciated your testimony in support of the Self-Insurance Protection Act. Self-insurance allows employers to offer an alternative to costly one-size-fits-all traditional insurance plans and Obamacare plans. It can produce long-term financial savings for employers, give flexibility to tailor coverage to the needs of their employees, and invest in employee wellness programs. Reinsurance or stop-loss insurance, which empowers self-insured employers to enter into these agreements, is critical. Reinsurance is a financial risk management tool that protects self-insured employers from catastrophic expenses. We know that in 2022, 103 million Americans relied on self-insurance for their health care coverage. But since the Obama administration, this alternative has been under attack at the state and federal levels. That is why this week, of course, I introduced the Self-Insurance Protection Act. This bill will protect self-insurance by clarifying that federal regulators cannot define stop-loss insurance as traditional health insurance, which common sense dictates it is not. It also prohibits states from regulating stop-loss insurance if those regulations make it inaccessible to employers. Essentially prevents the regulation of self-insurance out of business. Ms. Strauss, in your written testimony, you mentioned that a two-employee small business was able to save over $3,500 annually by transitioning to a level-funded plan by purchasing stop-loss insurance. How does this work, and how does this lead to cost savings?
Yeah, so again, through innovation, what we're seeing here is new opportunities coming to the table. And so when you look at the small group market, that self-funded space is a little different than it would be for these large employers that, essentially are hundreds of employees. And so there are a lot more protections built around the small employers. So then that way, if for some reason they come into a self-funded plan, and let's say they do have situations where they have multiple employees dealing with cancer or chronic diseases that might increase those costs, they still have protections. So there's no run out. There's nothing that's going to catch them on the back end. So these have really been put together to make sure that it not only protects those employers and employees, but it does also put them in the driver's seat for their health care. So these plans, typically what they can do is lower deductibles, out-of-pocket maximums, lower those cost shares for office visits, but it also, again, gives those employees the opportunity to drive their own health experience and their own health journey. When you have skin in the game and it directly impacts your paycheck, you tend to be a little bit more engaged with what's going on. So we are seeing, things being diagnosed a lot sooner and better outcomes for employees in these situations.
Well, thank you, Ms. Strauss. I yield back. The chair recognizes Ranking Member Scott of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot about the deficit. I'll just point out that the Republican budget increases the deficit and adds on to the debt, as opposed to compared to doing nothing. And remind people that every Democratic president since Kennedy has improved the deficit that they inherited compared to what they handed over to the Republicans. Every Republican president since Nixon has handed over to the Democrats a worse deficit than the one they inherited, all without exception. And for fear mongering, the CBO said you can't cut energy and commerce $880 billion programs under that committee without touching Medicaid. If they want to end the fear mongering, all they have to do is identify $880 billion within the jurisdiction of that committee that does not include Medicaid, and that would put an end to the discussion. Ms. Shield, you indicated that under your plans, you covered all of the essential benefits that were required under the Affordable Care Act. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But that's not required for associated health plans. Is that right?
We made a point of making sure that we were covering everything so that we
That's right.
wanted to be, we wanted to be
But it
reputable.
was not required under associated health plans.
I honestly would have to defer that to my consultant, so I
Now,
can
your
get back to you on
plans,
that.
it's not required under associated health plans, but you did voluntarily. Now, your plans were done before the American Rescue Plan Act eliminated the cliff at 4 times poverty, that eliminated any subsidies after, I guess, about $60,000 income for an individual. When we eliminated that cliff, what did that do to the competitiveness of your plans?
Congressman Scott, I'm not sure that I have the information to be able to answer that.
What was the typical policy premium under your plan?
The typical, again, they had several plans that they could pick from, so it might range $1,200 a month, depending on if they were getting family added to it. It might add just a little bit more to it, but I'm going to say average, they were probably around $1,000 to $1,100, $1,200, depending on which plan they picked.
So that'd be over $10,000, $12,000 a year. When we eliminated the cliff, it meant that the maximum you would pay for a family policy would be 8.5% of your income, which at $100,000 would be $8,500, which would be very difficult for you to compete with. I think the problem we had was that cliff, which we eliminated in the American Rescue Plan and extended in the Inflation Reduction Act, which made insurance much more affordable for the people in the income range that realtors would probably find themselves in. The 60 to 100,000, maybe a little more, would be much more affordable. Could businesses buy into the Affordable Care Act? Ms. Shield?
Again, I'm not familiar with the Affordable Care Act and as far as could businesses buy in, but I'm happy to get the information that you need and get that
Anybody on the
back to
panel
you.
answer that? Ms.
Can you just
Strauss?
repeat it real quick so I can make sure I'm understanding it?
Can small businesses buy into the Affordable Care Act?
Yes.
And how does that work? Because we understand most businesses don't take advantage of that.
So there was the shop market opportunity, and it was not sustainable in most situations. And so what was happening was employers were looking at that as an option and recognizing that they had better options outside of that. Those subsidies that have been increased, some of these people that have coming from employer plans to get into the marketplace with those subsidies are recognizing that in that case, they actually have less access to providers in the marketplace. So they're giving something up to get lower premiums. The premiums have significantly increased from the very beginning of the marketplace.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Shields indicated that the essential benefits were not required. And it's unanimous consent to enter into the record a Washington Post article entitled, "He had short-term health insurance. His colonoscopy cost him $7,000 because it was not included." Also, a statement on behalf of members of a partnership, a coalition of organizations who are opposing the Association of Health Plans, the telehealth benefit expansion, and the Self-Insurance Protection Act, for the record.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. McKenzie of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Ms. Shields, participants in your program had a choice to enter into these plans. Is that correct?
That's correct. They would do their research to determine if our plan fit them best or if they wanted to go to the ACA or anywhere else.
And what they experienced was lower premiums and deductibles in this option.
That's correct. They had better prices, lower deductibles, and as pointed out earlier, it may not be necessarily that the price was lower, but they had a better plan that fit their needs.
And so what you're saying is that they were satisfied with their access to the care through these programs.
Absolutely, especially the fact that they were able to come in. We covered the previous existing conditions that they had, or that they were able to keep their doctors, or for whatever the necessary reason was.
So what I'm hearing is that this is a choice that these individuals are choosing. They were potentially able to get lower premiums and deductibles, and they were satisfied with the care that they were receiving.
100%. Our whole point was to offer it as a benefit so that they had options, because many of them, again, were not insured and didn't feel that they had anywhere that they could get the insurance that they needed.
So when you see that pattern, it is astounding that people would be opposed to giving people a choice to get lower cost health care that they are satisfied with. That is astounding to me, that somebody would go on the record and say, I want to take away choice from people to get low cost health care that meets their needs. I'll just leave it right there. So the next thing is I want to talk to Ms. Strauss and ask about small businesses, a particularly challenging environment for healthcare in our economy today is making sure that small businesses can offer affordable healthcare to their individuals. Can you tell me about additional innovative options that you're seeing in this space that meet those needs?
Yeah, so we routinely talk about the level funded, which is the self-funded plans in that small group market with most of our groups. So there's a little bit more flexibility in that. However, there are things coming into the market around direct primary care that actually, again, puts those employees in the driver's seat. So we have a program that we can offer to employers at a minimum, just a minimal fee on a monthly basis, and employees have direct access to a provider team that they can call, text, email at any time. This team not only advocates for them in situations where maybe a claim has been denied, which agents do all the time, and I just had one of those this week. So sometimes those denied claims are lack of documentation that needs to just be put together. But when we look at these things, the whole experience, which I think Mr. Desaulnier had mentioned, the quality of care is very challenging. A lot of times somebody might get diagnosed with something and just accessing the next step is very difficult. When you have these advocacy programs in place, you actually have a team that is not only helping you to navigate that process, a lot of times they have success in getting appointments sooner for these people. They have the ability to look at prescriptions, and so they can look at a wide variety of prescriptions in case somebody got prescribed something that's very expensive or not covered. They can do that medical management with them. And they also just have a little bit more of a person in their corner. So they know that they can contact this provider team, and that team already knows them. They know their family members, and they don't have to take the time out to go to a doctor that they might only see for 15 minutes to then be sent to a specialist or when just out into the healthcare system. And so again, these are providing that really high level of touch to the employees, and it is bringing the claims costs down because these programs do not run then through the insurance program. So for these basic needs that they have, those claims don't run through. And so when you partner that with a level funded plan or a high deductible health plan, the out-of-pocket costs go down significantly for those members that are participating in that.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing that with me.
Thank you so much for sharing all of this information about insurance with us. So there's this, I'm gonna ask you guys if you want to
that we are going to get those solutions is by getting government out of the way. Instead of having a one-size-fits-all approach, which is failing people in many instances, I think we need to.
That's okay. So there is a debate going on right now, and this is, can you guys hear me? My mic unplugged, so I want to make sure I came back in. I can hear me, but I don't know if you can hear me. Give me a 5x5 if you can hear me in the chat. Okay. All right. So there's this. Okay, so there's this debate happening in the, yeah, I did unplug it again. I keep bumping the cord. I've got to figure this out later today. So there's this hearing in Colorado. They're getting ready to debate. This is the second reading of House Bill 1312. This is a bill that's entitled protecting access to gender affirming care. And I know that I talk about this stuff and like tell you guys all the time about how ridiculous things are in Colorado. I just so happened to notice that they were debating this right now. So I want you guys to see for yourselves because you still can't hear me. Wait. No, I think hang on. Shoot. Is that true? Okay, sound is fine. Thank you, Teresa. Okay. So I want you guys to hear this. Hang on, I have to reshare it. Because this is legit, and they're doing this with a whole bunch of different gender bills and all sorts of things. But you'll hear the rhetoric, you'll see the players involved. And maybe if Ghost is around when this is over, we will chat about it. But we'll definitely be chatting about it in the chat. So if you are watching Badlands Live 9 to 5 and you're not engaging with us in the chat, you should jump into the chat because we have a ton of fun in there while the stuff is on the screen. And I am going to play a couple of our incredible sponsors before we start this. You guys are going to really enjoy it. I promise you'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll scream. You will suggest making Colorado an open air prison that we build a wall around so these freaks can't get out and infect the rest of the nation. That's what I would do if I wasn't inside the perimeter. But we're going to play a couple of sponsors and then we will get started with this.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media. But I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup. The sequel to the best-selling Sci War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that. And strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real. And we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts. and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
Now, I would like to say, just before we get started, that this is about protecting access to gender affirming care. If you support protecting access to gender affirming care, you should understand that I believe it's the sexualization, sterilization, mutilation, and psychological torture of children. So, Colorado Channel has the actual stream if you don't want to be in our chat. Silly Kitten says, I wish I was your pet cat. That is a Chihuahua. It's actually Lily. It's Artsy Joan painted her portrait. And she's actually pretty cute right now. She's like curled up and smushy and dreaming a little bit. So that's the fair warning. This is, you guys are really going to enjoy this. Please hit the thumbs up button for us. It helps us out quite a bit. We certainly appreciate it. Again, this is the second bill. We don't usually do state level hearings unless they're on something really important. But in my opinion, this is really important. People don't believe us. When those of us in Colorado tell our friends in other states what is going on here, people don't believe us. They think we're being hyperbolic. They think it's far-right rhetoric, right? Oh, nobody's coming after your kids. No, really, they actually are coming after your kids. You're going to hear all about it. And please hit that thumbs up button. We will be back. I think when Gordon gets off the air, we might try and jump on and do commentary. I'll probably be back on before we end the stream. But I'll see you in the chat. Here we go.
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Brown and Titone, also Senators Cutter and Gonzalez, concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health care.
Members, pursuant to House Rule 14, debate on House Bill 1309 has been limited to 2 hours. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1309. There is no committee report.
To the bill.
Members, today we bring before you House Bill 1309, a bill to protect life-saving, gender-affirming care in Colorado. I'm going to let my colleague start.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say thank you to all to my colleague from Boulder County and all the folks outside who have helped us with this bill. We're here to talk about 1309, and honestly, this isn't just another bill. It's something deeply personal for myself and a lot of other people in our state. Healthcare for trans folks is a covered benefit already in Colorado, but this bill really just solidifies that benefit. It puts down in black and white what the healthcare plans can do and can't do. They cannot deny medically necessary healthcare. This kind of healthcare, for those who require it, makes a person whole. It is life-saving healthcare. Now, why is this so important and why now? Well, let's be real. What's happening on the federal level is casting a long shadow, and we don't know what the future holds. And there is a real possibility that access to essential care could be at risk. Passing this bill is about us here in Colorado saying, no, we are not going to let that happen in our state. It's about taking control of what we can do to ensure that our friends and our neighbors and our family members can continue to get the care they need, regardless of what might happen in the future. Colorado strongly believes in freedom and having access to medically necessary health care, and this bill embodies that. This isn't about some abstract political debate. This is about people's lives, their medical health care, their ability to simply exist and thrive. For some transgender people, accessing appropriate health care can be life-changing. It can be the key to feeling like their body finally aligns with who they are and who they know they are inside. To deny that care isn't just a political decision, it's a deeply personal attack on someone's well-being. It can lead to immense distress, anxiety, and even thoughts of self-harm. When a medical professional, someone who knows their patient and follows accepted standards of care, determines that this is medically necessary, we need to make sure that those barriers are removed. This bill will honor all of our constituents by being consistent in equitable, relevant health care for everyone. You have no idea what the trans lived experience is. But imagine finally seeing yourself in the mirror or feeling comfortable in your own skin for the first time. That's what this care can provide. It is not a luxury, it's a necessity for someone's mental health and emotional health. And having the security of knowing that this care is protected in Colorado would make a world of difference for the trans community. Healthcare is meant to help people thrive and be their best selves in everything they do. Trans people deserve to thrive and be the best selves as well. Ultimately, passing this bill sends a powerful message. It says that Colorado values all of its residents and is committed to protecting their access to necessary health care. It says that we see you, that we support you, and we will do whatever we can to ensure you can live a full and healthy life. In the face of potential setbacks, this bill isn't just important, it's vitally important for the well-being and security of our transgender community. Please pass this bill and show that Colorado stands for the health and dignity of everyone. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you all for listening today. I'm really honored to be able to bring this bill with my good colleague from Jefferson County. I want to thank her for her leadership on this issue and for the example that she sets every day in this chamber. I am honored to know her and call her my friend. Healthcare is a right, not a privilege, and no one should be denied healthcare because of who they are. For the last decade, the Affordable Care Act has banned discrimination in health insurance, and in Colorado, we have long been a national leader in advancing health equity. Currently, our state requires insurance plans to cover gender-affirming care through administrative rule. This care is medically necessary, is evidence-based, and it is supported by every major medical association. But as we all know, what is created by a rule can be undone. This bill does not expand coverage. It codifies the existing requirements into statute to provide long-term stability and clarity for both patients and insurers. Many of you know that I am deeply involved in health policy, and healthcare coverage and access is my life's work. I can tell you that consistency matters. This bill ensures that Coloradans will continue to have access to medical care for transgender people, regardless of changes in political leadership or regulatory priorities at the federal level or at the state level. All Coloradans deserve to make decisions that are best for their health care in consultation with their doctors. We ask for your support on 1309 and for providing consistency in medically necessary, evidence-based care for all Coloradans.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to please request that House Bill 1309 be read at length.
heard the request. House Bill 1309 will be read at length.
House Committees, Senate Committees, Health and Human Services. A bill for an act. 101 concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health. 102 care. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lege.colorado.gov. Under current law, health benefit insurance plans, health benefit plans, include coverage for gender-affirming health care as part of individual and group health benefit plans. Gender-affirming health care is defined in the bill as supplies, care, and services of a medical, behavioral health, mental health, psychiatric, habilitative, surgical, therapeutic, diagnostic, preventive, rehabilitative, or supportive nature. House sponsorship: Brown and Titten, Bacon, Clifford, Duran, Froelich, Garcia, Gilchrist, Hamrick, Joseph, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstedt, Mabry, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Rudnall, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Stewart K., Stewart R., Story, Valdez, Velasco, Wilford, Woodrow, Zokai. Senate sponsorship: Cutter and Gonzalez J. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Relating to the treatment of gender dysphoria, gender-affirming health care. The bill codifies gender-affirming health care treatments in statute and prohibits a health benefit plan from denying or limiting medically necessary gender-affirming health care, as determined and prescribed by a physical or behavioral health care provider, healthcare provider. In addition, the bill exempts prescriptions for testosterone from the tracking requirements of the Prescription Drug Use Monitoring Program and blocks archived records from view. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 10-16-104, add 29, 3 as follows, 410-16-104. Mandatory coverage provisions, definitions, rules 5, applicability. 29, gender-affirming health care, rules, definitions. 6, as used in this subsection, 29, unless the context otherwise 7 requires. 8, gender-affirming health care means all supplies, 9 care, and services of a medical, behavioral health, mental 10 health, psychiatric, habilitative, surgical, therapeutic, 11 diagnostic, preventive, rehabilitative, or supportive nature 12 relating to the treatment of gender dysphoria. 13, gender-affirming health care includes the following, or any 14 combination of the following. 15, hormone therapy. 16, B, blepharoplasty, eye and lid. 17, C, face, forehead, or neck skin tightening. 18, D, facial bone remodeling. 19, E, genioplasty. 20, F, rhidectomy for the cheek, chin, or neck. 21, G, cheek, chin, or nose implants. -2, HB 25-1309. 1, H, lip lift or augmentation. 2, I, mandibular angle augmentation, creation, or 3, reduction. 4, J, orbital recontouring. 5, K, rhinoplasty. 6, L, laser or electrolysis hair removal. 7, M, breast or chest augmentation, reduction, or 8, construction. And 9, N, genital and non-genital surgical procedures. 10.2, medically necessary means a physical or behavioral 11 healthcare provider has determined that the prescribed 12 gender-affirming healthcare is necessary for the treatment of 13 gender dysphoria. 14, B, subject to the requirements set forth in subsection 15, 29, D, of this section, all health benefit plans issued or renewed 16 I and the state shall provide coverage for gender-affirming health 17 care. The health benefit plan must provide the coverage 18 regardless of the covered person's sex or gender. 19, C, the commissioner shall adopt rules consistent with 20 and as necessary to implement this subsection, 29. 21, D, a health benefit plan shall not deny or limit. 22, gender-affirming healthcare that is, 23, I, medically necessary, as determined by the physical or 24, behavioral healthcare provider who prescribes the 25 gender-affirming healthcare, and 26, 2, prescribed in accordance with generally accepted 27 standards of care for the profession. -3, HB 25-1309. 1 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-280-403, add 2, 1.5, as follows, 312-280-403. Prescription Drug Use Monitoring Program, for registration required, applications, rules, appropriation. 1.5, the 5 requirements of this section do not apply to a prescription for 6-testosterone. The division shall block archived testosterone 7 prescriptions from view. 8 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-280-404, amend 9, 2, C, as follows, 1012-280-404. Program Operation, Access, Rules, Definitions. 11, 2, C, I, except as provided in subsection 2, C, 2, of this 12 section, the program shall track all controlled substances dispensed in 13 this state. Each pharmacy shall upload all controlled substances dispensed 14 in each pharmacy in accordance with all applicable reporting 15 requirements. 16, 2, the requirements of this section do not apply to a 17 prescription for testosterone. The division shall block archived 18 testosterone prescriptions from view. 19 Section 4. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds 20 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 21 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 22 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 23 institutions. Dash 4, HB 25-1309.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to offer L010 to House Bill 1309 and ask that it be properly displayed. I move L010 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Representative Johnson.
Thank you. So this amendment would allow for elective procedures for any person. The issue I have with this bill is we are selecting a certain class over other classes and saying they should get a clear path to get certain elected procedures, but we're going to leave out the masses in other elected procedures. When we look at it, Medicare does not cover vision, dental, or hearing healthcare benefits, but these could be essential, especially when trying to keep one person's job, or if it's going to affect your day-to-day, your mental health because you can't perform, you can't see, you have toothaches, etc. Now, if a health plan covers a breast removal, normally to protect from cancer, then it is regulated that they also have to offer breast reconstruction. That's a big if, though. If the health coverage does not offer this, then we're telling patients, women with breast cancer, they cannot go and get breast reconstruction, but we're going to put others in line who have not had the cancer and say that they can get this elective surgery over, one woman can get this surgery, but another woman cannot. How does this make sense for government to pick winners and losers? Insurers only cover plastic surgeries when deemed medically necessary, but I've heard stories across the state of patients who have been burn victims because it was just a aesthetic, a cosmetic look, and it didn't function, affect the way they breathe or anything else, and they were denied. So I have issues with that they also want to go do that to fill in their best self and get that construction. The majority of elective procedures are not covered by private insurance, and this could push a lot of people to go to the public sector when this happens, but we need to make sure we're doing it for all. Many insurers view travel vaccinations as elective and non-necessary and don't cover these travel vaccines. But what if you have to travel for a treatment? If you're going to Europe to get these treatments, now you can't travel or it's an extra sauce because these vaccines are needed for you to go get that treatment somewhere else because Europe, other countries have ongoing units that we do not have here for rare diseases, special diseases, cancers. My biggest issue with this is what do we deem is an elective that needs to be covered and what is not? Personal story, just because I never share the personal health stories of others out of respect to them, but I was almost denied a total knee replacement, an elective procedure, and I was 6 weeks out of having my leg cut because that's what the insurance told me. So I have big issues that we're saying which elective procedures are going to be fast passed and which elective procedures are not. When we look at medical across the state, we need to make sure we're helping all patients with their medical necessities because everything dealing with medical can eventually affect your mental health. When you're looking at people who are able to walk, veterans, if they need prosthetics, or if they have to go get an updated, amputation, and we're telling them, no, that's an elective, but we're going to let someone else have another elective. I have huge issues with this. Why are we picking winners and losers when it comes to our patients when they all need assistance and they all need access to have these needed procedures? So I strongly urge a yes vote on this amendment to allow for elective procedures for any person.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this too. We heard a lot of testimony from women in our state who have had child after child after child who are feeling a little less womanly, and they would like elective procedures paid for as well. I mean, we're going to put this on the backs of the taxpayers. Why don't we open it up for everyone to feel more womanly? The elective procedures list in here is hormone therapy. We heard a testimony that one dose costs about $40,000 per one witness testimony of testosterone for the month. That's one dose for a month. An eyelid is $4,000 to $11,000. Face, forehead, skin, neck tightening is about $400 to $2,500. Facial bone remodeling can cost upwards to $56,000. Genioplasty upwards to $11,000. A Facelift can cost traditionally about $15,000. Cheek, chin, or nose implants cost about $4,000 each. Lip lift is about $3,000, $4,000 if you want some kind of butterfly something. I didn't really understand what that was. Orbital recontouring is about $20,000. Rhinoplasty $15,000. Laser or hair removal $500 per section. Breast or chest augmentation, reduction, or construction is about $15,000. Genital and non-genital surgical procedures upwards of $20,000. The fiscal note says they're going to give us about $10,000 per person, and these costs are upwards in the $300,000 mark. So women who have had children who would like to have elective procedures to make them feel a little bit more good about themselves and not depressed about the way they look are going to pay for men to feel that way, but not for women to feel that way. So if we're going to open it up and the taxpayers are going to fund it, let's be a beautiful state and let's let everyone have elective procedures. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my good colleagues from Fort Morgan and from Douglas County for their thoughtfulness in this debate. This bill is about medically necessary care for transgender people. We'd ask for a no vote because this amendment is not about medically necessary care. This is about other care that people may or may not want, but isn't within the confines of health insurance coverage where medically necessary is the standard. I care very deeply about this because I have run bills even this session to make sure that we have the right standards for mental health care in particular that are related to medical necessity. This amendment does not include medical necessity, and so we would ask for a no vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to ask my good colleague, the sponsor, a question on what is deemed medically necessary, because we have that dispute in the state all the time. Going back to my story of my knee replacement, is that medically necessary? I would think so, to preserve my limb. A cancer survivor whose insurance does not cover for them to have a breast reconstruction, I would deem medically necessary after dealing with that and surviving. I would question, somebody who's been a burn victim and they want to go and get skin grafts and make sure that graft aligns with their skin. That would be medically necessary, I would see fit. So I'm just curious on what the definition we see as medically necessary when this is talking about elective procedures. Elective procedures is a very vague term. Medically necessary is dependent on the facility, the provider that you see, and that definition is swayed based on the profession you're talking to or the person you're talking to, and sometimes the community you're talking to. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at, what would you deem medically necessary or not? I would say transplants for limb preservation, be it knee, hip, shoulder, reconstruction measures like that would be medically necessary.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I thank my colleague for this conversation. There are generally accepted definitions of medical necessity. In fact, the bill that I ran and that we passed through this committee or through this chamber and has now been signed into law this session included a definition of what medically necessary care is. In this particular context, it is, related to the determination of a medical professional. I have the utmost empathy for my colleague and her struggles with her insurance company. So many of my constituents and people around the state have fought with their insurance companies over the coverage for medically necessary care. And this bill is about making sure that people have access to medically necessary medical care when they are transgender. So we have standards that is a basic principle of what it means to be to cover something in health insurance, and so we continue to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor. I have a hard time believing that a $56,000 facial bone remodeling is medically necessary when a woman who has had 4 C-sections, that a medical professional is not going to deem it necessary to maybe have her abdominal muscles put back together, or if her eyes are sinking and can't see out of it, that a doctor is not going to deem that medically necessary. We are trying to cover elective procedures for one small minority group of people to make them feel better and not covering it for others. And that is not what we are sent here to do. The taxpayers, if you want to change the way your body looks, change the way your body looks. If it makes you feel better, but this should not go on the dime of the taxpayers. If you want it to go on the dime of the taxpayers and you want the state to fund this, even though most of us don't even believe in it, then you should at least open it up for all of us to have elective procedures to make us feel better. Because I guarantee you, any woman in here could go into a behavioral health doctor and say, my weight gain is making me feel depressed and I would like to have a tummy tuck. And then they would deem it medically necessary. What is the difference? The difference is this is coming from a minority community that wants to feel better about themselves, and we're going to exclude everyone else, but we're going to have to pay for it. So I don't believe this medically necessary for one group and not for the other. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Madam Chair, Representative Brown.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate this conversation. I will say that, you know, there are many procedures that are, or therapies that are listed in this particular bill. And this amendment, regarding this amendment, and these therapies are, not everyone gets all of these things. Medical decisions are best made by patients in consultation with their doctors. And that's what the principle of this bill is about. When someone needs care, and in this case, we're talking about a transgender person, they deserve to have the care that is medically necessary. And politicians shouldn't be standing in the way of that. So we continue to ask for a no vote on this amendment. We want folks to have access to the care that they need based on commonly accepted insurance coverage principles. I would also say that, to my colleague's point about taxpayer dollars being spent, this is private health insurance, and as the fiscal note reflects, there is no expenditure required by the state.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want some clarification when we're looking at essential versus medically necessary on something that could be deemed the same procedure. Say we have a woman who has ovarian cancer and she wants to get her ovaries removed, a hysterectomy. And she's deemed, no, that is an elective, not necessary, but that exact same surgery to remove ovaries for a woman to become a man would be deemed medically necessary. And I am just having issues wrapping my head around how are we going to pick winners and losers for the exact same operation. One, to remove the chances of cancer because they don't want to go through chemo and radiation, and another to feel fit in the body that you want to modify it for. But it's the exact same procedure, would be estimated about the same cost, and I'm just trying to figure out how we pick and select. You can have this procedure that does the exact same end thing of removing your ovaries, but you can have it because of X, Y, and Z, not because of A, B, and C. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I will go back to that this is about medically necessary care for gender dysphoria, which is a more medical term, and that is a health condition that is recognized in the DSM by every major medical association. We're talking about care for that specific condition, and so we ask for a no vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still confused. So we're dealing with physical medical necessity of removing because of cancer, and then a behavioral health necessity because of gender dysphoria. So I just really want to know why and how we can separate people saying you can have this procedure. Both are, can be argued medically necessary. For cancer, I would say definitely that's life or death. But we're going to say no, you can't have this one, a physical need, but you can have this one because of a behavioral need. Now, mind you, I think behavioral, mental, and physical all should be treated the same. We need to look at them correctly, but I am just confused and urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe that that this is also included, since this is being brought up by the sponsor, that this is also included in behavioral health. And statistically, we know that once surgery has happened, once there has been transgender surgery, suicide rates go up 12 times. So at some point, maybe we need to back this up and recognize that a hysterectomy for medical procedure makes sense. Transgender surgery for mental health issues does not make sense. It actually endangers the person. Why are we putting these people at risk by forcing a suicide rate that we know is going to be astronomically higher? It's statistically everywhere. Why would we do that when we're saying that this is needed procedure that is going to increase suicide rates? To me, is not needed procedures.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still struggling with the medically necessary to look better when women all over this country with cancer, breast cancer, all of these things, that's not deemed medically necessary. And again, I struggle to hear that the fiscal note is zero. Let me be very clear. When health carriers have to pay for the hundreds of thousands of dollars of surgery, we've all heard you say it, the people that run the health insurance carriers are billionaires. They don't get to be billionaires by not passing the costs on to all the taxpayers and the people that own health insurance. These costs are coming down to people like me and my people in my caucus and the people in your district, for a small group of people that we have deemed this is medically necessary for. And I will quote, because we don't have any statistical evidence, the best statistical evidence we have, everyone says that it's not good enough, but one long-term study found that post-surgery patients were actually 19 times more likely to commit suicide. So now we're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars making people feel better, look better, at a cost of 19 times more likely to commit suicide. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would ask for a title ruling. I'm not sure that this fits under the title of the bill.
Title ruling has been requested. The committee will stand in brief recess. Committee will come back to order. The chair decides that the amendment does not fit under the title to the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Bradley.
I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, it is displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have done a lot of research in this field, a ton of research in this field, and everyone in this building knows that I'm a statistical girl, so we're going to read a lot of statistics, and I'm going to tell you why I believe this bill should be limited to 18 and older. Age and prevalence. Breast removal, mastectomy from healthy girls is legal at age 15 in Colorado. I don't know if you knew that. Denver Health advertises it online at 16. Others do it at 15. HCPF insurance has no age limit for puberty blockers, only requiring that they just started puberty, which is Tanner stage 2. In other words, Medicaid pays for puberty blockers at age 10 or 11, perhaps as young as 8. Colorado Medicaid covers mastectomy and genital surgery for those under 18 on a case-by-case basis. No data available, of course, because we don't track stuff that we don't want to know the answers to. But for other conditions, this can be as simple as writing a doctor a letter. Reuters reported that tens of thousands of kids received puberty blockers, hormones, and/or surgeries during 2017 to 2021, and the rates increased 20% every year. Puberty blockers are not FDA approved for gender dysphoria. There has never been a random control trial of puberty blockers and gender dysphoria. Multiple systematic reviews of the data we have does not show safety nor that they help. They're not safe. Major studies on children in the UK and the US did not find that puberty blockers helped nor were safe. And there's not a pause. In 2 studies, nearly 98 to 100% of patients prescribed puberty blockers for gender dysphoria proceeded to cross-sex hormone therapy. This suggests that puberty blockers are more of a first step on a years-long, mostly one-way pathway, and less of a reversible short-term intervention or a pause, which we hear advocacy group after advocacy group say all the time. Known dangers on the labels, including impairing fertility and changes in sex hormones. New dangers in gender dysphoria. In addition to sexual and reproductive side effects, puberty blockers cause side effects throughout the body by blocking the hormones that fuel growth, which may cause osteoporosis and limit adult height. I don't think an 8-year-old can make a decision based on that. Interfere with brain development, decreased intelligence and operational memory, and brain immaturity. Brain effects don't go away when the meds are stopped. They stop normal genital development so that upon adulthood, genitalia are child-sized. This makes genitalia, gender surgeries, way more difficult. Testosterone in girls results in permanent, long-standing physical body modifications, including a deeper voice, an enlarged clitoris, and potentially irreversible changes, including development of a larger build and increased facial and body hair. Some detransitioners describe chronic genital pain and burning from taking testosterone. Vaginal atrophy, a condition associated with chronic itching, bleeding, and pain with intercourse or medical procedures. DNA damage of ovarian follicles with unknown impact on future fertility. Estrogen in boys, which again is not FDA approved, increases testicular cancer risk for female patients who underwent years of cross-sex hormone therapy. In one large study, 83% proceeded to ovary removal. This study suggests that starting hormones is a step-on-stepwise path to later surgeries. Mastectomy in adolescents prevents breastfeeding. We've heard many transitioners talk about this, detransitioners. Should adolescents later wish to breastfeed, losses experienced will include warming, immune protection, and brain effects on babies, and reduce stress and improve bonding on the mother-baby pair. No 8-year-old can make a decision to cut healthy breasts off. Females express more regret than males, especially for mastectomy. Regret has not been carefully studied, but doctors have gone ahead with this treatment anyway. So we don't actually know the regret status, but we're just going to go ahead and do it anyway. The most famous study saying regret ranges for gender surgery are low, ages 13, did not have data on 30 to 40% of their patients. Regretful patients are less likely to follow up. Presumably, the study failed to catch the true regret rate. Also, the authors determined about their own study that 97% of patients in it were overly biased. Presumably, patients who don't follow up are more likely to have regret. One survey found that 76% of detransitioners had not informed their clinician. Wonder why? The regret rate of all not gender-related surgeries is reportedly around 14%. Common sense suggests regret will be higher as these major decisions about one's fertility are made well before the age Americans normally choose to have offspring. None of these studies follow patients long enough to catch the true course of regret. Cass says this would take 10 to 15 years, and there are no such studies. Detransition in adults takes an average of 8 years, a period studies do not cover. So again, no research, even though the bill says that it has evidence-based research. This is the evidence right here. Detransitioner, or transition, and desistance. Desistance is when a child's gender dysphoria resolves by adulthood. Many irreversible interventions prior to what presumably be no longer wanted. According to the Psychology Bible, DSM-5 TR 2022, 61 to 98% of boys and 50 to 88% of girls desist by adulthood. For many cases of gender dysphoria which desist by adulthood, youth presumably get risks, but not benefits of interventions. Of these youth who desist, 32 to 50% of girls ultimately identify as lesbian. 63 to 100% of boys later identified as gay. And that's why the LGBT community is coming out after this, because we're taking kids that would normally be lesbian and gay and transitioning them. Children and adolescents appear to desist more than adults. One U.S. study with excellent follow-up shows that 30% of youth on cross-sex hormones decided to stop within just 4 years. It was higher in females. It is likely that they no longer wanted hormones left patients with some permanent effects. While the Cass review recommends 10 to 15-year study timeframes to capture regret, other studies with much shorter timeframes find desistant rates of 20% or that youth change what they want, 29%. And let's talk about the suicide risk, because I hear it all the time. If we don't do this, if we don't do this, more suicide, more suicide. But what does the research actually say? Minors and parents seeking help for gender dysphoria are often pressured to agree to medical and surgical gender interventions based on the false belief that the minor will commit suicide. We heard in testimony from these youth that have detransitioned over and over and over. They said they were a tomboy. They said this, and they were led down a path of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. Every child's suicide is a tragedy. Clarity on the observed rate adds perspective. If exaggerated suicide rates are being used to threaten kids and parents, that is blackmail. Suicide rates may remain higher than the general population after medical transition. A study touting lower lifetime odds for suicide ideation among patients who receive puberty blockers actually reported a very concerning, measurable endpoint. Suicide attempts leading to inpatient care had actually increased among those receiving puberty blockers. One long-term study found post-surgery, patients were 19 times more likely to commit suicide. Another paper reported improved mental health after surgery, but after statistical reanalysis, this finding was retracted. While surveyed self-reports of suicidal attempts are quoted as high as 41%, the actual suicide rate observed in a large 2022 study was 0.03%. And those are the statistics and not the false narratives. Suicide mortality is not predicted by gender dysphoria, but by the often complex psychiatric treatment history of patients, according to a 2024 long-term nationwide Finnish study. Patients who refuse their minors' medical transitions are at risk of being considered abusive or neglectful because of societal pressures to accept medical treatment and transition. The state may side with pro-mutilation parents in situations of divorce and disagreement. There is no good reason to remove body function from a healthy minor. Positive intent, health benefits, cultural beliefs, cultural prevalence, and the assent of authority figures, family, or even the child may not make this harm acceptable. Supporters of female genital mutilation in Yemen and Sudan claim all of these, yet it is wrong. It is wrong of the U.S. even if doctors do it. Respecting a child's inability to consent to primary or secondary sex organ damage and preservation of those healthy structures does not limit her choices in adulthood. In fact, avoiding medical and surgical interventions for gender dysphoria in childhood and adolescence leads to increased surgical options in adulthood. Sweden, Finland, the UK, and Norway reviewed evidence and restricted or banned gender medicine clinics outside experimental settings. The Netherlands, France, Denmark, Belgium, and Australia have also urged caution. Children cannot consent to reproductive and sexual harms they are most likely to suffer as adults for an alleged benefit, which is futile. I urge a yes vote on this amendment to protect the children of Colorado from the lack of any kind of evidence-based or systemic review and the reasons that puberty blockers are not even FDA approved. Thank you.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot there to respond to. But the fact of the matter is that families who are seeking gender-affirming care consult with their doctors about the risks. They evaluate those risks very carefully. It's also important to note that most people who receive gender-affirming care under 18 do not get the things that are mentioned in the surgical part of what this bill says. It's very limited. And medically necessary health care for youth under 18 is very specific and outlined. The fact of the matter is that government should not get in the way of medically necessary health care, especially that meets the standard of care. There was mention of people wanting to, get gender-affirming care later in life. People who transition later in life wish they could have gotten gender-affirming care when they were younger. I could tell you that personally. But with the negative peer pressure and everything else that's around and not having the availability of it and the support, you can't get it. And there's a lot of places around the state and around the country that are not supportive. And there's a hostile environment, and this hostile environment's being created to cause hostility against the trans people to be used as a political pawn. There was mention about the Cass report. The Cass report does not support banning health care for transgender adolescents. You have to read that whole thing. To the contrary, the report actually criticizes the failure of the National Health Service in the UK to provide timely, competent, and high-quality care to transgender youth. The report urges that health care for transgender youth be provided in a timely way and calls for an individualized and age-appropriate approach to medical treatment for gender dysphoria in youth. This amendment would take away all different kinds of health care, including age-specific health care for people under 18. That is not going with the science. That goes against medical professionals and the research that they have. If you want to talk about research, I got tons of research in here. You can look at it. It's all referenced and everything. If you want to take a look at that. The research is there. And one report, everybody wants to point to this Cass report, and the Cass report does not say what they're saying it is. The expression that figures do lie, but liars will figure is about how you read that Cass report. You can read it however you want. You could read the Bible however you want to make your point however you want. But the words on the page matter, and the research and the conclusions and the statistics and the research matter. And I urge you to vote no on this amendment because medically necessary health care established by doctors and all of the major medical organizations in this country agree that this is appropriate health care.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wait, thank you, Madam.
right. Madam Chair.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. So I rise in support of this amendment, mostly because working with children, I see how children grow and develop. And there's been a lot of studies that have come out and said children's brains aren't fully mature until they're 25 to 27, 25 for males, 27 for females. Sorry, flip that. 25 for females, 25 for females, 27 for males, because they mature slower, apparently. And there's some arguments around that. But I guess to the point of in Health and Human Services, one of the many testimonies that we've heard in the last few weeks regarding gender dysphoria and social, emotional, physical development is that one of the statistics that stood out to me was when people are transitioning, when they get to past 18 years of age, only 1.2% choose to fully transition, choose to undergo surgery. And to me, that really stood out. Only 1.2% of the people who are thinking of working through transition, only 1.2% choose to fully transition with medical surgery, which means that we could be influencing children's social, emotional, behavioral, physical health before they're 18, before their brains are fully mature and developed, and making some decisions that may be irreversible. And it's possible, just possible, that once they're 18, 21, 25, that they're in that less than 1.8%, they're in the other 98.2% that would actually choose to not undergo surgery. So that's a concern for me, that we would be making some potentially irreversible decisions for children under 18 before they are the ones who can choose as fully grown, mature adults to make physical, social, emotional, behavioral decisions that will affect them for the rest of their lives. So I stand in support of this amendment.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support as well of this amendment. And for those just tuning in, we're talking about gender-affirming healthcare covered by healthcare benefit plans for all ages. And what this amendment is doing is saying for 18 and older. Now, that's an important distinction here, because what this gender-affirming healthcare is, and I'm looking through the list, and I encourage everybody to pull up the House Bill 1309 and look at this. I mean, we're talking about breast or chest augmentation, genital surgical procedures. We're talking about rhinoplasty, hormone therapy. And as some of my colleagues alluded to who sat on the committee here, these are irreversible procedures. And I hear a lot of times when I sit on committees and we hear these bills that, well, these things in this bill, these aren't necessarily happening with people under 18. And then my question to that would be, okay, if they're not, then why don't you spell out in the bill that it excludes those specific procedures for people under 18, for children? If these kind of surgeries, these life-changing, lifelong, life-affecting surgeries are not happening for children, then you need to specify in the bill that the healthcare plans cover these procedures, but only for people over 18, which is what we're trying to do with this amendment. We're saying these procedures that are going to be covered on these healthcare benefit plans only apply to adults. So if they're not happening, then why not pass this amendment and make very clear that people under 18 can't get genital surgical procedures? That kind of makes sense to me. And then I question when I hear medical necessity for children to get these procedures. I think I'm going to strongly disagree with that. And another note that it needs to be made, and why it's important to pass this amendment, is, well, let the doctors decide. Let the parent go to the doctor and decide. We've heard in testimony before, not on this bill, I'm not on this committee, but we've heard from actually registered Democrats who've worked in these gender-affirming healthcare facilities. And what we heard was that these gender-affirming healthcare facility workers, they've made very clear that these doctors are very ideological. And the moment the child comes in the facility, the doctor's saying, what is your preferred name and what are your pronouns? They're immediately affirming them the moment they walk in the door. And so you tell me, if a child gets brought in and it's just, it's a decision up to the doctor, and the doctor immediately starts affirming gender, is that doctor really assessing whether that child needs these medical procedures? It sounds like that doctor's ideological, and the moment you walk in the door, they're going to affirm that child no matter what. And that's why this amendment is important, because it's saying, no, hold on. There's other potential outcomes here.
Apologies,
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Caldwell. Members, please take the conversations to the side. Please continue, Representative.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, listen, if these types of surgeries, gender affirming care, breast augmentation, are not happening for minors, then pass this amendment and make it clear this is not for minors. Because I think if you put this to a ballot measure and you said, should we do genital surgeries for children? Should we do chest augmentation for children? I think if you put that on a ballot measure, it'd be a resounding no. And if these surgeries, if the counter argument is going to be these things aren't happening to children, then why is it in the bill? Why don't we pass this amendment and say you can't do that? I support this amendment.
Representative Brown.
I want to thank my colleague from Douglas County for his comments and for engaging in this discussion today. I ask again for a no vote on this amendment because fundamentally, medical decisions should be made by families and their doctors. We as politicians have no place telling families what is best for their family and the kind of care that their child needs. As a parent, that is important to me. And it should be important to every parent that parents who support their children have rights too. And I would ask that we, as politicians, get out of the way, get out of the business of telling people and families what is best for them. Politicians have no place in a doctor's office, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this dialogue is interesting to me because I ran a bill a few weeks ago that said medical decisions should be made by the parents, not by the state, not by somebody else, but should be made by the parents. And interesting, the left voted unanimously against it. But isn't that what we just heard up here, that this is a family decision, that this is nobody else's business? Well, it is right now at this moment, but like everything else in this house, it changes every 2 minutes to fit the criteria of the moment. I ran a bill to try to make what was just said by the sponsor, to try to make that law. And it was unanimously beat down. This is so egregious that we think this is good for children. Why do we treat our children in the state of Colorado with such disdain? What about the children do we want to hurt so badly? That we want the surgeries to happen, that we want to, first, we don't even want them to get to being born. We attack children so strongly in this state. And then we want the state to pay for it, the state to be behind it, do all these other things. I really don't understand this. You know, it was interesting to me how often and in how many different ways this state literally attacks first the concept of life, the concept of a child, the concept of a child growing up, parental rights over the children. How often we think that this is okay ground. This is egregious ground. This is immoral ground. This is something that is not okay. And by the way, it's not okay at large within the people of Colorado. Do some statistical studies. This is not okay. And people are tired of this, but we keep doing it. We keep doing it. When is enough enough? This is the thing is you keep doing it and you keep doing it and things will be resulted from this. In the natural, they will be resulted in the political, They will be resulted in the spiritual. There is accountability for everything that we do in this place. And we are flippant with this. Say, no, I think it's okay that children are sterile the rest of their life. I think that's a good decision. And people that call themselves adults are making this decision for children. We've got to stop this. We've got to stop this. We've got to reclaim Colorado.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we did say that these decisions should be made with the consultation of parents, but we didn't stop there. We said parents and doctors and the patient as well. All I heard from my colleague from Douglas County was that it should be up to the parents. Well, what, we don't care about the patient? We don't care about the doctor's decision? We don't care about the medical profession and what the medical profession says is the right kind of care to give? I don't think that's how we should be doing things. I think we should work on consulting everyone in the equation, especially the person whose the care is being delivered to. But the fact of the matter is, this amendment is unnecessary because the medical community is very well established as to what gender affirming care is and is not for youth. But this would eliminate all of it for everyone, no matter what it was. So that's why we don't want this amendment, because we're going to eliminate every kind of appropriate gender affirming care for anyone who's under 18. And we're not doing that today, not on my watch.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I rise questioning how can we pick some over others. In Colorado, individuals 18 or older are considered adults and can make their own decisions about medical care, including a hysterectomy. Until then, they cannot consent to that. So you have to be 18 years old to get a hysterectomy. We should be making sure when we pass statute in this building, we're making it uniformity. We're making sure that we are making it across the board. One, for a medical professional, so they know what's happening and they don't have to look at every single situation procedure and they have to jump through a whole bunch of extra statutes and burdensome government red tape, but also to make sure we're consistent in our message that we value all patients. We're not going to select some patients over others, saying everyone else 18 to consent, except if you're in a certain category and then you can be under 18. This body has also said that those under 18 cannot do certain things. You have to be 21 for ammo and much of your 2A rights. With everything we've been seeing, there was a bill earlier that was in the Senate, I'm not sure where in the process, wanting to make it 25 to have intoxicating substances such as marijuana, because the argument is our youth, our young adults are still developing and we don't want to cure or affect that until a certain age. So we have rules already here in Colorado protecting our children, 18, 21, wanting it to be 25 in some areas. So if we're saying that children are still developing, young adults are still developing, we want to protect them, we should stay in line with the messaging we've been sending and saying 18 to protect our youth. We know that when you look at, my mom was a special ed teacher, and when she consulted with parents and they were consulting with doctors, and I've gone to a lot of their conferences, they very much try not to put children onto different medications, especially while going through puberty, while their hormones are changing, because that can alter their state of mind, that can change their development. We don't want to make sure we're doing any harm in the process while seeking to do good. So I urge a yes vote on this to stay uniformed in Colorado with existing law, existing protocol we have, existing messaging here in the state that unless you're 18, 21, hopefully one day, when with some of these laws, they say 25, we should make sure we put those same protections here for our youth.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to discuss a couple of things that were said. At the age of 12 in our state, we've made it so kids can consent to medical care, so they can completely push their parents out of the decision making. That's what we've done in the state. We've also done in the state that you can only gender affirm a child. And psychologists actually get in trouble if they tell the child the truth as to what is actually happening, that God made them perfectly and beautifully. So I hesitate to sit up here that government should not interfere when government has ousted parents from the medical decisions of their children. It's very infuriating to me. When my son was 12, I called to get his medical history for him to run track, and the pediatrician said, oh, your 12-year-old's gonna have to call and give you consent. That's what we've done in Colorado. So don't sit here and talk to me that the government's not interfering. The government's interfered on my rights as a parent. And this is another way for it to interfere, but this time it's doing it without any evidence-based science to do it. And we are mutilating children in the interim of doing it. Eating disorders. If your child has an eating disorder and your child doesn't want to eat and they want liposuction, should they be involved in that process? What if parents want to do that? Yep, you know what? She's 90 pounds. She's got an eating disorder, mental health illness. Let's get her liposuction and restrict her calories to 500 calories a day. Is that helpful? That's harmful. It's the same thing. If your child's obese and you want to force feed them, fat shame them, is that parental consent? No, we have things in line to protect children because there are parents in this world that don't want the best for them. Puberty blockers are not FDA approved. We have no long-term studies on them. We do not know what the long-term risks and causes are going to be this children. This amendment protects the children of Colorado. And medical professionals like myself take an oath to do no harm. When is cutting off healthy body parts on a minor not doing no harm? Puberty blockers are not FDA approved. Country after country after country is saying no because we don't know the harm to these children. That's horrible. And I don't like being told that I'm only looking at one review when I presented a bill and I did tons of research because I want to know the truth. I want to know what's happening. And the truth is, we keep saying that all doctors adopt this, all medical societies adopt this. That's not true. Doctors that do no harm say no. The American Society of Plastic Surgery, 62% of them, and it's only made up of doctors, said no. They're the ones charged with cutting healthy breasts off of 12-year-olds. They said no. We do not agree with this. So don't sit here and tell me that every medical society is in support of this because they're not. Doctors are coming out of the woodwork to protect our children, and they're being silenced. No one wants to hear from them, the people speaking out for our children. And let's talk about the WPATH files. I know no one wants to talk about it, but the WPATH came out with leaked internal discussions. This is your Transgender Health Association. Person after person after person from the WPATH, which is not made up of just doctors, it's made up of advocates to transition your children without any systematic review to prove that this works. 6 systematic reviews said no. No puberty blockers for kids. No gender affirming care for kids. And instead of listening to that, we're going to say that we're basing it on the science. What science? Because there's not any. You can pretend like there's some to make yourself feel better, but there's not. There's no science that says puberty blockers on kids is good. In fact, there was a $10 million study that got suppressed because it said that it wasn't good. That's how big the money train goes to transition our children. Robert Garfalo, chief of adolescent medicine at the Lurie Children's Hospital, a WPATH member, said, it is a discipline where the evidence base is now being assembled. So we're doing all this on our children, but the evidence is now being assembled. WPATH recommendations do not fulfill the criteria for good guidelines. They are not based on rigorous systematic reviews. And for any of you out there, that is the gold standard. This is our children. There's no standard. It's not FDA approved. And we're going to pump it in our children. And we're going to leave parents out of it because I promise you, every advocacy group we ask, when you get a puberty blocker prescription, do you let the child go in with the parents? 9 times out of 10, those kids went in by themselves, especially if they were 12 and older. I write note after note after note when I listen to testimony. British Medical Journal 2021 graded all available guidelines for transgender healthcare, including the WPATH standards of care. First systematic review could not be considered gold standard, and they could not recommend their use. The reasons included a weak evidence base, lack of methodological rigor, lack of editorial independence, and failure to grade recommendations according to the quality or strength of available evidence. These are kids. We have legislated on children. You have to now be 21 to buy a gun. You have to be 21 to buy ammo. You have to be 18 to get a tattoo. Heck, you can't even buy a beta fish in our state until you're 18. Or a dog. But we're going to allow them to perform lifelong sterility based on no FDA approval and no systematic review. Ask the bill sponsors. There's no systematic review. There might be some feelings on paper, but there's no reviews. The recently updated WPATH standards of care noted several instances in which the strength of evidence presented to justify a recommendation was at odds with what their own systematic reviewers found. So even their own stuff was at odds with it. Even their own science was at odds. Yet despite this weak or absent evidence, WPATH recommend that young people have access to gender-affirming care. Why? Why? Because we didn't get what they set out to get? If you're an adult, make your own decisions. But for the love of humanity, protect the children that don't understand that these things are not FDA approved. They have not been reviewed with any type of research. In fact, the research says the opposite, to not do this to our children. This is a great amendment. It's a respectful amendment. Let these children go through puberty. That's what it says. 98% of them will refer back to their biological sex. Why are we rushing this? Let them make a choice based on decisions. We sit down at this well and say time and time again, the brains aren't developed till 26. The brains are developed till 26. They can't own a gun till 21. They can't do this, this, and this, and this, and this because the brain isn't developed. Let the brains develop. We do it on every other thing we legislate. Let the brains develop. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
So colleagues, I rise against this amendment. And the reason why is despite having conflicts sometimes with my own aisle with parental rights, which we call, or I'd rather talk about rather than child's rights, parental responsibilities or adult responsibilities to children, and concerns about doing permanent surgeries to people under the age of 18, and especially even younger. 97% of our gender-affirming surgeries for those under 18 is for gynecomastia, the male breasts. And I can tell you, if you're a male between the age of 12 to 18 and you want to play football or you want to play baseball and you're going to be in the locker room, the kind of hell you will go through if you had to carry that with you, and it could be corrected, but we won't do it for you. So you can go through those horrible teenage years and be ostracized and put down, or we could help you, but the law says we can't help you. Again, 97%. They're not just running around cutting up kids everywhere. They are trying to make good judgments. And I do have
Hold on just a second. We have to do this because the number one type of situation in which children under the age of 18 need access to gender affirming care is when adolescent boys have breasts. And it's really wrong to put adolescent boys in with breasts in the locker room with other boys, other adolescent boys, because they will just be mocked and ridiculed and all these kinds of things. But also we need to put adolescent boys with mental illness, documented DSM-5 mental illness, in the locker rooms with young girls. The logic of these people is so profoundly retarded. I've never heard that argument made before, so I had to say something. The other thing is, I can't believe that the bill sponsor brought up the DSM-5. They usually try to avoid that shit like the plague. But anyway, we'll get back to it. I just had to I was going to type it and put it as a comment on the screen. Like, what did he just say? But I felt like I just needed to jump in for a minute and say it. All right, we're going to get back to this. And the purpose of sharing this is, one, it's, super important. Two, if you are out there, I know our audience is not predominantly Colorado. There are people in Colorado in our audience. But if you're not in Colorado, tell everyone you know that this is happening, because I try, and I think people think I'm being hyperbolic. It's a big part of why I decided to stream this instead of the House insurance hearing that we were watching, because this also deals with insurance, and it's an application that is it's really, really important to see what happens when you pull the thread all the way. So we have to cut off the moobs. If boys have moobs, we got to let them cut them off so that they don't get mocked in the locker room by adolescent boys, because adolescent boys can be real dicks in the locker room. And also we need to let adolescent boys into girls' locker rooms. That's what this guy just said.
Some concerns sometimes with my colleagues who says, when we say no politicians should be in the doctor's office, but we don't want female genitalia surgery that they do on kids in order to reduce any kind of sexual pleasure for a female child later on in life, because that's the culture they came from. We outlaw conversion therapy. We outlaw the abortion reversal pill, or we try to. So we should try and be consistent and not hypocrites on this. But because of that, I do come down constantly on things are gray in life. If you haven't been around this world much, things are gray. And so leaving it to the parents and the doctors, because the doctors often go off label with all sorts of medications. And I had one constituent come to me and very concerned about this bill, because they're receiving off-label testosterone treatments for a condition, a very rare condition, and they're female. And they are terrified that they're going to be prevented from getting these treatments anymore because of the effort to shut down any kind of gender-affirming care, because people are going to say, well, this is a woman getting testosterone treatments. We're going to have to deny it because it is off-label, what they're doing, but it is working for her. So in the judgment of that person and the judgment of that doctor, this is the best thing they can do for them. We should look at the same way for the kids. And there's nothing I almost hate more in this body than we come down and talk about lived experiences. Lived experiences, because again, as I've said, it's kind of doing the reasoning from the particular to the general. Inductive reasoning, which always gets to a bad place, rather than deductive reasoning, thinking that your lived experience applies to the general population. But I do have one of my own lived experiences with a young friend that I grew up with, who was very effeminate, and went through unbelievable hell growing up. Unbelievable hell of being picked on and abused. And then after they went to college, brilliant person, transitioned back when it wasn't nearly as well known now, in the late 80s, full transition. And when someone told me that, did you hear what this person did? It was like the clouds opened up and you saw the sky. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And if we had been in second grade and the teachers came to us and told us, well, this friend of yours, she's a girl trapped in a boy's body, we all probably would have said, oh, that makes sense. And look at each other and say, stop picking on the girl. So again, I think we need to take a little more of a gray look at this rather than a black and white, oh my God, we're terrified of trans people, because again, 97% of the surgeries being done for gender affirming surgeries for under those 18 is to help those young boys be young boys. And the few cases that are out there that might be available, again, would do great help to many individuals. Are they going to get it right in every single case? Of course not. Malpractice happens all the time. We all know that. But that doesn't mean you stop practicing medicine to try and make things better for people. So I ask for a no on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. L3 is lost. To the bill. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I have to speak against this bill. I just don't understand. I don't understand why people want to do this to their children. And to say that, well, this is the child making the decision. Okay, well, we just took the ability for the child to change their mind out of the subject. The statistics are extremely high, specifically with males. Let them go through puberty, let them get through the process, and they don't want this transitioning mentality. Extremely high statistically. And we keep coming to this podium and saying, well, the fact of the matter is, I feel, they feel, this person feels. Well, this is a major demarcation between the two sides. I don't believe you legislate out of feeling. I think that's dangerous, and it will always backfire on you. You don't legislate out of feeling, you legislate out of facts. You legislate because this becomes law. This doesn't become a feeling thing, it becomes law. And we legislate out of facts. And we can sit here all day long and give facts. But when all you do is feel, those facts mean nothing. They are actually counterproductive because they go against feeling. We live by facts. The facts are we're destroying our kids. We're going to have 30, 40 years from now, we're going to look back and we're going to realize the destruction, the absolute destruction that we poured out upon our children. When they're 50, 60, 70 years old, the destruction that happened, and that they couldn't have children, they couldn't go through life without this change completely destroying their existence. But that's okay, we know better. Make sure kids get this. This will be healthy. I get tired of those kind of statements. They're all based in feeling that makes an individual feel better about a legislation. It does not actually help people. These are destructive things we are doing, and our argument is, well, this will be good for us. That's a subjective thought. We know it doesn't. We know it won't be good. There's too many statistics that prove the opposite from major studies, and not just the one or two that have mentioned here, that are saying this is destructive. This is destructive, and I believe it's destructive across the board, not just for children. I believe it's destructive for society. That this is, and by the way, when you study history, this is always the last few stages. The last few stages, always includes killing our children, and then this transition mentality. It's called a lot of different things over the millennium, but these are the last two things that happen, and then society collapses. In every single instance. But no, we feel strongly. So we'll just negate everything that we see factually, historically, everything, and just say, no, we get it. Now, pretty much all of Europe is saying, because they're further down the road, they're saying, guys, stop this. We're not going to allow this stuff in our countries anymore. It's destroying our country. But we know inside this room, no, all of those countries are wrong. All of those countries are wrong. Why? Because I feel. I feel. Therefore, I'm right. Therefore, all these other countries that have already been ahead of us in this process, and they're realizing the literal destruction of their country. Now we feel better. We feel more. We feel deeper. So we're going to legislate from that place. And we're going to go the same direction these other countries go. The problem is how many hundreds of thousands or millions of children are we sacrificing along the way because, well, I feel. I feel. The fact of the matter is I feel. We've got to stop this. We've got to stop this. These are our kids. We've got to stop this, and we got to reclaim Colorado.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. Again, I rise to speak for the 88,000 residents of House District 56, 7 counties on the Eastern Plains, regarding this bill. The topics today are deeply personal, morally weighty, and they demand serious and reasoned debate and deliberation. I'm glad to hear folks from both sides of the aisle talking today, but certainly not all of us are. The majority ruled this morning to limit 65 representatives representing nearly 6 million Coloradans to a bit less than 2 minutes each if we all spoke the time allotted equally. That's not a lot of time to speak to these issues. So I was really hoping for a lot of reasoned deliberation, a lot more voices to speak today, not a political cattle drive that moves towards a vote. But this is a bill that I cannot support, a bill that mandates insurance coverage for gender-affirming care and accepts certain prescriptions from state oversight. While the legislation may be framed as a matter of health equity, it carries deep and dangerous consequences for Colorado families, for parental rights, and for sustainability of our healthcare system. At the heart of the bill is a fundamental question: who should guide the medical care of children, parents or the state? HB 1309 paves the way for medical interventions, many of them irreversible, without the full knowledge, consent, or involvement of a child's parent. And that is a line we should not cross. Parents have a natural constitutional and moral right to direct the upbringing and the medical care of their children. This bill undermines that right by enforcing a one-size-fits-all mandate and labeling highly controversial procedures as medically necessary. And I know that's been discussed at length up here. But this isn't based on medical consensus, certainly not globally where we're seeing changes outside this country, but based on ideology. Let's be clear. There is no long-term data on the safety and efficacy of these treatments for children, and yet this bill would mandate insurance companies cover them, regardless of the age, the circumstances, or the long-term consequences. It potentially treats questioning or cautious parents not as protectors of their children, but as obstacles to be bypassed. This is not compassion, it's coercion, it's state coercion. And what about the broader impact? The bill distorts the very foundation of the insurance market. By requiring all plans to cover gender-affirming care, often involving expensive, lifelong medical intervention, we're redistributing costs across the system. Every employer, every family, every small business paying into that system will shoulder the burden, whether they agree with the procedure or not. There's no fiscal note large enough to measure both the financial and the ethical costs of compelling every Coloradan to subsidize deeply divisive elective medical treatments. And the effects won't stop with this bill. Every time we politicize healthcare, every time we strip insurers of actuarial discretion, we create instability and unpredictability in the market. Premiums will rise, coverage options will shrink, and the middle class, already struggling under inflation and regulatory burden, will be stuck paying for policies that no longer reflect their values or their needs. Even more alarming is this bill's provision to remove testosterone from the state's prescription drug monitoring program. Why? Why should any controlled substance be exempt from oversight? What other class of drugs do we conceal from medical regulators, from pharmacists, from those that are tasked with preventing abuse? This is not transparency. This is a political carve-out that places ideology above public health and common sense. Colleagues, we cannot allow our healthcare laws to be driven by slogans instead of science. We cannot undermine parental authority in the name of inclusion. We cannot distort the insurance market, burden taxpayers, and bypass safeguards without consequence. This is not a careful bill. It's not a balanced bill. It's a reckless bill. And I urge you to stand for families, for fiscal responsibility, and for the right of every parent to guide their child's medical journey with love, caution, and wisdom. Please vote no on this bill. I urge you to. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005 and ask for it to be displayed.
It is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when I was doing a lot of this research, because I get, as a conservative, a lot of emails from lifelong Democrats, from radical feminists, from people who have had this happen to their children behind their backs. And it's interesting to me when I get those emails because they say, my representative isn't listening to me and I know that you're fighting for kids. So I know that sending you an email will help in this fight. And in this, being in this arena, I've come to know many detransitioners and their stories. This is not included in the care of this bill. Gender affirming health care includes coverage for the cessation or reversal of gender transition. And we know it's not because detransitioners don't have medical codes to help them with their cessation of puberty blockers or the reversal of cross-sex hormones. And if you listen to them come, they're the most amazing people. Most are autistic. I would say 50% of detransitioners are autistic because we know the autistic community is heavily sought after in this community and kids with special needs. I have a very awesome constituent from my district who comes to testify for all of these who is autistic. And getting to know the detransition community who has been ousted for leaving this cult, have no help for speaking out. They have no help for stopping this type of care. And the least we can do, if they're going to have to pay for increased premiums, is include them with medical help and psychological help and breast augmentation and everything else that's included for people to make themselves feel whole. Then the detrans community deserves that. The community of people who were told, their parents were told, if you don't transition your child, they'll kill themselves, even though we know factually that's not true. We know 2 out of 15,000 people on a wait list for puberty blockers committed suicide, 0.03%. And while 2 children is too many, that is not the 50 and 60% that advocacy groups use to threaten parents over a child dying. And so you take these children and they cut off their breasts and they go through cross-sex hormones and they're never allowed to have a child of their own. We heard that previously. We're taking that away from them. And you know how we're taking that away from them? Because we're not giving them the research that's out there. This is systematic reviews. I told the advocacy groups, you should have a piece of paper that shows 6 systematic reviews say no. FDA says no. American College of Plastic Surgeons says no. Do no harm doctors say no. But we don't. And so kids transition without any knowledge of the real research that's being done. And they are now going through lifelong sterility, castration, not able to nurse, breastfeed their children. So the least we can do while we're trying to make people feel better about themselves is help the community that went through this and said no more. and has now been ousted by the community. These people have lifelong changes. They don't feel good about themselves, and we don't even have codes. So let's add some codes. Let's help the D-trans community who have gone through mental anguish, emotional anguish, all at the basis of doctors that said they would do no harm, that took an oath, and then didn't provide them with the research that they should have. This will ensure coverage for detransitioners. We know that there's about 30% of the population that's desisting, and we know that number is higher because we know that 76% of those people don't even consult with their doctor when they stop. So let's help this community of people who have said no more and want to feel whole by putting them in this bill and protecting them. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I want to thank my colleague from Douglas County for her engagement in this issue. And I also want to say a sincere apology to my colleague from El Paso County, who I inadvertently referred to as being from Douglas County earlier. So sorry about that. My apologies. I told him that he could say that I was from Denver, and that would be fine.
What a compliment.
Or Pueblo, or wherever, somewhere that I'm not from. Just no hate on anybody. Sorry about that. To the amendment.
To the amendment on
To the
behalf
amendment.
of Denverites everywhere.
The overwhelming majority of people who receive medical care tailored to transgender people experience positive results for their mental health and their overall well-being, physical well-being as well. Everybody's health and body is unique, and in some rare circumstances, people may decide to stop their care. Healthcare professionals help people safely stop certain medicines and find other healthcare that meets their needs. Our bill does not prevent any healthcare provider from helping a person stop care that they think doesn't fit or isn't right for them. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. You know, whether people are starting or stopping transgender healthcare, we need healthcare providers to be able to offer the individualized care that meets a patient's unique needs. This is a very deeply personal and private issue that should be left to a patient, to families, and medical professionals, and not the government. And this amendment is simply unnecessary because these services, whether you're starting or stopping health care that is contemplated under this bill, it should be available to you, and it is under this bill. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I understanding the bill sponsor correctly that it is the bill sponsor's understanding that this would allow for someone to receive the care to transition as well as receive the care to detransition? Is that what I'm getting? A nod of yes. So unless that is a misunderstanding, then I guess my question would be, why not accept the amendment such as to clarify that indeed it covers both transition and detransition, so as to ensure that everybody understands that? My hearing from some members of my caucus is that there aren't the right codes to allow for detransition, whereas this amendment would help to ensure that all of those things are present. So I guess my question is, what's the harm then if it is in your mind already being covered?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I want to thank my colleague from Penrose for her conversation. I think that this amendment is strictly unnecessary. It, we're talking about healthcare that is individually tailored to a person based on their individual needs. Our bill is specific to making sure that folks who are transgender have access to the medical care that they need. I'm going to avoid a title challenge at this point, but I do think that I do think this is unnecessary, and appreciate the comments, and I think that people who need care, who choose to stop certain types of care, that is up to them, and nothing in this bill prevents them from doing that.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I'm really confused, because if there's a potential for a title challenge and the bill is about gender affirming care, and if someone identifies as one gender for a period of time and does the transition from their biological sex to their new gender identity, and then at some point in the future decides that actually they want to revert back to their biological sex and that has become their new gender identity, then is it not affirming in both directions such that this would fall under the title?
Okay, Representative Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I am not challenging this under the title. I realize that what the representative is trying to do is to redefine what the bill considers to be gender affirming care. I just think this amendment is unnecessary and therefore doesn't belong in statute, and so I ask for a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mrs. Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
All
Madam Chair, sorry. Thank you to the bill sponsor, but now I'm confused because, like what the representative from Penrose said, so we are affirming if you change from one sex to the other. But if you don't want to affirm and change back to your biological sex, this really isn't included. We listened to detransitioner after detransitioner, and they said there are no codes and they can't get the help that they need. And so an amendment in this bill will allow that community to get the help that they need too. And so that's what I want the body to hear, that they need help too. And so why would we not affirm them to go back to their biological sex? Why would we only affirm to change sexes? So please explain that to me.
Is there any further discussion on L5? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had intended to speak to this amendment before this whole conversation where we are confused, and I'm going to still make comments as relates to this, with the understanding that possibly detransitioning isn't actually covered under this bill, because I think that still is in dispute. What I want to point to are those young people who struggle with identity in the same way that many of us probably did, right? Transitioning from childhood to adulthood and all of the things that come along with that, whether hormonal or relational or just experiential. There are a lot of things. And we have heard from detransitioners, whether in testimony in this building over the years or out in our culture, that says, I was told that indeed my perception that I wasn't good enough was true. I was told that indeed, in order to be made whole, in order to feel comfortable with myself, in order for my journey to continue in the best course, I had to change everything about me. I had to change the most fundamental aspects of who I was, that was the only way that I might be able to find oneness or healing or a sense of self and a sense of community and a sense of things making sense. And then I grew up and realized that wasn't true. And I rejected that. And I decided that instead of believing that I wasn't created the way that I was for a reason, and I decided that indeed I was going to be the person I was supposed to be. And I want to go back. And I would think that if the goal is to allow people to walk in their identity, if the goal is for government to get out of the way such that people can self-actualize to the highest level, if that is the goal, then this body, through legislation like this, should make there be a pathway for it in both directions, not just in one direction, but in the reverse direction, to say, actually, I made a mistake there. That wasn't really what I thought I was doing. It wasn't really what I wanted to do. It wasn't, I didn't choose that in the way that I no longer want to choose that. And I want to go back to who I was initially created to be. I would think we would want to have space for those people too. And so I do rise in support of this amendment. And I also rise in support just to provide clarity, since it doesn't seem that there is clarity as to whether or not this is covered. So for both of reasons, I rise in support.
Is there any further discussion on L5? Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are a couple of different ways that I know that I have approached time in the well. One is that I, perhaps come down with a certain set of points that fits my ideology, fits my kind of politics, fits things that I would wish to speak about that I feel like I need to get on a record. There's other times that I just simply sit back and I prefer to kind of listen, right? These bills are not, any of them for that matter, that we're hearing today, did not come through committees of which I'm a part. So I've taken an opportunity to sit back and kind of listen to both sides, listen to the arguments being presented, the amendments that are being offered. I believe that this one kind of ties in to one that was brought earlier and even argued here from the well about how occasionally, there are malpractice suits. Occasionally, there are times that people will change their mind, which goes to people old enough to be able to make these decisions. I won't try to relitigate that previous amendment, but I do believe that it ties into this. Perhaps this is not a fair or, well, I think it's fair. Perhaps it's not the most accurate analogy, but what I'm worried about here is that
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.